he goes once again. Couldn't quite see it on either of those camera angles, but something flapping away. Rearward in that car. Another little bit of a lock-up there for Peter Ryder. But despite these lock-ups, he is pulling away from these two. Gillen coming under huge pressure here from Chilby, who, let's not forget, led a large portion of the opening race. And didn't finish late on as Corey throws it out sideways, not intentionally. He might be an ex-drifter, but that was not what he wanted to do. Just in too deep on the marbles on the outside of the circuit. Very little grip out there, and the rear tyres simply said, we don't have enough grip to live with that route sideways.
I don't know whether that's actually a window on the door or there's something on the front of the door on the passenger side being around it. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes for Chilby. He doesn't need anything else mechanical, I suppose. But yes, definitely on that right-hand side of our screen. But yeah, the moulding on the front. Potentially, it might blow glass door. It might be still body door. I don't know. We'll wait and see how that unfolds, and hopefully race control doesn't look like he's dangerous at the moment anyway. So, holding on to that one, I'll say, I'm pretty glad he'll be kicking himself about that one. I think he won't be happy about making a little mistake like that in the car go sideways, because he would have really been enjoying that battle with Chilby, and we were hoping it's probably going to go for another few laps as well. As just over 10 minutes remaining in this race number 2 here for the Eastern Sleepers. Aussie Tin Tops. Fantastic way they've sort of rebranded this year as well, and we've seen them move around. Obviously, a lot of them are Victorian and New South Wales based. Great to see so many of the Queenslanders slowly introducing into this Tin Tops, where they've opened up the category for, I suppose, a production style car that's here you see a lot of the LS slot cars like the RX-7 there of Tony Saint, Ryder and the S&E. Obviously, basically the 4 cars you just saw on screen, all LS based. A chance to a couple extra cylinders between those chassis rails there and get out on track. Connolly's not here this weekend, so on the Toyota 86 with the K24 Honda Power engine as well. So the Tin Tops are a great category for some of those cars that potentially don't fit in, I suppose, in some of the other categories of racing, obviously on a national stage where they get to travel around and experience a number of race circuits throughout Australia.
Everyone's always improving the cars as well. Brent Edwards, he might have won 3 of the 4 races last round, and he won the round overall. But he's out there lapping very, very fast, and this one got a 7-second lead.
Elizabeth, the stream crashed earlier. I came up here 5 minutes ago, and my stream was crashed for had been crashed for an hour and a half. So, yeah, not good.
Slow speed corners, it's just squatting down and darting out of the corner, really gripping up, so he's got a lot more traction as well as Brent Edwards, so that's why he is improved and why he seems that bit quicker himself this weekend. I mean, Corey Gillen, he's going faster this weekend than he did last round. However, the results don't show that because everybody else has also stepped up.
I see Laura Ball currently in second position of points in the Super 6 category there, just up our screen in the Falcon, and right behind that, Lena Maris in the little MX-5, who's another one who's been who's leading the championship points for the Supreme Tin Tops as well in one of the categories. Much like the production cars, several categories within this one as well.
Sadly, her teammates aren't having much luck this weekend because we've already lost, of course, the series regular in one of the MX-5s.
It shouldn't, because I started up a new live stream. It was actually short version live stream, which I didn't want. I actually had that set as that. I don't know why. And then I checked it over and it was fixed again. So I was like, okay. So that was the stream that crashed that had the chat available, and now I've just started a new one, which is quite annoying. But yeah, the Aussie Tin Tops are currently on track at the moment. I think up next is it might be, no, it's not Improved Production Cars. They're on track later tonight. But yes, there is a fair endurance race a bit later, so make sure you're there. It's from about 8 o'clock? No, 5 o'clock. But up next, on track, after the Tin Tops, it is the Hi-Tech L Super Series, so stay tuned for that. Playing with cable, getting ready for Monday. Yes, I was just... This is the charging cord. This is the charging cord. I don't know why I'm playing with the cable. I tend to do that when I'm just talking. But anyways, it's time to head back up to the world feed for the rest of the Aussie Tin Tops, and up on track next, I'll be commentating the High-Tech Oil Super Series, which has had some pretty good action so far today, with a few red flags. So yeah.
He gets the switchback and takes the position. That was great. Heads up driving from Chilby, who himself slides it through turn number 5. But he forced Saint to defend. Saint locked up and through on the undercut. Peter Ryder now having a look up the inside of the rotary powered RX. Can't quite make it stick there. Just in a little bit too late to really have a good look up the inside. So has to hold on to 4th position. But the intensity seems to have been turned up a notch in the last couple of laps.
And I don't know about saying he's got a couple of ponies on the bottom end of Matt Ryder. They've both been less combinations in the front rails of those ones. I had a good look at them when they were at Winton. They're impressive, but he's under those. So this year joining the Super TT series, it was great heading down to Victoria, Sydney as well. And big thanks to them for doing a lot of travel there to be part of the Aussie TT Championship. As Ryder gets another break lock up there, and that's got to be feeling like a 50% piece on the back of that car right now. It's got a bit of a feeling like they're in our hire car at the moment. It's got to have a rattle in the back of it. You just can't keep locking up, and the more he locks it up, when he gets on the brakes, when he hits that flat spot, it's going to lock up again. It's going to be easier and easier to lock it up, and make it harder and harder to drive that vehicle. So riders might just have to back off just a little bit when it comes to the braking, maybe just 10, 20 metres earlier, just get a feel for it, because Saint doing a nice job in front. Ryder's going to have a look down the inside. Saint, well,
I'll start commentary after this race, so just wait here for a bit, because it's literally, this race has got 4.5 minutes to go. So I'll be on in about 3 minutes or 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes.
It's on turning, so it looks to me like it's under trail braking where he's still holding the brakes, and that's when he's locking up, and it's pushing him wide mid-corner and then affecting the run out of the corner. So it's not what you'd normally see as soon as they slam on the anchors, that initial lockup. It's a mid-corner lockup, which is quite unique at the moment. And as you say, it's going to happen more and more often. He's looking up the inside again down here at turn 3, but he's too far back once again. In fact, using the grass on the inside of the corner as they swing it through turn 3, side by side on the exit of the corner. Saints going defensive to inside. He's forced to. Ryder's going to break late, go around the outside. Ryder's in too deep. Again, it's not that initial lockup, but mid-corner, locks up, runs wide, and he's going to fall behind. It looks like the Corey Gillett machine as well, and does. That's a disaster for Peter Ryder. He's trying to fight for position 3. He's fallen to 5th.
I hate to say it, I can see it coming. It just kept happening, didn't it? And it's that little approach differently where you face that guy, like you say, it's not coming in. It's not the start of the corner. It's almost as you sort of come to turn into the apex, unloading that car. And unfortunately, puts him back a couple of positions. With 3 minutes remaining as they come around in this Aussie Tin Tops race. All thanks to the Eastern Sleepers, great to have Simon Cox and the crew on board. And they said the bosses at home watching and happy to be part of a great supporter here of the Australian Super Tin Tops. We'll go back a bit further down. Ball currently leading the CR. Will actually rank 2nd in the Super 6 category at the moment, just in front of Mick Petit. Is leading that one at the moment, especially in the championships as well. And we see Selena Maris in the MX5, who is in our Supreme TT class. So leading that actually at the moment when it comes to our Supreme. Oh no, Michael Ricketts, sorry, up there. I did miss out on Michael Ricketts, the giant slayer really in his Pulsar. And we've seen him beat so many V8s over the last couple of years. I'm actually surprised to see him up there with him.
He's such a quiet achiever, isn't he, Mick Ricks? Great to have him back as part of the series for this round. Hasn't done all the rounds this year, but when he has, he's been right up there. Speaking with Helene yesterday, she said to me, it's all about consistency until the end of the season. For me, yeah, okay, Mick Ricketts is beating me at the moment when he is on the track, but I've got a huge points buffer. If I can just keep chipping away, finish behind him, I should be able to wrap up the championship come the end of the round. And speaking of the class leaders. This is our ultimate TT class leader of Natoli. He sort of made a one-off appearance at Winton Motor Raceway. Generally races in production cars, this particular vehicle, but enjoyed himself so much in round number 1. He's been a regular ever since.
Well, yeah, last time round, obviously this being his home track, he actually had some mechanical issues there where they had a can come loose, which kept the valve open just a little bit, and unfortunately they had a little bit of engine damage, and they had to work tirelessly to get that car back out there. And here's Michael Ricketts doing what he does. He's freewheeling in the car built by Jordan Cox, who you know from TCR, and actually racing with Mark Crutcher this weekend with the TA2, has a lot to do with the mechanics of this car, and he'll try and lift that back wheel off the ground again. He does a little bit of driver training with him. They've got the skirts on it too. They're doing a little bit of aero, and you know, I was speaking to Michael Ricketts, and he goes, you know, sometimes the wife and I are travelling and we get in a taxi, and the taxi driver will go, oh, Pulsars, yeah, I've got one at home that my daughter used to drive or something. He's got a small collection of them that he keeps. He said some of them are almost too good to make it a race car, but he's still going to make it into a race car eventually.
Yes, that thing is so fast. It's a highly strung piece of kit. It's a fantastic racing car. We continue to go through the classes. This is our Super 6 leader of Pettit out there in the Falcon. Speaking of Falcons, Brent Edwards is out in front. So the margin has come down a little bit since Chilby has moved up into second place. Chilby certainly the faster of the two in this one. But it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to play out tomorrow when these two are at the head of the field on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's race. But Brent Edwards out in front with the headlights on. Took 3 victories last round, and he could potentially here make it 2 from 2.
Conserving is what I would say. I think he's conserving the cable source Falcon. No need to push it too hard. They'll be chatting on the radio, and here he comes. He'll cross the start-finish line, take the checkered flag, and the cable source Falcon gets another win here, the second race of the Eastern Sleepers Super Tin Tops, Aussie Tin Tops here this weekend. Chilby, what a comeback that is to be second after a DNF in race number 1. And Saint will come around and take the third step of the podium. Corey Gillette just behind with Ryder, who had that big moment finishing in 5th position.
Yeah, really real shame he did catch up once again to Corey Gillett, but didn't quite have enough laps to be able to overtake him. Mick Ricketts has come across the line to win his class. And here is one of our other class leaders, Natoli, in the Ultimate Tin Tops class. Comes around the final corner in the Audi TT RS. Brilliant performance from him, as always, from Natoli. Comes across the line in the G-Technic Australia sponsored car. Oh, Pettit's off right at the death here. The class leader made very hard work for himself. He's found a gear once again. That was a very strange moment because he took to the inside of the circuit.
Yeah, maybe just unloaded the car a little bit with the suspension there. He's, look, maybe he just can't handle the Dwars performance in the car. It's a naturally aspirated Barrett engine on that one. And have a look at, in the background there, I'm just having a look at the Falcon there, Finn Danis, obviously the Precision Turbos entry. And have a look at this. These two having a great battle at the end. Laura Ball and Lena Maris all the way down to the wire, and there was nothing to...
Okay, so at the end there of the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops, it goes to Brent Edwards, Stephen Chilby in P2, Tony Saint in P3, Corey Gillett in P4, Peter Ryder in P5, Daniel Natoli in P6, Nathan Finders in P7. And then sadly the page changes over with Brett Stevenson, Laurel Bill, Helena Maz, and Mile Millie as well. Not too far away from the main action, heading on track with a 45-minute endurance race still to come with the High-Tech Oil Super Series cars out on circuit in just under 15 minutes time. So we're not too far away from that. Indeed, Harrison, you are just jealous. So I don't know why you're talking. I don't know why you're talking. You're just jealous. He's just jealous, okay, guys? He's just jealous. That's all I can say. That is all I can say. Well, feed for the Hyundai highlights.
Fight for position number 3. He fell to 5th as a result of that off-track excursion. But out in front, in the cable source Falcon, Brent Edwards took yet another victory in the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops.
Yeah, really bringing the fight here to the championship. Brent Edwards trying to lead the overall Drivers' Championship as well as his class lead. Tony Shane up on his screen there as he gets out of the RX-7. A home track for him. It's great to have another podium here in front of, obviously, friends and family here this weekend. You got yourself a couple of second places.
Food and coffee time.
So you get another podium. We're pretty happy about that. Let's head down to our winners though in pit lane with J-Mac.
Tony Saint locking up 3rd place here in race 2 for the day. A fantastic result and some stiff competition out there.
Yeah, they're going fast out front. I haven't got the speed to keep with them, but if I can keep going and not make too many mistakes, I'll be thereabouts.
Let's get set for tomorrow.
Yes, we'll do.
P2 Stephen Shelby, happy to be up here and starting from the back. Great drive.
Yeah, finally. Been having a bit of bad luck even last round, and then this round we just seemed to be having little gremlins. That last race, I had a great race, but wire had fallen off me fuel pump relay, so I had no fuel to feed the engine, so that's what ended that one. But it's good to finish up with a second from the rear of the field. It's good.
Good job, well done.
Brent Edwards coming off the back of last event with 3 wins, already locking up 2 for the day. It's looking good to be in a Falcon.
Yeah, well, how's the taxis go against all these sports cars? So, yeah, car's been great. Made a good start that time compared to last time, but the guys have tuned it up a bit more from yesterday's race. Track was a little bit slower, but I reckon we're in good stead for tomorrow. So just got out in front, managed the gap, and Cable Source Falcon was great.
Fantastic stuff. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, great share winners from race number 2 of the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops. What a race it was all the way to the end for some of our minor placings. Of course, we've still got the TA2 muscle cars coming up next, presented by Maritimo, and it's got a big field. 26 cars, 2 drivers. It's enduro time. It's all going to happen. We've seen the excitement of the fireworks that we saw from our co-drivers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Indeed, a lot of action coming from the Hi-Tech Royal Super Series. The TA2 muscle cars bringing absolutely all of the action here this weekend at Queensland Raceway. Still plenty more action still to come. We have the TA2 muscle cars, then followed by the 3-hour endurance race. 3-hour improved production race still to come from 5:15 today. So that's still still got plenty of action here. As Harrison says, I'm trying my luck for a chance for my next win at this tournament. I'm going to see if we get the win in person. I'll definitely have an okay. Why does Harrison come into my chat and just type the weirdest things? That looks so AI generated. It's insane. It's not even funny how AI generated that looks. It is not even funny how AI generated that looks. Anyways, the only way I could do that is if you wanted me to, I could come and pick it out and then I can go pick up from your place or just pick me. What? Oh, he's using the, I get what he's doing. No, yeah, I get what you're doing, Harrison. I'm just trying my luck for a chance to win this, for the next win at this tournament, and I'm sure... What? I don't know if I can get E. If I can get E. Harrison, you're crazy. Harrison, you're crazy. That's what you are. You are physically and mentally crazy. You're physically crazy, Harrison. You're not okay. You are not okay, Harrison. That is... Yeah, Harrison, you're not okay. Oh my lord. Anyways, up next on track, it is the TA2 muscle cars here. For the TF8 trial, TA2 muscle cars, and followed by the 3-hour endurance race, which will be quite epic indeed. What video is just uploaded? Please tell me. I wonder. Anyways, it's time to head back down to the world feed for the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series.
Racing, and welcome to TA2 Muscle Car Racing. This is our Ford Mustang. We have a 6.2 litre V8 under the hood here, producing roughly around 500 horsepower. And the best thing about this whole category is everything's controlled. So we got a controlled chassis, controlled engine, controlled brakes, controlled shocks and suspension.
He's not.
Which creates fantastic racing and real door-to-door battles, which is a lot of fun for our category. Now, the cars themselves are super basic. They're a really cool but basic race car. Not much data, only just enough for us drivers to understand what we're doing with the steering, with our feet, with the throttle, and that's probably about it. We got a cross-ply tyre, which generates fantastic racing. And the bodies themselves, they're essentially all fiberglass, so very basic in terms of construction. Basically made to rip a panel off, get it replaced, and get it back out there. And very much going with the NASCAR theme itself. So we've got the Perspex windows on the front and the rear, fiberglass body, no windows on the side. On the driver's side, which is the left-hand side, which I'll quickly take you around now, very much the NASCAR style, but we do have essentially what they call a dicky door. So a half door here, gets into our cockpit, and away we go. Inside the cockpit, we've got a 4-speed dogbox gearbox. You've got the option of either a G-Force gearbox or a Hollinger gearbox, an Australian-made product. And then we go into our 9-inch rear end. We've got quick change gears in the rear. So one of the only aspects that we can tune from team to team and drive to driver is that we've got quick change gear ratios. So we can change it from circuit to circuit or even driver to driver depending on the preference. The bodies themselves are heavily controlled, as I mentioned, but one area of freedom that we do have is our rear wing. So we can either tune it from the top wing or the bottom plane, and that gives us a little bit of adjustment, looking for either stability or a bit of straight line handling. So that's TA2 in a nutshell. Hope you enjoy the action this year, and yeah, wish us luck.
Yeah, well, that's what a TA2 muscle car's meant to look like. I'll tell you what, after that race number 2 from our second drivers, there's a few cars that were missing wings, missing body panels. There was all sorts of things happening. You can see a little bit of fresh panel work there on the Josh Thomas, Todd Hazelwood number 69 vehicle. That looks like a little bit of mechanical check that's been sent out for a lot of repairs going on down in our pit lane. It was a very exciting race number 2. Of course, our main drivers, the guys and girls that are in the championship, well, that was fairly, I don't want to say uneventful in terms of excitement, but we saw the cars get from start to finish. We didn't see a safety car run. Plenty going on throughout the field. Alice Buckley was very dominant. Lachlan Evidence slotted into second position there with the Ashley Jarvis Racing entry. Jared Hughes dropped back one position into third but managed to hold on, carrying that shoulder injury from his Super 2 incident last weekend. Now, when it came to our B drivers, well, that was a different story. We didn't even make it into turn number 2 there before we saw a massive incident. And what we've seen is Clay Richards and Ben McLaren who are working on that car to get it back with tomorrow's race. But we're getting him out on grid. We're not too far away from getting this TA2 endurance race underway. We're going to take a short break here at the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series. Time to fire up all 8 cylinders very shortly. So we won't be doing big podiums then. Yeah, okay. Look like an airlock.
Back at Queensland Raceway in the TA2 muscle cars, Tag Team Enduro Edition 3. And already, the first couple of episodes today have had plenty of hits. As the cars are making their way out for the endurance race over 45 minutes. It's been a mad scramble to get up here for this race, and now the car's on the grid for 45 minutes, a compulsory pit stop. So if you start the race, the other driver will finish it. The window will open at the 20th minute mark and close at the 27-minute mark. You can't change tyres today. You can bleed air pressures, which is exciting. But a grid full of absolute superstars. Jared McLean amongst all the action down here on the Dick Johnson straight. And of course, we have to start things off with the Road Active Suspension Pole Award. Fan for the second time in as many events. Alice Buckley, you are going home $500. Richard, tell me, what are you spending the money on?
Oh, probably parts after this race. Who knows? But yeah, no, it's good to get another pole position.
Starting from the front row here in the first of the Enduros, Tim Slade, your co-driver. Tell me, it's a high-speed game of chess. Is there anything special in the back pocket that you're going to whip out?
Oh, I'm just going to drive it and go around and around, starting off pole, hope to get around turn 1 and first, and then go from there. You can't really plan out a race, so it is what it is, and just drive the car.
Looking to roll with the punches, but great to see such enthusiasm. You've stamped your authority all over TA2 muscle car. It must feel so good.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, to be on pole once again after the last round 6 odd weeks ago, to back it up, yeah, can't thank the team enough. And Tim obviously has helped me up so much. It being my second race meeting and still being on pole after the first one, yeah, couldn't be happier. And realistically, just got to make it past turn 1. But I got such a good team around me.
Well, here we go. $500, all thanks to Road Active Suspension. Alice Buckley for the second time in a row. Mel, who have you got?
And Lachlan Evanet starting on the front row here. What's the plan?
I think I mainly want to give the car to Jimmy in one piece, keep it nice and clean. I think we have the pace to move forward. If I attack early, I want to really give it some, but also save the tyre. It's very interesting in these cars. It's hard to go over a long race distance. So yeah, I'll take it as it comes, see how it goes, and yeah, hopefully at the end we're right at the top again.
Any secrets for us in terms of tyre strategy, pit stops, early, late?
I can't say too much now. I can't give it away to the competitors, but no, it's just, yeah, just driving it smoothly and, yeah, just trying not to take too much out of the tyre early. It's very difficult on this Goodyear, but, yeah, we'll just see what we can do.
Thank you. Over to you, J-Mac.
Josh Thomas, you are starting here in the TFH car coming off the second row. It was a hectic Driver 2 race and you watched on. Tell me, how you feeling?
Yeah, pretty excited. We've had an average weekend, so yeah, long race now. See if we can move forward and see how we end up.
How important is this first stint for you?
It's pretty good, I think, to be honest. I don't care how many spots I really drop back as long as I can look after the car and the tyres and, yeah, put me average driver Todd Hazelwood in. But I'm sure he'd yeah, appreciate if I could give him a decent car to, yeah, finish the race on.
And just touching super brief on the rest of the TFH field, 5 cars and it's definitely dwindled, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I think we ended up, well, we might have got my little brother Nash back out here, but yeah, we've definitely spun some spatters today. It's been crazy.
Hard work. Over to you, Mel.
Okay, looks like P4. Obviously, you're starting the race, Jared. What's the plan?
What's the plan? I don't know. We're going to give it some. We'll see what we can do. Hopefully, we tune the car up a little bit. Craig's added some additional aero to the front of the car, so we'll see how that works. But no, I'm a little bit surprised to be this far up, to be honest with you. So we'll see what we can do and try and get a good start and see if we can get a couple spots ahead.
And Craig, any sneaky peeks into the tyre strategy for you guys, or when are you jumping in? Early, late?
Probably, I don't know, maybe late, but I can say that after my performance in that sprint race, we've got good tyres underneath us.
That's a good start. We'll watch the rest unfold. Thanks, J-Mac.
Nathan starting the number 42 from the third row of the grid. That run into turn 1, you've got a very stiff competitor right next to you.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be on the inside of him, not the outside of him. But no, either way, look, yeah, we had a good race last race. Car was really fast. Sort of got a bit screwed by the whole red flag procedure. We should have started second and we didn't. But anyway, we had a really fast car, and I'll probably burn too much out of tyres trying to get back to where I thought I was meant to be. And it's on me. But you know, long race, just got to look after tyres, give Tommy the keys midway through, and make sure she's got 4 big black Goodyears on there and in good condition, hopefully.
Mechanically, has the car been sound in the last 2 outings?
Touch wood, it's been great. So, no, look, I mean, I work on this car in between events, prep it and maintain it. There's no expense spared. So, I mean, this car's been a pleasure to work with. And, yeah, I mean, mechanically, I think we're good. Just got to make sure setup's there and it can last the whole race distance.
Best of luck.
Awesome. Thank you. Cheers.
Former TA2 Muscle Car Series champion Nathan Hearn, both he and Aaron Seaton in the field, and will start the cars. There's 6 Driver 2s that are going to start this race of the 24 now, with Clay Richardson, Ben by 1. Have just dashed past their pit paddock just before, and they're feverishly putting zip cables, race tape, and anything you like to get the Hanger Falklands Mustang ready for tomorrow. Well, here's the story so far in this TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. From earlier today, Alice Buckley and Jared Hughes. This is the Driver 1 highlights race under beautiful blue skies here. This was Tom Davies being assisted off and fishtailed his way out of turn number 2 and kept that car straight. Same couldn't be said for Graham Cheney. He was running 6th at this point before being assisted around there in the IDS Motorsports car. But then this one may come, the big moment of the race. 15-second time penalty being handed to the Josh Thomas car for Hayden Jackson. I saw you leave the car park like that once.
I've done it a couple of times actually, especially after the hype, I think, of the TAC time. That was a big moment under brakes. It was adjusted for the car. Unfortunately, though, for Brock Payne, he just locked the back wheels up on his own. There was no car involved there, but Josh Hayes was probably the one that ended up on the outside, lost a heap more position for Hayes Jackson, managed to give himself a bit of redemption there and gave Josh Thomas a bit of a nudge as that car's been in the walls. Alice Buckley, well, dominant again, starting on pole and just took that car home, looked after those tyres, and hadn't she done it, would be really impressive in that Chevy performance tomorrow.
Third straight victory for Alice Buckley. This was race number 2 and the first start, which looked okay till we got about here, and all of a sudden it was on. Jordan Cox was not touched here through the middle. There was a little bump there, and all of a sudden he was unloading himself and nowhere to go for Todd Hazelwood. There was so much to unpick, but it didn't matter. When the red flag came out, the race became null and void. We'll talk about that during it, but a lot of damage down here, particularly to the Nash Morris Diesel Thomas entry down here, which sat stranded on the track for quite some time. A lengthy delay, and then finally went back to green flag racing for 11 laps around here. Did they take it nice and easy on the first lap? And the 4 of Jordan Cox would come to a stop there on the way down to turn number 6. That was Kostecki blazing his way through the field. Much like this guy, who's a 3-time winner in Trans Am this year, did it with ease. James Golding picking up a shortened edition of the Driver 2 event. Ash Jarvis stoked with that result, the Cam Quarries team, and puts himself in a really to get them into their correct positions.
Yeah, absolutely. So my tyres didn't do really anything in that second race. So we had a really good set of tyres that have been nicely roaded and worn in. So we feel like they're going to be good and stable across the run. And then yeah, we'll see. I'll get in about halfway and just see how it shakes out.
Well, we hope you have a good race then.
Thanks. Me too.
Second back in 2019, George Medicki back at home, and he said the cars have changed so much since he was last out there, but really was impressed by the quality of drivers we've got in this TA2 Muscle Car Series field. We're just waiting for the last of our VIP guests to clear over the wall. This is quite a giant wall. I don't think you jump over without assistance or a ladder here.
No, you've got to have the ladder, one ladder. So it's a bit of a single file, I suppose, you get over there. But have a look at them lined up here, that breeze just coming across Queensland Raceway, and you can feel the temperature dropping outside at the moment as the sun just sort of setting in the back. We haven't reached sunset yet, but that might play a factor, I think, because you could see a lot in our previous race there as I came down the main straight, a lot of sun coming in through that front window. So could catch a couple of drivers unaware, especially once we get that driver change done. Now, talking to a lot of the teams that did some driver change just yesterday in practice, there's a 90-second window from the moment they enter pit lanes to the moment they exit. That's a minimum amount of time, but a lot of them seem to take quite a bit longer to get down there and get the driver change done. So could be a big advantage for some of those crews who can manage to get that one driver out, next driver in, where they can make up a few seconds.
That's a cool shot. I haven't seen that one before behind turn number 2 of this venue from opened back in 1999, the Willowbank pre-seat with a drag strip over the distance, the karting track. The Ringers Western Girls have been an addition the last 2 rounds of the Hi-Tech Auto Super Series. And you're right, there's going to be a lot to unpick in this. As you said, that wind has picked up a lot. It's a cross breeze now across the back straight and the main straight here as well. So we're waiting for the cars to leave on this parade lap, and then we'll go racing. One more word from down the lane. Here's J-Mac.
James Golding waiting in the wings as your co-driver Lachlan Evanet starts from the outside line, the front row. How important is track position at the start here on the run into turn 1?
Oh, it's definitely important. You want to be in the best spot, but when you're starting off the front row with a fast car, you've got to have a lot of confidence heading into a long race like this. So just tell Lockie to do what he can at the start. If you can get a position, that's awesome. Otherwise, just settle in and let the race come to us.
You guys were able to bring the car home with a decent gap in your particular outing. How are the tyres looking? Did you burn them up?
Still black and round, mate, so they should be all right. I think everyone will be pretty similar on tyres for this one, but tomorrow might be a bit different, so we'll look forward to that.
We're keen to see.
Cheers, thanks.
Good combination. Thanks, Joe. Back on the pit lane, but him and Mel Price will capture all the action. It's going to get very busy around the 20-minute mark of this race. There's Matty Cav said 90-second pit stop time. It's 344 metres, incidentally, from one end to the other of this pit lane. So you've really got about 60 seconds of stop time to do a driver change. You can't change tyres, incidentally. You can bleed pressures, and you're allowed to remove any debris that might have got into the fresh air intakes or around the radiator grille there. But 3 personnel only. And for some teams, have never done this before. For others, there's some seasoned campaigners down there, but that is going to be critical on how this race plays out over the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, we'll start to lead the way in this parade lap now for the TA2 muscle cars. You've been waiting 12 months again for another Enduro. We've done it at a couple of tracks. Darwin was really cool the first time we did it up there, and it was a big introduction to this style of racing with these cars too. And it was all about bringing the cars home at that stage too. Normally a 20-25 minute race is where they're at. So to go the full 45-50 minutes, it's a full tank of fuel really for the cars as well. It's tyres, how they look after them. Last year we saw it at the Bend, and that got brought down a little bit, didn't we, with some incidents at the Bend, but we got a little bit more time here at Queensland Raceway. We're going to play out a full 45 minutes enduro race, but we've got to get those cars through turn 1 and 2, and that is going to be the sticking point there. Who is really going to push their limits coming into this? Or are we just going to settle down and get into a rhythm? Well, you think that it's
perfect. Betting here.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's a 50-50, isn't it? Like,
it is. And Yeah, we saw that race too. I just hope they use their brains in this one because it is a long way to go through. Incidentally, the grid sheet that was issued has been deemed incorrect. That's why the drivers are leaving at different points here to join the queue at the back straight there. So it hasn't started our countdown clock. It's Blake Tracy powers away in the Brad Gartner 22 high-tech old Chevy Camaro. Now, they were originally scheduled. These guys were starting a bit down the field by their expectations in 19th position. So the grid will look a bit jumbled up for this one in just a few moments' time. And there's the patchwork hood. In fact, that is the guard off Ed Hodson's car that's on the back of the Diesel Thomas Nash Morris car. In fact, Ash Jarvis offered the complete car to run for this race, but the TFH guys managed to get it together. Brett Thomas is here this afternoon watching on, and he wasn't the only team that was suffering from a bit of trauma after that race earlier today. And we noted that the Hampshire Faulkner's Mustang that won't be out for today's race. They're deciding to get that car right, ready for tomorrow with Ben Bargwanna and Clay Richards both making their TA2 Muscle Car Series debut. As we watch the number 200 leave away now, Josh Webster and George Miedeke. And it's Matt McKeldin talking down. You can actually feel the heat coming off his body right now. There's been that much going on since we last joined you a few moments ago. But a big shout out to the TA2 Muscle Car crew. It's a small team, but it's growing every time we go racing. And there's more and more names that are getting into this. There's quite a few people on the outside looking in, want to be part of this into 2026. There'll be a calendar issued probably in the next couple of months on where we're going across the country for next year, and it's just ever booming, this category.
Isn't it exciting to see the names that get involved, the different generations, I suppose, of household race car names that we've seen over the years at Bathurst and in supercars, and now their sons, grandsons, you know, parts of the family starting to join, and where they're starting is in these ranks in TA2 and Trans Am.
It was funny up in Darwin, walking to the pits there, you had Ben Bargwanna, Richards and Glenn Seaton all in one area, and just go, there's like a trio of legends in this sport, and seeing their sons climb up through there now. Benny Bargwanna, of course, committed to TCR racing. They're looking to do that once again down the track. And of course, Clay Richards, who started in the Cupra last year for Carl Cox Motorsport, bought the Mark Crutcher car at this round a couple of weeks back and took it down to Sandown. Didn't turn out to be the best weekend on debut. He's a Toyota 86 Series round winner down there, but they're hoping for better things here. Great crowd here today, and why not be out on a day like this? That beautiful viewing deck at the top of these fairly new pit buildings that Tony Quinn has invested heavily in. The new podium, it's on the back of the race control building facing the crowd. We'll bring that tomorrow, of course, with all the big races to come up. And across that viewing deck. It is probably the best spectator-friendly track. Up there with Simmons Plains for seeing the entire venue from anywhere you look.
Oh yeah, and it's a credit to Tony Quinn and his crew here, isn't it? Every time you come back to the track, you know, I'm only lucky to get here a couple of times a year, but you come back and wow, there's something new, there's a new screen, there's a new shed, there's new amenities, you know. It's just really about the experience. I think when you come to a racetrack, it's not just about putting cars on track. They want everyone to enjoy them. There's a Todd Hazelwood fan getting pretty excited.
Oh, a great lounge fan.
Yeah, a lousy fan, yeah, good track.
Yeah, so I wonder if that'll put the drivers off if you hang them up there at the braking point.
Yeah, they're getting ready for the second phase of this one. We change over to those drivers. We've already seen they're not going to be starting this race at the moment. And yeah, a bit of a reshuffle from what we saw up here from our expected grid to take off. And this will change things. The High-Tech Oils Motorsport crews you can see on board with Blake Tracy. And of course, Brad Gardner will take that seat in the second phase of this race. They've really had to put a bit of an effort in after qualifying and practice didn't go their way.
Okay, so Buckley and Slade start in that Chevrolet racing car along with Evanet and Golding, Thomas and Hazelwood, Hughes and Lounsey in P4, Davies and Hearn in P5, Norris and Kostecki in P6, Crutcher and Cox in P7, with Gomersal and Glenn Seaton in P8, with Thomas and Paul Morris in P9, that rhymes. And in P10, it is Jackson and Declan Fraser in P10. The two Cheney brothers in P11, with Richards and Bargwanna, Stephen Richards and Bargwanna in P12, Webster and Miedeke, Collier and Barber, Madden and Andreski, Stibbs and Haynes, Roberts and Kasher in P17. And then sadly the page turns over, and Blanchard, Udi, Reedy, Parker, Farr, Pride, Hadley, McAllister, Prosser, Laws, and Wilson and Liam on that back row of the grid. We're about to get the TFH hire TA2 muscle cars underway for the 45-minute enduro here, and then followed by the final action of the day, which is the Australian production cars. 3 whole hours of racing. We have Matt Nolte and Matt Kavanagh up in the high-tech commentary team. They'll be up in the combox for the world feed as well. But the cars are lining their way up on the grid, well, forming 2x2 here, and we're going to get a start very, very soon. In a few moments' time, let's head it up to the world feed.
The tag team Enduro. This is endurance number 1 here at Queensland Raceway. Waiting for the rest of the field to stack up. The view from the pit deck as we go racing for 45 minutes. The pit stop window opens at the 20-minute mark. And let's watch them tiptoe their way through turn 1 for the first time. It looks like they've tucked in nicely. They're playing fairly well through the middle of the turn. Look, you can't get off the racing line here, so you can see there's dust, there's debris, there's gravel, there's clean-up material. But they've played it nicely as we work our way down the back straight for the first time. Buckley leading from Hearn. We jump in calm with Thomas on the way down to the bottom turn.
Yeah, Thomas having a bit of work out at night position with that reshuffle too. That's significant damage on that car. Not as much as his brothers, but he's had to find his way into there. You see Jordan Cox way down in the pack at the moment in 21st position. And he's taken the primary drive here in the endurance, going to start things off. Alice Buckley, well, she's held out Hearn and Evident, who want to get themselves into a little bit of a stoush at the moment. Hearn went around the outside, much like he did in race number 2. He saw a little bit of break. Who's that already off? Hayden Jackson in the 81, is it?
It is.
Yes.
The luckless Hayden Jackson shows how big the infield is there. Plenty of green grass to rest on, but that puts him to last position outside the top 10. A day to forget for the Dodge Challenger team as Buckley leads the end of lap number 1. Evident runs second with Hearn, Hughes, and look at the car still kicking up dirt as they come past the speed shot on the Dick Johnson straight.
Hasn't Josh Haynes and Lee Stibbs done a fair bit of work in the background in the number 66 for the High Tech Horse Motorsport, because they were way out in qualifying. They even, Lee Stibbs had to start off the back of the pack after a mechanical infringement came in qualifying, so they're working hard now, and he is all over the back of Paul Morris at the moment, and what a moment it'd be for young Josh Haynes if he could get past someone like Paul Morris, who's very experienced in all forms of racing.
It'd be massive, wouldn't it? It's big lock up here from Haynes. Tried it and actually worked out okay for him. He's on the better line here down to turn number 4 as he stays side by side with Paul Morris in Nash Morris's car as Hayden Jackson goes in nose first into the garage down on pit lane. So I hope they can get this car back out. There is plenty of time to get out. You need points. Every point is going to help for the second endurance race tomorrow afternoon here at Queensland Raceways. Around the outside is Thomas on the 35 of Aaron Seaton, the former champion. Lock up from the dude heading down into the final turn. So they've settled in at the end of lap number 2. Alice Buckley, 1:13.6, superseded by Evident. And Jared Hughes flying in the car that he'll share with Craig Lowndes during this race. And it's back to Haynes. Seaton on the inside, staying there with the 18 of Diesel Thomas. And Brandon Madden and Blake Tracy inside that top 10 as we start lap 3.
So we look further down the pack, have a look at this as they line up. Morris, Thomas, Seaton, Madden, Tracy and Webster. Cox back in 12th already. That's going to be big charge forward from him as well. Alice Buckley leading us here at the moment though. We're just starting this endurance race as we'll have a look at some of our Hyundai highlights. Have a look at this replay.
Oh, it's Cheney. That's a separate incident there. So the IES Motorsports car of Cheney, Tyler Cheney behind the wheel at the moment, down at turn number 4. That's why he's back in 22nd position with the sister car back in 23rd. So, we didn't see that originally. Someone with more smoke coming out of turn 4. In time, here's Nathan Hearn. Looking racy on Lockie Evident. And so too is Jared Hughes, the fastest car in this quartet of cars. As they come out of turn 6 to complete another lap. Well, Alice Buckley has half a second.
Little break lock up there, no problem. You can see the tyre smoke just come off. Won't want to be making too many mistakes this early on in the race, especially with the tyre talk out there amongst the crews. And some of them do have slightly better tyres, like I say. Very unfortunate in that race too for some of the cars to retire very early, but very fortunate to come down and look what the damage may be on here. Is it a front tyre or is it something along
There's a single bench on the inside there, perhaps on the 81. Our pit reporter's nice and warmed up soon with the pit window opening in about 16 minutes' time. Oh no, there's Buckley. So a mistake from the 150, and that's a tyre rub. And I think it's a lock-up on the 42. It's the second time we've seen that from Hearn in the Chevy Camaro. His own car being raced by Tom Davies, Exchange Hotel Kilcoy, helping out with the 42 machine as he runs back in third position. Buckley not getting away here. 0.6 of a second. That's first, second, third, and fourth. You're watching from the drone cam to make their way down to complete another lap. And lap time starting to get quicker out there. We're in the mid-13s right now. Alice Buckley was in pole position yesterday with a 1:11.9, a new qualifying record for TA2 muscle cars.
Yeah, it was 4/10 faster than anyone else in the field at the time. Like, it was a massive gap, really, when it comes to qualifying. What we used to see that within 4/10, we've normally seen 4 or 5 positions.
Yeah.
No, she had a commanding lead on that one, and, you know, very, very fast in the car. But, you know, we've got into race mode now. We were starting to use up our tyre back even this early in the weekend. It's a game of cat and mouse, and what you want to do in terms of your strategy, how far you want to try and push the car early on. She's got the clean air at the moment, where we're seeing some of these cars a bit further back having to battle it through, and that's really going to take a lot of tyre out of the car, as well as brakes, which is going to be another one. Tonight, I'd expect most teams are going to do a brake change.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Oh, Blake Tracy had 2 bites at the brakes down here at turn 3. Good little combination this one with he and Brad Gardner, who took it last year, didn't he, to Josh Haynes in the overall series. I think that's a massive find, getting Blake Tracy, the teenager, to team up. He's a very talented driver out of the Albury-Wodonga region in Victoria. And we'll hand that over to Brad Gardner later on. They're in 10th position with Webster behind. Jordan Cox is up into 12th spot now with Collier. Josh Thomas back in 14th. Connor Roberts has got ahead of Robbie Farr, who's moved up a few positions already in the second high-tech or Chevy Camaro coming out that final turn. Here's the leader, 13.3 on the previous lap down for Alice Buckley, so quicker in the final sector. Noted yesterday that she was much quicker than everybody else through sector 1, but that's the best third sector of the weekend so far. Side by side, Robbie Farr here with Aaron Prosser. Prosser has the better line, and the former sprint car. Oh no, Danny Reedy almost got into the second time. A couple of sprint car mates. Robbins Racing, they say.
Yeah, like we said Friday to go and see if we can just was run all together in the mix and find out what's going to go on. Jordan Cox, though, starting to work his way into the groove at the moment in 12th position behind Webster, but it's a lineup of cars in front of him, isn't it? Tracy Madden, Seaton, Thomas, Morris, and then a little bit of a gap up to Haynes, who's in position number 5 at the moment. Let's get some news down in pit lane from J-Mac.
A luckless weekend here for Hayden Jackson. Contact in the start, causing lower suspension damage. You can see that the tie rod is bent in there, and the team doing absolutely everything they can to relieve the pressure so they can get that lower steering arm free and presumably change it out for a fresh item. But it's all hands on deck here in the pits of the 81.
That's Maisie Place, J-Mac. Maisie Place working on the front of that car too. Noted RXA Cup racer in her own right. Loves to work on these race cars. In fact, you'll see her in a pit garage more often than not when she's not racing the car. So part of the Hayden Jackson team. Now, just want to get that car out to get points. You don't want a DNF. A DNF nets you donuts. And not the ones that you and I like and probably will sample during tonight's race. You can't afford to have 0 points in this series.
Yeah, you just need to do something. Hayden Jackson, he's had a tumultuous year, really. He just can't seem to just get it together. He's always been on the back end of some bad luck, and Declan Fraser had an unbelievable result, really, in race number 2 in that car. So it's got a lot of pace in it, but we just need to get past those points. Probably some wheel-to-wheel contact at some point. It's easy as that, just to ruin your race there. But 45 minutes, it's a great time to get the car back out, like you say, trying to accumulate any points you can. A couple of laps back, we saw Alice Buckley with another lock-up there in the car. So potentially playing with some brake bias or something with a change to setup in the car. Oh no, it's a massive one, but the cooler temperatures coming in, they may have made a setup change trying to account for that. Maybe it hasn't worked.
It's dropped a couple of degrees since our race earlier today. In fact, it sits, I know it's cooling down, but it's 23 degrees as Nash Morris walks with his Scott Taylor Motorsport overalls and helmet on, talking to the TFA tyre team that when they'll jump in, remember there's no tyre changes in the pit stops. Now, if you cut a tyre down, of course you have to, but you cannot change them just for the sake of changing them. So you'll need to nurse these tyres through this entire 45-minute race. And teams are still saying it's not about the tyres getting dead in this track, it's more about them overheating. But now we've got a bit of shade around the track, particularly the back straight from turn 2 to turn 3. It's pretty much covered in shade.
Well, the other thing to me, like I was mentioning earlier, is getting the driver change done so you can get in and out as close to that 90 seconds as possible. But the other thing is the weight of the car. There is a minimum weight coming in here, and some of our drivers, there's quite a difference between driver 1 and driver 2 in the weight. So are you putting a lighter driver in a full tank of fuel and a heavier driver in at the back on a lower, or you know, or are you gonna, if you've got a slightly better driver, will you just put a bit more fuel in and let the heavier driver go start and take the risk at the end of the race? So there's a lot of different strategies to lay out, and you know what risks that drivers and teams want to take.
Certainly at the car number 4, that's what they're playing right there. And you just can't take it personally if you say, well, you're the heavier guy, you can jump in for the end of it. You don't want to put your car underweight. If you're a couple of grams underweight, you're out. You can't take that risk in this. So that's more twist in how we make this endurance race work. As Morris of the pole variety comes on by in 6th position behind Diesel Thomas. In 7th, Aaron Seaton, one of, what have we got there? 7 co-drivers out there. Driving 2s out there at the moment. They work towards the back straight. That was close. That was mighty close.
How did he hold on to that?
Yeah, exactly.
He's 16 years of age. It's crazy. It's not like a wealth of experience, you know what I mean? He is 16 years of age, takes great direction as Paul Morris has a little brake lock up as well as they head into the shadows into turn number 3 in Gomersall. Well, it's actually, like I say, Seaton in the car at the moment, but another one of the cars out of the TFH stables.
To look down to turn number 4, outside is Seaton. So straight on the defensive was Diesel Thomas, and he knew that wiped off the speed when you're looking at 230 plus kilometres an hour in one of these TA2 muscle cars on the way to turn 3. He didn't lose that much. Aaron Seaton's deciding to do the edging and saving the groundskeeper doing some work next week here at Queensland Raceway. Doors left open from the teenager as Goodyear tyres squealing on the way out of the final turn to complete a lap. So Buckley leads by 1.2 seconds from Lachlan Evanet in the Cam Quarries Mustang for Ash Jarvis Racing. Nathan Hearn is next. Jared Hughes is 4th with Josh Haynes. Paul Morris, Diesel Thomas. Back to Aaron Seaton, Josh Webster and Jordan Cox now inside the top 10.
Have a look at the times. Hearn, Hughes, Haynes, they're all very, very similar. Those mid 113s, it's so close out there. No one's really gaining anything at the moment. It's slight little brake lock-ups out there. Maybe the shadows starting to appear on the track as well, where the braking markers have been a bit earlier in the day where it's been nice and clear. Now that might play a little bit of a part with some of the drivers here if they can just hold on to it. We're just over 10 minutes into this 45 minutes endurance race here for the TA2 muscle cars. Presented by Maritimo Luxury Yachts. Alice Buckley leading out. Evanet 1.4 seconds behind, followed by Hearn, Hughes, Haynes, Morris, Thomas, Seaton, Webster and Cox now up into 10th position.
It's a good turnout here, isn't it, for Cam Quarries? Sky blue car. It's been a catchy colour this year. We'll see more blue car. Oh, drama's down here now for Cam Laws and Aaron Prosser's entry. The 91 machine with Prosser behind the wheel. That's down at turn 4. One of 2 left-handers we have on this 3.1 kilometre 6-turn Queensland Raceway. And down at 21st position goes the 91. He returns. Hasn't turned 4. Provided some action over this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And luckily, there's a bit of an open space there to get that car back out on track. I was worried there potentially that car wouldn't move, but just waiting for the traffic to go by and just get our eyes back on our race leader for a second. And a couple of moments into turn 3 and turn 6 where we're seeing some tyre smoke come out from under these cars. Evanet needs to watch out because Hearn is really trying to apply the pressure. He's just opened up about a 10th and a half over in this lap at the moment, just out to 0.6 of a second, the gap between these two. Hearn with a lot of experience, especially going over to America for those 12 to 18 months. Recently went back there as well, driving some of these TA2 cars over there, a bit some of the best the USA has to offer, and getting on a few podiums as well. So a wealth of experience for his age.
It's enormous over there in the US with TA Racing. Of course, this started back in 2017, really only racing up here in Queensland and the famous Lakeside circuit. At the first year, there was only about half a dozen cars that were in captivity, but now well over 100 that are registered in the country. Hughes goes on by. Big gap back to Paul Morris. And Haynes dropping down the order on our screens here as he's coming to pit lane. And before the pit window. So I was just watching that. And Josh Haynes, who's teamed up with Lee Stibbs, is coming to pit lane before the window is open. So something's going on behind Tech Oil Chevy Camaro. The 66 makes its way back in the pit lane. It's now Hearn starts to apply pressure to Lachlan Evans. It has a big donut ring on the side of, and that's gone into the garage incidentally. The donut ring down the side of the number 8 car. As this just lets Alice Buckley off the hook a bit. The gap's down to 2.2 seconds, but the pit stop window not too far away, and then we'll start to see the next crew of drivers jump in for the balance of the race. 30 minutes roughly remain of this tag team enduro. Third edition here in the first appearance at Queensland Raceway as Hearn goes wide while down in the High Tech Oils garage, jacking up the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the Chevy Camaro. Don't like the look of that smoke coming out the front, so it could be a fairly lengthy pit stop down there in the pit lane. So he's in the pit. We're watching the battle for third and fourth as we head towards the pit stop window. 29.5 minutes remaining here. Watch the tag team enduro from Queensland Raceway.
Here we go. Evan in second position. Just dropped off the back of Alice Buckley at the moment. He's leading us here in this endurance for the TA2 muscle cars. It's going to be great.
So yeah, Matt Hearn really putting pressure here on Evanet, this is for P2 and P3. Hearn up the inside, absolutely sends it, shoving Evanet a little bit wide on exit. But apart from that, Hearn gets that move done very, very, very nicely. Here's, we are only 4 minutes and 15 seconds away from this pit window opening. So that's a really important topic here. The pit window of this race. 29 minutes to go in this race, with Alice Buckley leading by 3.3 seconds. Of course, she really took race 1 earlier on today in a very, very good style. Of course, Evanet will be handing it over to James Golding a little bit later on, which will be in about 3 minutes time, actually, as we look on board here with the number 8, and that is a really sideways moment there. Sorry, for the number 18 of Thomas. He's going to lose that position to Seaton and possibly Webster as they run side by side down into turn number 4. The braking zone, and Cox really putting out the flames in the background, putting a bit of flame onto the track there as the number 200 gets past Thomas. And now he's going to be under a bit of pressure here by Cox. Cox sending it down into turn number 4. Sorry, turn number 5. The double apex right-hander. 2.5 minutes to go. This is the replay of what has happened to the Blanchard Racing team. No, sorry, that is the TFHI car off the road. One of the TFHI cars, and that's another car also off the road and skirting sideways, getting back on the track. So I don't think that was very much a corner cut, but it was somewhat close to it. 3.7 seconds that margin. Buckley to Hearn, P1 and P2. He has, sadly, we have Hughes out of that car. We heard there that car unable to continue racing, possibly with a mechanical drama inside of that car. Very, very unfortunate there. But sideways for the number 18. Sorry, for the 118, I think that was. Getting sideways. Sorry, that was the 18. Getting sideways of Thomas. Cox trying to re-pull that move there. This is battle for P8 and P9 on circuit, as they run through turn 5 once more in this race. 1.5 minutes until the pit lane opens. Cox to the outside, back to the inside. Can he look for the move? He cannot. And Thomas doing a beautiful job to hold off this position. Up the inside there. Cox nearly making contact on exit there on turn 6. It's going to be now the slipstream race for Cox. Down into turn number 1. Webster pulling away just slightly. But Thomas putting a lot of... He's been under a lot of pressure in this race so far. That car just not seeming to have as much pace as what it did in race 1. 50 seconds until the pit window opens here, by the way. As Cox to the outside once more. Bursting the flames under braking. And so far keeping P9, but putting immense pressure on Thomas up in front. Hughes now starting to put a bit more pressure onto the back of Evanet. He'll be handing that car over to Golding. He seems quite quick in race 2 in the race for the second drivers. Hopefully Golding can once again pull that car out of the dumpsters. Evanet really struggling for pace here in this one. 5 seconds until the pit window opens. Those drivers that are further back down the grid probably is the best time to take that pit stop that is required in this one. I'm guessing the pit window is open now. Here's the pit window open. This lap, I'm guessing. Buckley, 4.3 seconds there. Our race leader. As that car we were riding on board. I think that was on board there with Hughes as Evanet and Hughes side by side. And there you go, pit window is open. So this is now the chance for the drivers to come in and get those CPS window, getting that CPS window done. There's a minimum hold of 90 seconds. Now, this is the big question. When does Buckley come in? Evanet is in the pit lane. Sorry, that's number 63 in the pit lane. That is Collier jumping out of that car, and confirmation as to who we're getting in that car. As teams dropping the tyre pressures, possibly trying to give the incoming driver a bit better tyres. That is what the team will be wanting to do with just under 25.5 minutes to go. So Evanet there in that car, well, has just jumped out of that car. And this is another car in the pit lane as well. So a lot of drivers further back down the grid are taking these pit stops. Of course, there is really no advantage in terms of fresher rubber, or it's just really a better driver. So I think you can run the pit stop window until the end of the race. So you have until the end of the race to get these pit stops done, or unless I'm very much mistaken as to how this pit stop window works. I'm going to guess it's the whole race that you get, because Buckley's still not into the pit lane on this lap. And there's going to be a few cars here that get lapped, but that won't matter here as Buckley comes through to lap Wilson a bit further back down the grid. Sorry, Wilson is currently still out on circuit, but Buckley, 4.3 seconds there. And Diesel, the number 18, will be swapping that car over to Diesel, getting Thomas out of that car. And the Morris brothers, now they swap over and goes from Paul Morris to Nash Morris inside that number 67 there. Todd Hazelwood inside that TFH Hire Racing Ford Mustang. Todd Hazelwood gets inside. Of course, there is a compulsory, there is a minimum 90 seconds here. So if you go 90 seconds over within the pit lane, there's going to be a slap on the wrist here. So you have 90 seconds or less to get that driver change done. But 21.5 minutes to go in this one. Buckley continuing to pull that margin out ever so slightly. Continuing to pull that margin out and out and out and out. I think Hearn is in the pit lane. Yes, Hearn is in the pit lane, and I think that is along with Hughes as well, who is also in the pit lane. So Hearn deciding to jump out of that car and throw in the co-driver. And so is Hughes. So Hughes is going to jump out of that car. Buckley will be seeing this. There's going to be no chance of an undercut, you'd think. You wouldn't think there'd be a chance of an undercut here in this sort of race. Because, of course, there is no compulsory chance for a tyre change. So you don't have to change tyres or anything. It's just a matter of the driver. So there is no chance of, unless you have to change tyres for a puncture or anything like that. Then, apart from that, you can't box. You can't change tyres. So Jared Hughes hopping out of that car. And throwing in the co-driver inside that 118 car as Buckley is in. This is an important pit stop here. They are reacting to other cars coming in. And Buckley is in the pit lane. I think you have 10 minutes to get these drivers swapped over. Here, so you have 10 minutes to get these drivers swapped over as well. So, or the pit window might close to the 20-minute mark. So, pit entry might close the 20-minute mark. I'm not sure yet. Or you might have less. I'm not sure. But, yeah. So, in goes Buckley. And he will be jumping out of that car. Very nice stint there from Buckley. Pulling that margin nearly 4.5 seconds at the end of that one. Unlike the in-production race that we'll have... Oh, Crutcher! That car's on fire! That car is on fire! The number 4 car is on fire. And that... I'm not even sure if that's burnt rubber or if that is... We did see flames coming out of that car earlier on. But that car has got a huge fire in the back end of that thing. And... luckily that thing's not out on circuit there because there's a lot of grass on the infield. And if that grass gets caught on fire, then there would immediately be a safety car or more or less a red flag to try and get that thing under control. The number 4 in the pit lane, that is Cox coming out of that car now. And we'll be handing over. So Buckley will be coming. Buckley is now inside that car. So Buckley getting inside of that thing. And will now be absolutely flying for the back end of this one. It was a really, really good stint from the driver beforehand. Now, as you can see there, minimum of 90 seconds you have to be held for. So if you hold it for any less, then there's going to be a few problems. But what a stint beforehand there. But Buckley now inside that car. Sorry, that is Tim Slade. So Buckley is out of the car. Slade is now in the car. So timing screen was a little bit wrong there. But sadly, for the number 4 out of this race, that is Jordan Cox out. You have to be held for a minimum of 90 seconds. Slade leads this race over Meineke. Then Craig Lowndes, Brody Kostecki, Gomersal, Davies, Cheney, Andreski, Hazelwood, Morris, Kasha, Barber, Pride, Blanchard, Lange, Laws, McAllister, and Cox, who is sadly out of this race. Everett is in the pit lane. It will now hold over to the 150, who is now in the lead of this race. It is Tim Slade. Let's head it down to the pit. Let's head it down.
Hard run to the finish. Tell me, he's only just got a bare weight break over you. How close are we going to be to underweight on the way back in?
Oh, well, he's actually 20 kilos heavier than me, even though we're the same height. So, no, I think he'll be fine, obviously. We've double-checked through this heat that weight's going to be perfect. So, I was pretty confident I trust him with my life. So, I reckon we'll be sweet. But, yeah, just handed the car over to Timmy to see what he can do. Hopefully, he can keep it in first because brought it in first. And I think he's third outright right now. And a lot of people haven't done stops. So, we're not upset about that at all.
Great stuff. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you.
Indeed, shouldn't be happy about that. Should be happy about that. Absolutely epic result that would be to win the first endurance of the weekend. This is Meineke. Of course, there is still 2 more sprint races tomorrow. at some point. You can see how beat up and bashed that car is, that number 200 of Mediki. 3.2 seconds back is Craig Lowndes. Then Jimmy Golding, who was really quick earlier on today. He's just handed that car over from Evernet to now Golding. Expect Golding to be quite quick here. We did see a few cars do some tyre pressures, including the Nash Morris car. Nash Morris currently inside that car, but Nash Morris, in that preceding car, he's done tyre pressure, so that car should be a bit quicker now, especially with that as we hand it down to Lara.
Correction, considering we just saw the car on fire, but before we talk about that, you were having a fantastic run.
Yeah, we started from the back. We just haven't had a good weekend. Like, we just had dramas since we rolled out yesterday, and the dramas continue. So yeah, the car was handling amazing. Like, it was one of the best Trans Ams I've driven. Like, it felt, could put it anywhere I wanted. It was a great car to drive, and especially considering the fuel and whatnot. It was really the only guys in, but we just had an engine issue that's been there since yesterday. So we're losing power down the straights, and then out of the corner is just boggy, and apparently the car was actually catching fire on the exit of some of the corners, and then it's just blown up in pit lane. So super disappointing. I feel sorry for Grudge, it's a brand new car. So, but the TO2 technical department and our amazing crew, Jackson and Sam, we'll get it sorted. So hey, we're racing cars. It's not all bad, you know.
Oh, you drive well. That's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all you can have a go. Like, anyway, I had a really good car underneath the handling wise, so I had to maximise it. A little bit aggressive in some spots, and it was pretty hairy out there. Once the tyre burns up, you see everyone moving around a lot and making mistakes. The sun's in your eyes at turn 2. So it was a pretty good race up until then. Yeah.
Well, some great feedback from Jordan Cox. Unfortunately, it won't be finishing the race, but great drive, and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Absolutely, we'll be back. So.
Great, thanks.
Quite unfortunate there for Jordan Cox. Was going to hand that car over to Gomersal. Wasn't going to hand that car over to Gomersal. But yeah, what a first stint from Alice Buckley, who led this race. She's now handed over to Tim Slade, and he's leading by nearly 8 seconds in this race. Lapped cars are starting to become a bit of a factor here after all these pit stops. So lapped cars becoming a factor in this one. So there's about 8.1 seconds that margin between Tim Slade and Mediki, P1 and P2 at the moment. And his first outright here for Tim Slade. This 150 car has had a lot of mileage so far this year, as the 118 getting really sideways of Craig Lowndes. He's really pushing that car. As that car bursting flames into the braking zone there as he shifts gears. Mediki, he's dropped that margin just a little bit. It's down to 8 seconds now. So still got 13 minutes of this race to go. You've got about 10 or so laps remaining. It's just about now for Tim Slade, keeping his calm, keeping the pace up, keeping a good consistency within that 150 Ford Mustang. Really keeping a good consistent pace up. If he can do that, he's on to win this race. And on to really take quite a dominant victory. It has been quite a dominant weekend for Alice Buckley. She won the Driver 1 race earlier this morning, and then went into Driver 2 race. Tim Slade, he finished 3rd or 4th. But now in this endurance, it seems as if that car is good in terms of consistency when it's out in front, when it has nothing else to really worry about. That car seems to be quite good and performing quite well. As Mediki further back, 8.3 seconds in second. Craig Lowndes in third, 4.1. Of course, you've got to keep... Also, the other thing you've got to do is try and keep these tyres alive. There will be some teams that drop tyre pressures in the pit stop. And then there would have been some teams that didn't drop tyre pressures. And, well, they would have checked tyre pressures and they would have been like, oh, those tyres are fine. So, yeah, it's good to see that these tyres are quite durable here, this Goodyear rubber. Quite durable indeed. I thought it was the Hoosier tyre that these drivers were running on, but of course, switched off that Hoosier tyre last year, or even heading into this year, they switched off that. switched off that Hoosier tyre. Now onto the Goodyear rubber. It's quite a harder compound of tyre here this season. Let's head it down to the pit lane.
In a fantastic position. Now, currently running in second with a penalty from Manuki.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're still just struggling with the car for some reason. Just can't seem to work this thing out. Don't know why, but he's doing a good job out there, just keeping it together, doing consistent laps. Got Brody coming behind now. He's hauling ass, so hopefully we can hold him off. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
How hard was it physically to wrestle the car out there at QR?
It's not normally that bad, but with the shoulder and everything, it's a little bit harder. But that's all right. No excuse. We're all good.
No excuse. 50 Gs will do that to a man.
Indeed, he did have quite a bit of accident, Jared Hughes, last weekend, with nearly a 50G impact last weekend down at turn number 3. So 2 weekends in a row he's raced this circuit. He would know a lot of this circuit, especially people like James Golding, who was racing here last weekend, and Brody Kostecki, and Jared Hughes, he was also racing here last weekend as well. So those 3 drivers wouldn't have needed that practice session, being they would have been here all week, and all week last week as well. So they've been here up at Queensland for nearly 3 weeks now, and they'd be wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. But you've still got a whole nother endurance race still to come tomorrow, as the Maserati 150, Tim Slade leads this race by 9.6 seconds. So he's pulling that margin quite nicely. Medicare, I think, is just admitted here that he might just finish second within this race as he runs through turn number 3, getting that car sideways on exit there. That is where we saw turn 3, where we saw Jared Hughes have his big accident on Saturday in the Dunlop Super 2 Series. 50 Gs, that impact. 50 G forces. So quite a big hit indeed inside of that car. But luckily he's okay. 9.7 seconds the margin. Tim Slade to Medicare. I think Slade just might have this down pat in this one. Tim Slade. Craig Lowndes, of course, in behind Medicare. 4.1 seconds the margin. That is Brody Kostecki in P4. Jimmy Golding in P5 was really quick in his race early on today. Ended up winning that one. As the 2 Paul Morris and Nash Morris, P12. Currently a lap down as well. So at this point, Nash Morris, he'd just be racing this car at this point. He'd just be driving around doing laps. Here, he's got 0.2 to the car in front of him. That's where our timing's... Sorry, it's 2 seconds to Todd Hazelwood. So 2 seconds back to Todd Hazelwood here. So he probably won't be able to find that in this one. Craig Lowndes just up in front of him. So that was Brody Kostecki. So that wasn't the Nash Morris car. That was Craig Lowndes. So this is the battle for second. Sorry. So there you go. This is the battle for seconds between... Sorry, the battle for thirds between Craig Lowndes and Brody Kostecki. So I had that all wrong. Kostecki closing in under brakes. That car seems to be very good under brakes. Can he get the traction down though? Can he get the power? Using traction, using grip from those tyres. He's going to get the move done. Move is done for Brody Kostecki up into P3 and onto the podium quite easily actually over Craig Lowndes. You wouldn't think Lowndes would give that position up so easily. But I think he knows he's just struggling with a little bit of pace at the moment. And sadly off the podium, Kostecki grabs the podium. 2.5 minutes to go in this 45-minute race. Big race indeed for Brody. That car has had glimpses of pace so far this weekend. Just hasn't been able to show it. 10.3 seconds the margin. Tim Slade to Josh Medicare. Tim Slade might just have this race down pat. This time around, or possibly 2 laps to go within this one. It might be the final lap. As Alice Buckley looks on. And I think it might be the final lap of the race. I think it might be. or unless I'm wrong. I'm quite good at messing these sorts of things up in terms of whether or not it's the final lap, because I get all excited. So I'm not going to get excited here, but Tim Slade will be very, very happy about this. 10.4 seconds. That car played quite a good strategy, running a bit longer than other cars, setting good lap times, pulling a margin. He made the overcut work when you can't really make an overcut work in a no tyre stop strategy race. Here, or you could, and knowing that margin is 90 seconds, he just did laps. I reckon that's really what he would have done. He would have just done laps. And he probably would have done it to quite well perfection. Tim Slade and Alice Buckley sharing that car. This will be their second race win of the weekend. The 150 car. But I think, is the checkered flag away this time? No, it'll be the final lap of the race this time around. So, final lap for Tim Slade. Margin 11 seconds. He's being held up by better traffic. That is Kasha getting in his way quite evidently. He was hanging around the outside, Kasha, but in the end has to give up that space. It's not worth it. But Tim Slade, this has been quite a... This has been a race and a half for Tim Slade. Of course, not the only racing action still to come. With the 3-hour Australian production car race still to come. That is coming up. I will be commentating 90% of that. Not all of it. But I will be commentating most of that. Here, 3-hour endurance race still to come though. But the main action here is the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars racing around Queensland Raceway. And this time around it was the final lap. I'm not wrong. Tim Slade through the final corner. On the apron on the outside. Tim Slade will win the endurance race here at Queensland Raceway for the second time this weekend. Not the second endurance, but it's the first. He won his race earlier on today. And way further back is Brody Kostecki. Sorry, yes, Brody Kostecki in P3. But what a race. What a race from Tim Slade in the end for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars. Let's take a look at the results for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars series presented by Marantino. Slade, Slade, Miedeke, Kostecki, Lowndes, Golding, Gomersall, Davies, Hazelwood, Morris, and Cheney, the two Cheney brothers down in P10. Here around Queensland Raceway this weekend. Slade and Buckley. Alex Buckley just absolutely dominated this one. 113.3. That gap. It's now time for the race highlights of the endurance.
Down. Here are the highlights of this endurance one. Tyler Cheney off track down here at turn number 4 at the IES Motorsports entry. This was Prosser with Robbie Farr and Danny Reedy getting together for the second time here today.
Just a little bit of tie up there. This was Des Colley with a rejoin there on Danny Reedy, and Race Control wanted to have a close look at that, which we haven't seen anything come of it. We'll have to wait and see. Crosser there in the number 9, unfortunately, a little bit of contact there and went off. This is Diesel Thomas, has been pushed a little bit wide there for a moment by Seaton as they really battled it out, but there's no traction at all. But Jordan Cox, well, we can see the flames coming out of the exhaust from early on in this race, and that will play out a little bit later in their highlights. And plenty of brake lock-up moments through up and down the field.
That was even. This was the big one. On fire down here was Crutcher and Cox. They would force that car back into the garage. But out in front, it was that 150, the Chevy Performance car of Tim Slade and Alice Buckley. Can they do it again here? Come and join us tomorrow from Queensland Raceway in the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. Bye for now.
We've still got a 3-hour endurance, so do not go anywhere here. Still a 3-hour endurance race still to come here for the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series live stream, so do not go anywhere. Still an endurance race still to come. And that is meant to start within the next 20 minutes time, so stay tuned.
sunset. They certainly know how to do it here up in Queensland. So we'll be back to the High-Tech Oils Super Series round number 4. It's Fight in the Night, the annual event that's been going since 2012. And what a field of cars we have the next 3 hours as they're out on their parade lap, formation lap, call it what you will. Dan McCarthy's alongside me, Matt Nolte. Matt Kavanagh will join us very soon. We'll rotate the commentators through. Mel Price, Tammy Still, Jared McLean will power through pit lane. And your first time here, birthday boy, how's your day been?
Lovely, absolutely fantastic way to spend a birthday. I'm looking forward to the racing going through well into the night. 3 hours of production car racing ahead of us. And we got the 2 Ford Mustangs on the front row of the grid. Kearns in the grey machine will be starting from pole position. That car's won both races so far today, alongside the Hadrian Morale Mustang. Row 2 will see Terry White start in the Mustang. He'll start behind Tony Quinn in the Chevrolet Camaro. There's plenty of classes all through this field. We'll talk you through it as the race goes on. We expect a couple of pit stops, 1 compulsory stop. We are about to get things underway. The Fight in the Night 2025 is go.
Now, you laughed at me a few moments ago when we were outside. We were talking about the weather hadn't deteriorated like we thought it was going to. But we also think that 23 degrees outside is quite cool right now. They've actually thrown that start away by the look of it from the starter's box. I didn't see a green there, so maybe one more lap out there. But it will change dramatically here in the next hour or so. We'll get down to single digits pretty quickly, and that changes the dynamic of this track. It also, the vision becomes an issue. We've only got some temporary lights around here and some that are here permanently, but certainly not enough like a Singapore Grand Prix or Eastern Creek, for example. And that'll be another twist in this mix here tonight. But an extra hour to what we've raced here back in the previous round here in June. And for some of these drivers, they've been regular fixtures, but for some, they've never done a Fight in the Night here, and we welcome them along.
Absolutely. A great field of cars, 26 in total, nearly 50. This race, you don't have to have a co-driver, you can do it solo. Not many drivers have elected to do that. Here is the grid then. So it's Kearns and Carr on pole position alongside Morale and Mecklem. Tony Quinn will start from 3rd position. Alongside of him will be the youngster McCutcheon, who's put that car on pole the last 2 events. White Walker on from 4th position ahead of Kieran Zecki in the BMW E92 M3. Then we've got the Soul X-Class Speaker Cafe character, Horse and Goulet. Then the Baccinis, father and daughter, they'll be just behind that. Field continues to go on. The smaller class cars, including the Jarvis Polo GTI. But the render look for them in the A45 Bravo. Compulsory stop of 3.5 minutes, but we expect that they will have to do a second splash and dash to the finish.
Yeah, I tend to agree as we take the view at the 999, the Baccinis. Carly starting this race here today. So now we look good for a start. The 2 Mustangs on the front row. Settle in for the next 3 hours because we're about to go racing. This time the lights go out and those Mustangs voted their way down with Kearns behind the wheel of the 25 Mustang. Hadrian Morales got Tyler Mecklem joining him for this year's edition of the Fight in the Night. A view from Bacchini's car as we take a little short shoot into the right hand of Jake Camilleri. Solo once again in the Caboolture Mazda entry, won the Class C last time out after arriving on the Mercedes, getting wide, straighten up, and they do. Oh, breathtaking moment there. These gravel traps, if you dig in, you can roll these cars.
Absolutely, here comes Morale up the inside into the hairpin and takes the race lead. So change of position up the front. The Mercedes you saw running off wide at turn 2, that was the number 19 of Mark Griffiths, the experienced campaigner who's already looking to move back through ahead of Jesse Dixon. Oh, Morale a little bit wide there at turn number 4, but no contact thus far. Headlights are already ablaze. We're not too far away from full darkness already here in the Fight in the Night. The Sharon Rentals Fight in the Night. Look deep under brakes, these 2 Mustangs have been the dominant force really so far this weekend, but Tony Quinn is keeping with them early on in this one. They come across the line to complete lap number 1 of the race. The lead margin, Morale to Kern, 7/10 of a second. Further 1 second back to Quinn as Gooley looks up the inside of White. Forced White into a bit of a mistake there, opens the door up at turn 2, but again, the Speed Cafe X-Class BMW not able to make the move on that particular occasion. Good straight line speed advantage though for the BMW. Surely it'll be later on the brakes as well and should take that position. In theory, on paper, the BMW, the favourite for this race. BMWs have dominated this race in the recent years. And I'd expect that to be right up the pointy end once again in this one. Through they go on the back section of the circuit. Lights are ablaze, just as you can see, just beginning to shine on the top of the tarmac. Certain corners are darker than others. I couldn't make it to the last round, watched on from home, and I did notice that turn 1 in particular was a fair bit darker than other sections of the circuit.
Yeah, it's pretty unique. Someone went to Western Australia years ago, some parts of the track were really bright, others were quite dark. I like that. I'd rather see a mixture of dark and night. Now with your European experience in the last couple of months, you've seen a bit of night racing over there now. They do a little bit differently to what we do here in Australia, but with the changing personality of this track, like right now we're still at those mid-20s. The track temperature is staying there right now, but when it gets down those single digits, it really is quite a skating rink out there in some sections of the track.
Yes, certainly is. That is for sure. The 14 of Link out there at the moment. Had a fair bit of bad luck this car in the recent rounds as the 87 of Jesse Dixon just slings it up the inside there. Made that look really easy. There was literally a BMW's car with just about, and he slotted it up there, but no straight line speed in a straight line, and he's going to become vulnerable to fellow D-Class runner Ash Jarvis, who has been Alan Jarvis, who's been a real front runner in the D-Class throughout this season, just being consistent, and has actually taken outright race victories as well.
Absolutely. Sydney earlier this year was a surprise winner in the first round of this year's series. It's down to turn 4 they go, and those D-Class cars, they'll be welded together during the race, with Jarvis behind Dixon, Annabelle Rolfo, who's in the 58 car, heading down towards turn number 6. The Troy Dermott, Riley Beggs, the youngster in Class D as well, back in 17th position. So while we'll talk about the outright honours, the battle for the 8 individual class honours we have with the Invitational class, the Soul car in that class this weekend at Wilson, running back in 20th, and a few cars there that didn't actually make it out before the start today.
Yeah, really attritional first couple of races. We had engine failures. It looked to me like a few gearbox drive related ones as well. Max Gagan sadly was one of those victims in the race earlier on today. Lots of dust down here in the braking zone, turn number 3. That does not put Gooley off, who moves up the inside and takes 3rd position from Tony Quinn. So I'm not sure what the dust cause was, but it looks to me like all of the front runners have got through unscathed, which is good news. But just going back to the previous point, Max Gagan, probably the most notable name not to make it out for this one, came to a stop late on in the race earlier on today. He did get it refired and brought back to the pits, but sadly, weekend done, one of many, as you say, that we have lost. Starting with 26 down to 20, but still plenty to talk about. The most, I suppose you'd say, the biggest category, biggest class, D-Class. So many runners in that one. Competitive, small, reliable machines that come the end of the 3 hours might very well be near the point here.
Absolutely. They could go all night if they really wanted to. They're going to run down the field, but they'll be consistent. So watch Robert Gooley with that move on Tony Quinn, and for TQ and Matt McCutcheon, they'll be hoping to get a lot further than what they did last time out here. A severe engine detonation for the game over Chevy Camaro, and let go about here and end up in the gravel trap down the end. And TQ, of course, who owns Queensland Raceway now, got out and actually helped with the officials. And by the way, thanks to the guys and girls for giving up their time. It's been a busy couple of weeks. And again, Gooley is in a hurry to get the front. Look at those brake discs blowing very early in the race. But Kearns is taking no, and now goes side by side with that Speed Cafe BMW, drag racing the Mustang down towards this left-hander. As we look from the drone camera shot across it shows you there's little to no wind. It was blowing a gale earlier this afternoon, but it's calmed right down here in this edition of the Fight Tonight. So Gourley on his way towards the front of the field here in the early stages, with Hadrian Morale leading in car number 9.
Certainly is down into the final. But look at those brakes glow already in the X-Class BMW. We saw in the last race as well that brakes did become an issue later on in proceedings. Brakes, tyres, they're all going to be talking points at the end of this 3-hour-long endurance race, long into the night. So we were saying earlier on, we've got one compulsory pit stop you must make of 3.5 minutes. These bigger cars certainly won't do it on one stop. They will need a second one. The smaller cars, they'll be hoping for a few safety cars. If there is a possibility that they may be able to do it on one stop. However, their issue is going to be tyre life. The front-wheel drive cars around Queensland Raceway use the front tyres really badly, and that could be a potential issue for them. I expect some cars to make a tyre change during the 3.5 minute stop.
A little disparity between the fast cars in the front. There's some 10 seconds back to invitational class cars, so it won't take long for some of the lapping to happen. In fact, Greg Wilson back in 20th position. There's already 55 seconds, the nearest 10,000th of a second behind our race leader. So lap traffic will have a big part of this race as everybody starts to settle in to the groove here as these tyres come up to temperature. Our biggest field of the season in the Australian Production Car Championship. The Fight Tonight that started back in 2012. We had some great grids over the years that have raced here at Queensland Raceway. And of course, the Bathurst 6 Hour now, isn't that one of the iconic events we have for production cars in this country?
Certainly is, and this one right up there as well, two of the biggest in the country. This is one that they all want to win, and that is why there's been so many entrants for this round. As you look at the number 14, as I said, it's had a few issues so far this year. It's had an incident with the wall in the opening round at Sydney Motorsport Park. Last round, it's had fuel consumption issues. It had to do 2 pit stops in the 2-hour race, so potentially a third stop for this car in a 3-hour race. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But also in the long distance race last time out, that car well misjudged the pit stop time. 40 seconds less than the time he needed to be in the pit lane. Had to serve an additional drive-through penalty as well. So it's been a challenging start to the year, but the number 14 Falcon has had pace. And I love the tribute livery. You either look at it at the sort of Moffat X era or the which one of tribute livery of a few years later.
Yeah, in rather. Exactly. David Lee with Troy Williams who will jump into that car. In fact, David Lee, not a big fan of driving at night time these days, so he's going to give the car over to Troy Williams during this race today. Somewhere around the 50-minute mark, they're looking to jump in. Remember that car had a diff issue last time around as well. Also worth noting too, Tony Quinn's putting up a big prize for every class winner of this year's Australian Production Car Championship too. And the prize for class 2 flights of accommodation to come over to Hampton Downs, the beautiful track he owns over in New Zealand now. So a lot of teams taking that very seriously because, hey, who wouldn't want to go to New Zealand? It's a cool place.
Exactly right, exactly right. Tony Quinn, of course, the owner of this race circuit out there racing at the moment. He did just gain a position, making his way past Curve. So the circuit owner up to position number 3. And of course he owns many of those great racetracks over there in New Zealand as well. Oh, a nice exit there out of the turn for Jesse Dixon, but the power of the Falcon, look at that, there's got to be at least 6 or 7 car lengths, even more than that by the time they get to the end of the straight. And this is where the little BMW comes into its own under brakes and certainly can hold the mid-corner speed through the turn. What a great racer Jesse Dixon is, of course, winner of the Shannon Supercar Showdown. Of course, Todd Hazelwood, Cam Waters, other winners of that one. The amount of people that took part in that back then as well, James Golding, the list just goes on and on and on. So it shows the calibre of driver he was. Front one runner in V8 Ukes, finished 3rd in the championship in one season, raced in Super 2 as well. The man can drive. I was about to say kid, but he's certainly a bit older these days.
Well, he's not as old as you now. You were trying to convince me you were 28 before. He's on a day over 21. Dan McCarthy in commentary with us here at this Fight in the Night event. What a night to have it on too. It's just beautiful conditions here at Queensland Raceway as we look at the 4th place car on track at third in the A2 class of Lindsay Kearns heading down towards turn number 4 right now. So Mustangs and Camaros, it's got that T82 feel. Look at the brake disc flowing. It's only early in the race. They'll need to manage that over the next 2 hours and 48 minutes of this Fight in the Night event. So they've disappeared. They've got 16 seconds. That's the first B2 class car, Ben Jerzikowski, who was a nosed open wheel star back in the day, back in 6th position. Carlo Bacini runs in 7th and leader of the B1 class entries out there in 7th with Chris Holt, Jake Camilleri, and Griffo picks up the 10th position. It's Tom Heyman behind the wheel of the 19 as we saw at the previous round here back in June.
Outcome operator is Tom Heyman. He's stepped in and raced in TA2 on several occasions and been a front runner taking a race victory, so he can certainly drive anything he gets into. I'm sure he's been watching all of the TA2 action throughout the day and throughout, of course, tomorrow. 3 more races. Driver A sprint race, Driver B sprint race, and the Enduro as well to finish as we had today. Here comes Kearns. We've got a bit of retaliation out there. The Mustang wants that position back, but Quinn has held for the last couple of laps, so they change once again. Kearns back up into position number 3 is a lap, that BMW that you were talking about, off Wilson. The invited car, JPS inspired livery. And I'm not sure if you remember, Nolte at City Motorsport Park, we had a couple of invited cars in the production cars.
A couple?
Yes, yeah, there was several, wasn't there? But great to see that Wilson's back for a second go.
Yeah.
And the Fight in the Night.
Very cool. It did start a little bit lackluster, didn't it, this year? There was only single digits in entries, and the AASA and the High Tech Oil Series opened it up for that first race at Sydney. Caught us all by surprise, but some of them upstaged the production cars in that night. Beautiful shot from the start tower as we come through to complete the 10th lap of this race. Margin 7.6 seconds. Morale back to Gouldy, who's been the hard charger today in that Speed Cafe BMW, the sole Class X car that would tend to dominate the Bathurst 6-hour event, but the only car out there in tonight's field.
Yeah, indeed. Out in front, Morale, nearly 8 seconds, but the fight for second, look at them, 2, 3, 4 and 5, all within the same camera shot, all within 2.5 seconds. So the race leader is out in front, but behind that it is all to play for. Wachowski, I'm going to try and get that out once successfully during the course of this race. The leader in the B class, B2. The leader in 6th position, Carly Bacini behind the wheel at the moment in the B1 class. So yeah, she's the leader of that one in the 999. Look at these LED lights. How cool do these look as they head into turn number 6. Great to see a few of them running LEDs underneath the side, but that is the best effort.
Yeah, nightclub on wheels really, isn't it? As he goes a lap down there now, Josh Trappett behind the wheel of the ADR Lexus higher entry, the Subaru, but just letting the faster cars go on by. And he'll team up with Aston Davis for the Fight tonight. And it's already a fight going on, isn't it? Ling just can't shake away the car behind at the moment on their way down towards turn number 4 here in the early stages. So we're into a groove here, boys. Matt Kavanagh's joined us back up in the commentary box. He's refueled, ready to blast off now into the night here. We love the Fight in the Night. We love being back here at Queensland Raceway.
Oh, how good are the cars? They've gone and lit themselves up. They've got the LEDs on, you know, and the sun's going down in the background. The racing's incredible. David Ling, you want to be getting out of the car nice and early. The mayor elections are on in Darwin at the moment. He'll want to know if he's gone from the unofficial mayor of Darwin to the official mayor. Yeah. He'll just have to wait and find out the results when he gets out.
He's done pretty much everything else in Darwin, so why not be the mayor?
Yeah, exactly. He's well known around the traps, I think, up there, and he did thank me for calling the unofficial mayor earlier in the weekend. I'm sure the crew will be watching back here in Darwin.
His energy levels, I mean, the guy, he won't be, I hate you saying this, but he's 66 years old, has done everything up there. He ran the Aussie NASCAR Tours event, which used to take people across the United States. He helped get the World Water Skiing Championships to Darwin many years ago. You've been to Darwin, right, Dan?
that'll happen.
Right. You don't water ski up there. In fact, you don't go in the ocean up there.
Hang on. You don't fall off.
Exactly.
There's a couple of big geckos up there that like to swim around. And
Yeah.
They take no prisoners.
Oh, the big geckos.
You know when the tourists are up there because they're the ones swimming in the harbour.
Yeah.
But he's just done so much for it over the years, and he's really passionate about the production cars. He's always at the back of the 6 hour every year. And his energy level's just amazing. He was awarded with the Motorsports NT Senior Driver of the Year back in 2022. He still does a bit of insurance broking in his spare time. I don't know where he finds his spare time. It's only 24 hours in a day. But teamed up with Troy Williams, who will take over this car because he can't shake away Jesse Dixon down here at the bottom turn. He wrote off some great stats about Jesse Dixon. I think a career that could have gone to supercars many years ago.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Had the talent, didn't he? Showed that in the V8 Youth Series when that was the old school Commodore versus Falcons in the latter years of that before moving on to the more super hip and shoulder there, side by side, onto the pit straight between the little 86 and the Astra, the number 78 there doing, forced off the racing circuit. The Rolfo 86 has the inside running using the ABS and reclaims that position. I tell you what, after race one, the 58 had the wheels facing all the wrong directions, so great work to get this car repaired. But there is a bit more damage to that 86. Just coming to blows on the exit of the corner.
I don't think Troy Dermott's going to appreciate that being pushed out. Not especially in that form, I suppose. Those guys obviously fighting it out for a Class C battle there at the moment. We've got Cavalieri, who's got a fairly big lead there at the moment, but we're down in the pits early, and you're talking to all the drivers and some of the front-wheel drive cars that really start to chew up the inside tyre, the inside left. So a 3-hour race, they barely made it through 2 hours, and we're going to see some tyre changes and things like that. And if you've got one tyre change, you're going to change 2 on that side, both front tyres. So pit stop's going to be a real talking point here, like you just mentioned earlier. Jesse Dixon, I mean.
Is this not cat and mouse?
David versus Goliath, I think.
Unbelievable.
The great thing about him too is he's got that sim rig set up down there on the Gold Coast and does so much driver training. So, you know, some of the TA2 drivers, Robbie Farr, one of them that actually gets down there and does some driver training. Obviously, O'Connor that's in the car with him, this is O'Connor's car. And Jesse Dixon said, we're just creeping up on this car. It's basically stock standard we were racing with it. So now it's like, we'll give it a bit of a tune. Let's play around with the suspension.
Exactly. So he's found himself a nice little niche market out there now. A bit like Tom Randall has done over the years with his Dream Racing Simulator down there in Melbourne. We just saw a change of position there for second with Kearns going ahead of Gooley in the Speed Cafe BMW. This is how it went down at the final turn. In fact, Kearns up on that curve. I wonder if the BMWs hurt those brakes a little bit in the beginning. They are really red compared to everybody else.
Well, Kearns has been the one that's moved forwards recently because let's not forget a couple of laps ago he was in form, but as you say, BMW certainly not looking as strong as it did. Up the inside comes Tony Quinn. Gooley closing the door, and they're not going to allow that move on that particular occasion. But look at this lap traffic already playing the fact that Gooley having to jig hard to the right to avoid the Astra, who also has a bit of the lights going on. Yeah, those brakes are glowing a lot. That is certainly going to be holding him back, and he'll be feeling that in the brake pedal already, I reckon.
It's a heavy car, really, when you look at those BMWs all through the production stuff. I know they try and take some weight out of them, but they'd be loading this up on fuel for this race, because like you mentioned before, the bigger cars, they might be able to do more than an hour, but can they do an hour and a half under full race conditions? And will they be hoping, you know, unfortunately for a safety car out there just to try and get them there? So if we see anyone coming before the hour and a half mark and put fuel in, the question's going to be is, because they think they can make the end. I don't think anyone's going to come into the 50-minute mark or the hour mark and be able to go 2 hours on fuel.
No, absolutely not. But it's noticeable there, the difference between his brake discs and everybody else around there. So did he ask too much too soon? He has to back the pace off a bit. Remains to be seen. But the Morale car has 6 seconds and the fastest lap of the race so far. It's very early days. In fact, it was set on the second flying lap of this fight in the night time at the final turn, which seems to be a hot spot here at Queensland Raceway, and a bit of debris coming off. Hard to tell where or what that actually was, but no harm, no foul. The car still continues on down in this race as we go back to the Ling and Dixon World Championship battle here down at turn number 6. I think Lee's going to be sick of seeing Jesse Dixon by the end of this stint.
He might pull it early, you never know.
Yeah, just thinking about the mirrors.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's probably only going to do one stint tonight too, Lee, by the sound. So, yeah, I want to get that in, get that done. So they're talking about a little bit earlier down in pit lane. We'll try and get his share of the driving done very early.
There's still a lot of chat about whether we'll be just single stocks out there. I think it's going to be a lot of strategizing on the run, if that's the terminology. You're not going to be able to just map. You can map it out, of course, but you've got to allow for safety cars, you've got to allow for the changing track conditions, you've got to allow for traffic, and allowing for a driver to actually run to a number, which is probably the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The longest I heard talking and walking up down the lane, the longest I heard, they reckon a couple of the smaller class cars, 75 minutes. So yeah, at that point, unless you get sort of half an hour of safety cars, you're not going to do it on one stop. So this clean start to the race, polar opposite of what we saw, of course, a couple of months ago for the 2-hour 300-kilometre race. It's safety cars all over the place. This has been a very clean and green start, which just does not benefit the Class D and C runners, most of which who are already down a lap. There's only one D-class car and one C-class car still on the lead lap. That's the Mazda C-class car of Camilleri and the D-class car of Jesse Dixon, who we continue to see hound the A1 machine of Lynn. It's like he's got a tow rope on the front of his car and he's just holding on and just steering basically, although you can see the market every single time they get to a straight just pulls out to 10 or 12 car lengths. The problem is, even if he gets past, he comes to the next straight and the Falcon's going to blast straight back past again. He's got to do all the hard work once more.
He just doesn't want to melt the bumper. That's all it is. All those flames coming out of the back. And he's like, I just give him a little bit of room. I don't need a hole in the bar right now.
I'm warming up.
Yeah, we're good to go. We don't need that to happen. It is cooling down out there. I can confirm that. There's a little walk out there as the sun starts to settle in the background and a few jumpers starting to appear. Let's head down to pit lane though with J-Mac.
Well, how's this? Australian production cars. The setups range from the humble privateer to the almost elite. I tell you what, when they go hard, they go hard. We've got the race live stream up here on the top screens. We've got our timing. We've also got some strategy happening, but more importantly, we've got the Broncos and the Dolphins up. It's nil apiece. I've only just started. We still have about 27 minutes left to go in the second half or second. So it's all happening. All eyes on the prize. No one's watching this at all.
No, not at all.
But my tip's on the Broncos.
Coming from the west, do you even know what rugby league is down there, J-Mac?
Yes, he does. He's actually quite good at this.
I know. What's the Broncos?
Yeah, you and I are like, huh? Broncos, are they a new team? We can't say we'll get in trouble.
Through goes the race leader to complete lap number 18 of the race. I've been looking at the lead margin. At one point it was up to 7 seconds, then it was back down to 5 seconds. So currently it sits at 6.3. But it seems to me that once Kearns has got ahead of the Camaro and the BMW, that he is able to match the fellow Mustang runner at the head of the field. So the margin that Morale has all was done in the first 10 minutes of the race. Since then, they've been pretty equally matched, and it looks like a tyre has been well and truly scorched down there in the braking zone. I know how the smoke and the haze seems to hold around at this time of night. You know, there's a bit of a lockup, and it might stay there for 2 or 3 minutes, a bit like a rally event, effectively, where the dust lingers in the air for several minutes. So that could play a factor late on if there's a late race restart for visibility.
And it did that last time as well. We were here. It's just this time of night. I think that the wind settles down here at Queensland Raceway. It will pick up a little bit later, especially with a 3-hour race. We noticed the back end of last race it was fine, but yeah, the opening hour, anything like that is going to hang around. It is a bit of a smoke screen out there for the drivers. I mean, when you're in it, it is a light haze, a bit like a fog out there, you know, like when you're driving through, you can see quite a bit, but looking in, just really hard to see through. Jesse Dixon letting him go nowhere, is he?
And still the
tormenting him, really.
That's the furthest they've been apart all race, except on the straights. The day turns to the night here at Queensland Raceway. 25.5 minutes into the annual fight tonight with our biggest field of the season for the Australian Production Car Championship. That beautiful sunset in the background there. It just lingers here at Queensland Raceway. Out here at Ipswich, the margin 5.5 seconds. So it's come back down now between the two Mustangs, the A2 class leaders. Robert Gourley And managing that Speed Cafe BMW still back in third position, 6 seconds away. Tony Quinn in the game over. Chevy Camaro still runs in fourth. Here's some of the faster cars going past David Ling now. So everybody up to Lingy, that's 11th position. So top 10 are now on the lead lap. Jake Camilleri is about maybe another lap or two away from going into that as well.
These brakes are looking pretty bad on some of these cars at the moment. J-Mac, you've got an update?
Refueling here in the Australian production car 3-hour enduro is usually done courtesy of these refueling rigs. It's a gravity-fed system that runs a pair of hoses. You'll see that there is a supply hose here and a vent hose. The idea being, of course, to try and get as much air out of the tank as the fuel is going in. Now, this particular rig can refuel about a 50-litre tank in just on 28 seconds. Refueling is done by a 3-man crew. One person on the fuel rig itself, what they colloquially call a dead man takeover or help if something happens, and also someone on the fire extinguisher. All of our refueling crew will be in fireproof ovals and everything very heavily regulated down here in the live pits for APC.
Nice one, too. That's a really good point you raised. I've done all three of those jobs incidentally back in the younger days. But back in the days we didn't have the Siamese couplings. We had fuel just pumped straight back out. So it's pumping in, as J-Mac said. It's gravity fed. There's no measurement of how quick it's going down there. If you get it wrong, it can actually get quite nasty down there. So having Siamese couplings now is also a good thing to take a person off the opposite side of the car as well, because they were quite exposed to cars coming down the lane.
We saw a lot of those sheets going up, didn't we, last round as well? Because when they pull the coupling off, a couple of them leak out. They don't want it dropping on the tyre, so sometimes they've got plenty of time when they go down there, especially with the driver change rule week, where 3 minutes 30 is the minimum travel time down pit lane. So, you know, a lot different to the TO2 muscle car is they've got a full-size door. That makes it a little bit easier. There is an opportunity to get around the car and just have a breather to get that done. It's not like we see in supercars where, you know, 5 or 6 seconds is going to make a massive difference. 3 minutes 30 should be plenty of time to do this nice and safely and just routinely get through this.
And their fuel systems were regulated up until recently with the new bottles they have in supercars as well. 3.75 litres a second it was regulated too. But there's no regulation to this gravity system that they can run. You ever filled your car up in 28 seconds?
No, unless I've been putting 5 litres in because the petrol price is humongous. Otherwise, no, I haven't. I was just looking, we do appear to have first of the pit stoppers, but one of the changes from the last round to this one is it's now a transit time. It was in the previous round a 3-minute hold in the pits, whereas now it's 3.5 minutes, and that includes the transit time, pit lane entry to exit.
Like Jesse Dixon now, he's got Lingy for just a moment there. The Lingy puts the foot to the floor, and it's a drag race down turn 4.
He's pulling up to say hello finally.
Yeah. He's congratulating on the win potentially. Maybe the news has come through. I don't know.
Jesse Dixon with the move of the race, maybe the move of the series so far, around the outside. I mean, it's inevitable he's going to get past again, but he's made the highlights reel nonetheless. As Lingy around the outside, he locks the brake, and that'll be enough for Dixon to lead this lap. This is great to watch, but somebody tell him there's 2.5 hours to go. Check this out on the replay. Started turn 3, and Lingy thought he had it. All of a sudden, Jesse Dixon pulled up and say, "Hey, how's your Sunday night going?" And stayed there. Big commitment on really, there's so much dust and debris out there today for the racing. And Dixon made it stick. Good move.
Fantastic move. And that lock-up as well from the Falcon driver means he's not been able to get back through as well. So a change of position. Dixon ahead of Ling. Is right on board with the 999 machine of Buccini, who has been driving fantastically in the first few rounds. Both the Buccinis picking up great points finishes, certainly punching above their weight in the B-Class BMW.
What a view, looking through the windscreen. She takes you for a lap and also shows you the darker areas of Queensland Raceway. She just adjusts the mirror after going across those aggressive sawtooth curves, teaming up with, of course, her dad, Paul, who'll jump into the car. She's a reigning class champion in the Australian Production Car Series. She's been racing in this series now since 2019. Done 4 BAFTA 6 hours in her career. And looks forward to this event every single year in that 999 Tyres and More BMW.
The Kozlowski tried again, failed once again. The car is in the pits, the BMW, and notably for 5 minutes. So that is not a pit stop that was needed or wanted. So there is drama in there. And one of our pit lane reporters is Tammy. You're down there.
Yes, car 38, Benjakovsky, has come in early for a pit stop. That was all due to some power steering fluid. So they were able to get that out and back on the track again.
Are we going to have a credit, Jerzakowski? Jerzakowski.
Thank you, Matt. Well, which Matt?
It's almost like the closest to getting it right without going over. We can play that game tonight. Talented driver, though, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to be his day back there in the B2 class car. In 20th position, has been the pits for the better part of 6 minutes. Tammy Sewell will cover the pit lane as well. Jared McLean during the night, as we go back to Tony Quinn in 5th position. Pacini just behind, and they're 47 seconds behind our leader who's controlling this race, Hadrian Morale, who's got a really handy co-driver. Another one like Jesse Dixon that had a good supercars career going. Tyler Macklin back in the late 90s and early 2000s with the Ultra Tune team in the Supercars Championship. He's found a good home here with the Morale number 9 car that continues to lead the race. Beautiful shot in the background. It's that pinky orange sky here at Fight the Night. A long way to play out as we're 32.5 minutes into this event. Cars making their way down through turn 1 on the 6th turn. Paperclip here at Ipswich.
So quite a simple layout on paper. You look at it, you think, oh, that looks like an absolute ballfest, but it certainly isn't. There's real character to it.
You can say that today, it's your birthday.
But no, there is so much character to it. Down at turn 1, the bumps as you're under brakes. Turn 3, there's similar bumps as well. But it's a track that has always produced fantastic motor racing, no matter what the category. Long straights into heavy braking points, and there's great opportunities for switchbacks. I mean, I've always said, you look at Bathurst on a piece of paper, it doesn't look like a great racetrack. But when you add in the elevation and everything like that, the track comes alive, and that's the same at Queensland Raceway. Might look simple on paper, but there's so much more to it than that.
Yeah, the simpler the tracks, the more the action there is. If you look down at Simmons Plains, very simple track, but turns on some of the best racing we see all season long too. And I don't know, I think it cops far too much flack for what it actually, I mean, they've talked about doing track designs here for many years and extending out here and making a couple of Ks different. I think it's just unique the way it is.
My first time here, stood up on top, and I said this is one of the great spectator tracks in the country. You can see every single metre of the track, no matter where on the track you're seated, whether it's on the grass bank, on the backside of the circuit, whether you're on pit straight or turns 1 and 2, you can see the entire venue.
Tony Quinn comes in, Matt McCutcheon ready to jump in. They try and pump the field in here. It's taking a bit of time to get that coupling into the Chevy Camaro.
Took a moment just to get the hose there. That was one of the bollards, I think. Just bringing it up a little bit shorter there as Matt McCutcheon leans right in. Now, this is early on, so potentially we'll see Tony come into a stint a little bit later on in the race, but this is early signs that we're well and truly going to see a 2-stop strategy from this car.
This radio connector is a hook on the window net, perhaps. Tony Quinn gets out, has a quick look at the camera and goes, what is that bright light? Unless you're down in front of that camera, you don't realise how bright that light is on you when you get out. He's been in the dark cabin now for the better part of 35 minutes. So he bolts in Matt McCutcheon now to get him suited up. Matt didn't get a chance to drive this car in the previous round when they had a severe engine detonation. Well, maybe in the first 10 or 15 minutes of that night.
It was very early on in the race. Still his nightlife glasses on, mate.
Yes. The Saturday night edition.
Yeah. He's just trying to get all those LEDs off the other competitors that are out there.
I don't know about you. I've driven around at night time with like bright yellow glasses on. I mean, it's a lack of eyesight, I guess, these days, but it does really brighten up the peripheral when you're driving around. I mean, the cameras do their very best to make the place look brighter, but it's quite dark in sections out there. Race leader on the way down into turn number 3. As the game over Chevy Camaro waits patiently to be released. All the duties have been done. It's been filled. A driver swap has been done. And they'll rejoin the race very, very soon. That pit window open. Morales leading 3.5 seconds back to Lindsay Kearns. That's come down quite a lot in the last few laps or so. They've dropped off the pace a little bit here now into the 1 minute 20 section. Gourley runs in 3rd position still, 4 seconds behind. It's a 10.5, 11-second gap back to White in the XDA2 class cars that are dominating the top 4. Calabacini runs in 5th with Holt, Camilleri, C-Class leader in the Caboolture Mazda 3 entry back in 7th. Griffo now is in 8th position. Jesse Dixon 9th and David Ling. So it hasn't just been a fluke for Jesse Dixon. He's got about 1.7 seconds on Ring a Ding Ding.
Hasn't McCutcheon, co-driver to Tony Quinn, been a revelation in the recent rounds, taking both of the pole positions fast earlier on in the race that he did take in the fight to these Mustangs. So he's jumped back behind the wheel now, finishing 3rd in that sprint race earlier on today. And I've been so impressed by the young kid. He really is a fast talent, and he's taking it to cars that really have the runs on the board compared to that Camaro. It's just a shame we didn't get to see him in the 2-hour a couple of months ago, but great to see him out there now after the change. Tony Quinn jumping out and him jumping in. Look at that sunset. Brilliant drone footage showing not only Queensland Raceway itself, but the trees and the hills in the background with the sun just setting behind there.
I don't think it's winter, boys, when you look at that kind of shot. Looking west here at Queensland Raceway.
Is it ever winter in Queensland?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
When
it's 16 degrees at night time, they got hoodies, like in Darwin where it gets to 20.
I've been informed the last last weekends have been wet. This is the first one in 2 months that's been dry. Tammy, you've got an update for us.
Yes, I'm down here with Tony Quinn from the Game Over Camaro. How was that first stint in the car?
Yeah, it was all right, but I didn't have a radio. The radio stopped working, and then I saw the pit lane open, so I'm going, okay, well, I'll stay for a bit longer and a bit longer. And I'm trying to get the radio. Am I coming in? Am I coming in? Because it's really dark over at turn 2. It's not normally that dark. And I wasn't very good at looking at the track.
I was going to say, you might have to put a couple more laps in.
Well, there is lights there, but we haven't put them on for some reason, just to make it hard. But maybe put them on now that I know.
Brilliant. Well, it's early days. We've still got about 2 hours, 20 minutes to go.
The young fella can do it.
Thanks, Tony.
Joking aside, he does raise a notable point. There is no minimum driver time in this race, so the young kid can go to the end from here.
Yeah, why not? He's got his piece out there. Oh, he just loves driving still. I think that's his only time he actually gets to have a break. From all the goings on his businesses, Queensland Raceway, the tracks over in New Zealand, he get out there and probably was relieved the radio wasn't working out there. The crew might got on there and said, you got a phone call to get back to the pits. Meantime, Gooley in 3rd place, getting past the 78 of Troy Derwin, one of the Class C cars, the second C-Class car running now in 13th position to put him a lap down. And staying around 5 seconds, so whether he just pushed that car initially, because those brake discs don't look like they've come down a single degree in temperature since probably about lap 3.
Yeah, Kearns just dropping off in that last lap, isn't he? Gooley just about 6 tenths of a second faster in that last lap around, so they really need to watch those lap times to try and keep it very consistent out there at the moment. Maybe just working, potentially did heat them up a bit, just needed to lay off for a bit, get them to cool down for a fraction, finding that sweet spot for the car. Out there is a look, now we've got an 86 in the back of the Lingy. This is deja vu, isn't it? He follows him around.
He's probably looking up going, what's that noise? I can't see it, I can hear it.
I think Lingy's probably actually going past him at this point. It's just our moment where we cross over to him as well. They haven't come into the pit yet. I tell you what, it's a handy little pit stop too. When we talk about 3 minutes 30, that's a 3 minute 32.9. Like, that is close considering you got to take that travel time from pit entry to pit exit. So they may only be stationary for 2 minutes 50 or something like that, but when they're driving out, they need to be talking to them and say, oh, you got a couple of seconds, slow down or something like that.
You can't just slam on the brakes as well at the end of pit lane. Oh, no, I'm only at 3 minutes 25. You can't just slam on the brake. I've seen in different categories over the years, incidents in pit lane happen because of that. And that is a huge penalty. If you slam on your brakes and cause a pit lane incident, that is a huge no-no. Mel, down to you.
Down here with Tom Haven, looking pretty relaxed. Obviously, no plans for Griffo to pit anytime soon.
No, not at the moment. I think we're going to try and plan to run a full tank and just see where it sort of lands us later in the race. So, yeah, that's the plan for now. See what happens.
That's a lot of laps for the old bloke.
Yeah, I think he hasn't done a lot this weekend, so he's probably making up for it right now. But yeah, he's doing a great job out there. He's just stringing them together now, and yeah, he's pretty good.
So first in class so far, one-stop strategy.
Probably not. We're just going to wait and see where we sit at that first stop in terms of our fuel usage. So, yeah, it's pretty much a waiting game right now. And, yeah.
So, in an unrelated topic, you've been jet setting over in Spain. Tell us a little bit about that.
What was that, sorry?
Spain.
Oh, yes, Spain. Yeah, it was a great trip. Obviously went over there with McLaren and drove a GT3 for the first time. So, yeah, it was an amazing trip. Learned a whole lot over there and, yeah, obviously putting it to use back here.
I expect you to be a little bit faster than when you left there.
Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Have a good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Cool combination, isn't it? Griffo and Tom Heyman, who rose to prominence in Aussie racing cars initially a few seasons back and found a home in Trans Am, but these days GT4 seems to be a good home. Quite a tall guy is Tom Heyman.
Most of our leading contenders has just come into the lane. The margin had come down quite substantially. It was under 5 seconds, which is the smallest the margin had been pretty much for a good half an hour in this race. This is at the same time that McCutcheon has been setting purple sectors. He set the fastest first sector of anybody in the entire motor race last time around. So this could be in defence of the Camaro on a charge.
It's in a break then on the Volkswagen down towards turn 4 as Bacchini goes past David Ling down here. Looking from the rear parcel shelf, B1 class leader at the moment. She comes in to complete another lap. She's motoring along quite well here. 1 minute 21.5 was her fastest lap of the race on lap 9. And trips the time, this time at 1 minute 23 as Kearns is now in the pits. The CMA, or the Car Mods Australia entry, gets his pit stop underway down here. And they're at the top of pit lane this year, unlike previous years where they've been down the bottom end at pit exit. They're now at the pit entry here underneath the old verandas that we've had at Queensland Raceway for many, many years. I came here in 1999 when it first happened. We didn't even have a pit lane. We had a road and they put up these giant tents for us to all work. It was very NASCAR-like when we raced back in the 90s here, but the modifications and the updates that Tony Quinn's done to this place have just been impressive. And I think that's why the fans have come out to support it. So McCutcheon puts a couple of lap cars down there. Kearns has been in the pits now for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Did he leave the lane?
He started driving out. Now I'm wondering whether they know they didn't do a driver change, right? So potentially they'll take their 3 minute 30 pit stop later on.
Right. I think.
I would assume.
Yeah, I think they're hoping or thinking there could be a safety car late in the race. If there's a late race safety car, take that one. The long stop on the safety car. While it's green, just take the short one now. You never know what's going to happen late on in the race. You know, even last week in Supercars, we saw what a huge difference pitting under green flag was compared to pitting under yellow flag. So take the short stop under green flag conditions. J-Mac, down to you.
Well, this is not what you want to see. A slightly earlier than normal pit stop for Lindsay Kearns, taking a splash and dash, but mainly coming in to deal with this front left, the loaded side of a rear-wheel drive car here at Queensland Raceway is under a lot of stress, but not as much as what we'd see the front-wheel drive cars. Lindsay Kearns, how to get this one off? It was a snappy pit stop, but the crew are going to be keeping an eye on that front left for the next fuel stop.
It's on his sidewall away. Do you think potentially when he went down the inside of, was it Gould, where he went down inside up and the inside curve?
Yeah.
Might have done some damage then?
Must have. That's an logical reason could have happened. Yeah. It's taken the sidewall.
Yeah, I reckon that's stripped on the inside of the curve somewhere.
Yeah. I think that's a good read. I agree with you there, because he had to take to the grass, certainly use the inside of the curb, and it's often quite sharp on the inside of curbing. That's why you don't see people do it more often, so I think you bang on there.
And it's not the first time someone's gone inside of that curve this weekend, so there might be a slight little rut there somewhere. But yeah, unusual to see that. We didn't see anything like that last time we were here racing either, so the flashing lights coming up now. Morale.
Tell you what, flashing lights is quite risky in certain parts of the racetrack. If you turn your lights off, very good, half a second or more. Got to do that wisely. Use it where there is a fair bit of flood lighting as he moves on through past the BMW. That's the 119 machine, I believe it is. That Holt in position number 5 now. So with a few pit stops, he's moved up a couple of places. But Tony Quinn's right. It's certainly a bit darker down at turn number 2 for this race than it usually is. And yeah, it's certainly going to be a bit more of a challenge for them. That's one of the things we've spoken about with this venue. The lighting in different corners is different, but I'm sure if Tony's concerned about it, he'll go down there and make sure they turn on the turn light.
He'll probably do it himself. I reckon the crew down there are probably happy he didn't have a radio working. they would have turned on about 5 minutes into the race.
They're probably bombarding him right now.
Yeah.
They fix these lights down here. I wonder if Troy Williams was anticipating David Ling coming in 5 minutes early, by the way. He was a bit quiet getting out there into the lane to jump into number 14 FGX. A very Robbie Gordon-esque helmet there too, as Troy jumps in the fluoro orange or fluoro red, whichever way you want to look at it through our camera lens. So David Ling jumps out.
Well, there was a discussion that 2 pit stops that Lingy would get back in and take the glory on the podium.
No doubt about it. There's no question.
There's 20 minutes left, pull in. So make sure, as are they having some issues getting that in? That seems to be a bit of a struggle to try and fill that.
Now, has a lever been pulled? As Joe Mack taught the dead man lever, it's obviously...
He's getting himself a position on the pit crew if he keeps this up.
And lever simply opens up the fuel flow for the gravity feed system on these cars. And like I say, you can't get it to lock in. But whether that's air that can't escape, perhaps, looks like it's okay now.
But we're already well over 90 seconds into the pit stop, so this is going to be touch and go now, whether or not it's going to even be finished by the time the 3 minute and 30 elapses. This is one good thing with that compulsory pit stop. If there is a problem in the first one, you can take a bit of time, take it easy, and it's all done within that 3 minute and 30 second window. You hope anyway, as I say, it'll be pretty tight. Because it took so long to get that nozzle in.
What would you assume? Somewhere 15 to 20 seconds from where they're parked now to pit exit. So as long as they start to leave around that 3 minute mark, and after the 3 minute mark, I think they're still going to be pretty close to that 3 minute 30 if they can get it done.
Here's that sheet you talked about, Matty Cat, from last time. They chucked over that left rear wheel purely to stop any fuel spill going onto those hot brake discs at the back there and maybe igniting a small fire. I'm not 100% certain these guys are getting the fuel in here like they want to. There's a lot of attention. Just use a trusty iPhone camera light. It always works. There's a little clear section there they're trying to watch to see how much fuel's gone in to the 14. But clearly they're not happy with how that fuel flow is going down there in pit lane. It's a costly pit stop.
The refueler was constantly adjusting the position. You could see standing on one leg, putting all the body weight into it. There was a lot of adjusting. Normally, once they're in, they hold that same position. So just trying to move around, trying to get the fuel flow as good as possible. It's already now been 3 minutes and 15 seconds, so this is going to be a long stop. Of that, there is no doubt. So a bit of a shame for Ling. And that Falcon, it's been running pretty well so far this race, but once again, as has happened for much of the season, a few dramas midway through the race for that car.
Time to go back to Griffith here in the 91 machine, the 19 machine. I'll have it die hard.
He's coming back in the Camilleri machine as well. Look at away now. There's a little bit of fuel on the ground there, which supposed evaporated as well, which we know is just that spill as they
that happened last time, didn't it? Yeah.
And it wasn't just their car, so it's obviously a little bit of adjustment there.
So first round of pit stops well and truly underway here now. As we're approaching the 1 hour mark, the fight in the night, an earlier start than in the previous years. The defending champions are leading by a handy margin at the moment, but still yet to pit. Morale leading from Gooley in the Speed Cafe BMW as you watch him come through to complete a lap in tow is White aboard the 18. So this is a good battle for second and third outright, separated by half a second at the line previously. Puccini's still running strong in the Class B1 leader in fourth position. That Sunset continues to hang on in the background. Here at Queensland Raceway, the fans that might have been here early in the day find a good spot to park and view and watch on the most spectator-friendly tracks we have in Australia. Queensland Raceway. Watch action happening down here at turn number 3. McCutcheon, who's behind the wheel of the game over Chevy Camaro, decided to turn the wick up now. He's on target for the fastest lap of the race, running back in 13th position, outright at the moment. But one of 5 cars competed here. Any car that has a return on the track is the Ben Jerzakowski car that's still in the lane. It has been for the better part of 25 minutes.
bit of fighting further back. That's Puccini just putting a lap on one of the Toyota 86s. We spoke earlier on about cars that have had difficulties over the course of the day so far, one of which was the Astra, the O'Flynn Astra, which of course last race we saw had those bizarre issues where the steering locked for him and he ended up firing off into the gravel at fast pace. Sadly, his weekend came to an early end on pit straight right here. The engine let go in a big way, so that's why that car's not out for this particular race. I saw that the number 1611 Mercedes, that was in pit lane earlier. They were trying to repair it, but that was having all sorts of issues. Even yesterday, it just wasn't running right. It was constantly coming to a stop, so they elected to call that a day as well. So it's a shame that we don't have the full list of 26, but let's put it this way. It's been an entertaining start to proceedings. The first 50 minutes have flown by. These two cars on the screen at the moment, the Mustang and the BMW, not only is it a good battle, but these two cars I think these are the worst on the brakes. And look at how much these two are glowing, more than any other cars on the racetrack. And I'd argue that the Mustang is actually worse than the BMW at the moment.
Tammy?
David Ling from Car 14, looked like you had a fueling issue. Your crew seemed to be all over it. How's that going to affect the rest of the race?
Well, we're going to have to completely change our strategy. The fountain's a lot more thirsty than we thought it was. So I caught them unawares. I went to the reserve tank and ran a last and that was cocked and spotting everywhere. They weren't expecting me for about another 10, 15 minutes. So we've got to completely change our strategy. We've done our 3 minutes, so if there's any chances, we'll do a splash and go every time we get a chance and try and make it in. Big Mouth is really thirsty.
Definitely. It looks like we might be in for a few more pit stops.
Might turn the boost down on that car potentially.
On the car or the driver?
Nah, both, maybe. We saw how much fuel likes to burn out the rear. Maybe we can turn that down. Where's the tuner? Get it in now.
Exactly right.
I'm not used to the Queensland air, potentially.
So here's the leader. So he heads towards the pit stop window. Time flying here, 53 minutes in the books. We're working lap 40 of the Fight in the Night annual event here. As Morale leads us through. Tyler Mecklem getting geared up in the pits to take over the wheel of this car. Got himself in a good position here. I think it was smart probably backing that car down a bit after the charge for the Speed Cafe BMW at the start of the race. Puccini, solid effort as always in the B1 car. See, where's the priorities? I've got to feel that's down the Jerzakowski car perhaps. See, that's why they're not on the track. They're waiting for half time.
Ah, that's what it is. Well, there's not much you can do. You might as well take in, something else.
Exactly.
Watch that.
Make sure we take it out the back of the car if it comes back on the track. Stranger things have happened.
I don't think I've seen that. Watching a race from inside the car, that's quite a unique thing. Great to see so many people that have stuck around for this race. The Fight in the Night, the annual Fight in the Night, been around since 2012. Lots of notable names have driven in it. Of course, Bert Linton and Tim Lay, really the dominant forces. Many time winners. Bert Linton has won it 6 times, but other names include Ryan McLeod, Rick Bates, Tony Quinn himself has won it with Ian Sherrin. And last year, the race leaders Morale and Mecklem won it. However, they didn't win it really through outright speed. They won it last year through really fuel strategy, and they were being hounded late on in the race, being caught, but they held on. It was a bit of a late race, a nail biter, but they did hold on with a bit of a fuel gamble, and it paid dividends late on.
Doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you get it sometimes. They're looking really strong here at the moment. This isn't just an inherited lead. They've led this for quite a while now. But still, only a handful of cars have decided to elect to pit early. 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining now. Through turn 1 he goes. And everybody up to Carla Puccini. It's been lapped, so just 3 cars in the lead lap now. She hangs on to 4th position.
I'm very interested to see how Matt McCutcheon goes, because he is probably about half a second faster than the rest of the field at the moment in regular lap times and moving forward. But obviously they've already had their 3.5 minute stop. But how thirsty is the Camaro, and how much further can they get out of this? Will they be able to go past the 1 hour mark, potentially put a tank of fuel into it to get home, or are we going to see 2 stops still to come from there?
I think they can get bottom 1 here still. The air conditions will change soon. There'll be a lot thicker air out there from perhaps it's easy to hypothesise from a commentary box. We're not out there actually driving the cars, but the conditions will call off, which will help them with that fuel economy.
I think it's still going to be hard unless there's safety car. I think the safety car might be critical.
Or will we see some fuel saving a bit later on? We'll potentially see like maybe drop a second off a lap or something like that. Start to coast into the corners. You know, maybe not accelerate out of the corners so aggressively. Just try and get a couple of 100 mils here, a couple of 100 mils there over time, and just keep that car going. I suppose lovely watching that inside the car just to see how it goes. Oh no, Matt McCutcheon.
That can't be the same drama what we had here in the previous round. The man who was running in 12th position has now come. Is that steam or is it smoke? I've got a feeling that's smoke again from the game over Chevy Camaro.
I don't know if it's as bad as last time though.
It's from the rear wheels. I don't know if the brakes have gone. That's not from the engine in the front like it was last time. That's a lot more rear.
Well, where are the exhausts to start with? Because if the exhaust tips are under the back, potentially, a bit of smoke coming out of the engine. You never know. It's thick white smoke, but we have something on fire.
Shows you how stiff the air is as well. It's just a partial replay of what's happened here to the 101 Chevy Camaro, and it was limping across the grass.
Could it be a dip potentially?
Possibly, yeah. That's a lot of smoke though for that. Either way, it's changed the race. He's off the racetrack enough. I think maybe a couple of teams read that as a potential safety car.
Well, will they go and get the driver and leave the car there like we saw in the earlier production car race, where the car's in a safe spot, but the driver's not going to sit there for another 2 hours?
No. Well, he's on the inside of the track as well, so he won't be able to motor across there. They may pull a safety car. Look, you see some orange lights back there at the start line. And that's just indicating that there is a drama down here. Sitting on our screens, we haven't gone yellow at the moment. That's on the inside. We have now just finished that sentence, so the safety car has been called. The first one of the fight in the night, the second round in succession. The game over Chevy Camaro living up to its sponsored name on there. McCutcheon looking to the rear of that Chevy Camaro. Just can't take a trick, this team, can they?
No, absolutely not. And it's a real shame in particular because he was absolutely flying in clear air. There's purple sectors nearly every lap at some point or another. He was really bringing that Camaro right into victory contention, and just in the blink of your eyes, you click of your fingers, the race has come to an abrupt end less than an hour into the race. But look, everybody's coming in here. Gould is in the BMW, the Speed Cafe BMW. White is in as well. So we're seeing lots of driver changes and lots of pit stops under yellow.
Look, at the end of the day, it's around that 1 hour mark, which is probably where they wanted to be. It's probably opportunistic, I'd say, for most of the front runners to be in there now. But Cheney, I'll be surprised if they don't come in knowing that last year I think they finished with about 400 mil of fuel left in their tank. They came in on the fumes. So their strategy and whatever they're doing, their calculations is spot on. So whether they'll try and get in, maybe get a lap or two potentially under safety car, try and save a little bit of fuel so they can fill it in. I'll tell you what, all the action's happening down in pit lane now. Let's head down to Tammy.
We'll get to Tammy in just a few moments. It's obviously a very hectic pit lane down there at the moment while the recovery crew, big shout out to the guys and girls once again. They were here last weekend, most of them. And we're here yesterday for practice and qualifying. The first time the safety car has been called out in pit lane. Starts to get active with Morale, Gooley and White, top three all in the pits. Taking the opportunity, Carlo Pacini has decided to keep on going. Moves himself up into second, so are they going to go long here perhaps in the BMW as Griffo comes in? Tom Heyman, see that shows how tall Tom Heyman is. They have to put a beacon on his helmet sometimes for the height, so if the planes are flying low in the area.
Looks like he's getting into a go-kart, doesn't it?
He does.
Is there that much? Does the seat move that much for him to get in?
He always has to sit in the back of the car, doesn't he?
Yeah, or has he got his knees somewhere up, you know?
Like an open wheeler. There he is, ready to jump in. The Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry. So they're in the pits. We'll go down to pit lane 2. Here's Mel Price.
Yeah, so just commenting on the 91 car, the Mercedes pit stop at Gunther and Randall, and we saw the front left wheel was on fire, which is not unlike what we saw in Griffo's car at the last round, and someone went to grab their fire extinguisher and they're like, no, don't bother, which is what happened last time. The whole thing was having flames and nobody was too phased about it, and it put itself out and off they went.
Yeah, didn't grab that on screen, did we? But yeah, it's not a surprise in production car racing, is it? It's just the brake rotor is obviously so hot that when they finally come to a stop, we don't have that air going over them. At some temperature, things start to flame. The fire starts now. A little bit of potentially a little bit of rubber in there building up and things like that. But there's no cause for alarm for that one. They'll just drive off. That'll go out pretty quickly. Is Gooley in there in the CMW? Is
Rusi.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at this. Wilson's at 3:14, so they're close. Troy Derwent's done the same. He's only got a minute and a half, so they're obviously banking on coming in a little bit later as well. I think they're going to do the late 3.5 minutes. And that is the question. Is this the pit stop to take the 3.5 minutes? Because the safety car, I don't think they're going to try and recover that car. They're just going to get Matt McCutcheon off the flat.
The tilt train was working its way down the lane, whether it's going to retrieve it or not. You try and want to get that back, because if it's fixable, and it's not as terminal as what we saw at the previous round, they might be able to get this car back out and at least get a result tonight. I wouldn't want to be leaving that car there regardless.
In which case, then now is the opportunistic time, isn't it, to take a 3.5 minute stop. I mean, Kearns has only gone 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes at pit lane.
So that's answering the question. We're going to definitely see another round of pit stops.
Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, one of our competitors has just come in for a second time. Geely in the Toyota 86 came in not that long ago under green flag conditions and did a perfect pit stop. I noticed it was 3 minutes and 31 seconds on the dot, so pretty much perfect for him, but in again under these safety car conditions, so electing to do a bit of a splash and dash here, and it'll be probably one more splash and dash again to the end of the race. The Camilleri Mazda is in. Didn't the Camilleri crew pull out an absolute blinder with the safety car in the last round? To finish second outright was a phenomenal performance.
Big move.
And they were chasing some gremlins last time, weren't they? The gearbox in practice on the Friday. Yes. It was overheating, so they had to keep coming in earlier in the day and resetting it, but they had to try and manage that. And we saw them speed up in parts, slow down in parts. Now, I'm talking to Paul earlier today, he goes, we put a whole heap of coolers on a fan, now we can't get up the temperature. So we've had to change things around again throughout the day, but look, they got their head around it. He said, we've got a head around it now. We know exactly where it needs to be. So, look, ever evolving these cars, you know. You think that they've driven them for a couple of years, you think you found all the issues with them, and then, well, you got to adjust yourself on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And for some that just really contest the one race of the year, they want to keep these cars moving. They want to have race cars sitting stationary in a workshop just for about the 6 hour. And who knows what the future will be with production car racing, whether we have these sprint formats that we've had this year, or we go to a more, 3 hour, 4 hour format across maybe 4 or 5 rounds over a year. All remains to be seen. Jake Camilleri has finished his pit stop. The Caboolture Mazda entry, seasoned campaigner in production cars for many years in that 56 car, Brisbane based. This is the Annabelle Rolfo, Emma Cassiavello entry, because Carlos Rolfo drove that last time. He's watching on with a shoulder rebuild since we last raced here back in June. So Emma, who's been in the Toyota 86 series, has jumped in with Annabelle Rolfo to drive at this weekend's Fight the Night. They're 13th, but in the pits right now. Jesse Dixon looks like he's peeling off into pit lane as well after harassing the 14 for many, many laps. He's coming in now, relieving himself out of 7th position.
I love strategy and endurance race like this, and we're seeing it right now. So Mecklem in the number 9 Mustang has done its compulsory pit stop, 3 minutes 31 on the dot. Notably, Kearns has come in for a second time in that safety car and done another splash and dash to remain on the lead lap. So yes, he's 4th, yes, he's on the lead lap, but he's still yet to do the big 3.5 minute stop. So that number 25 Mustang, the gamble to come in early is not paid off for him at all. So yeah, that's not good for the number 25 machine. So advantage Mecklem with the 3.5 minute stop already done and out the way. The 119's leading now off Holt. He has not come into the lane under this safety car period.
Some updates happening down in pit lane with J-Mac.
So a quick update from the Game Over Camaro crew of Quinn and McCutcheon, and problems that severely resemble the issues that we had last time out here at Queensland. The car just cutting out, and from the evidence that we saw on track, possibly another motor. So heartbreak, 2 events in a row for Quinn and McCutcheon.
Certainly, thanks, J-Max. Certainly didn't look as dramatic as the one previously, but when they do the post-mortem on this car and it gets back to the pits, only they'll know. Could be something simple, but it could be also going back behind the wall permanently for Quinn and McCutcheon. McCutcheon just taking over the wheel of that car. Only in the recent past, over the last 10 or 15 minutes, in the 101 car as it comes back on the tilt tray. So most of the field has pitted, apart from the man in 119, Chris Holt is yet to pit. Also Josh Trappett back there in 9th position. So far, everybody else has pitted. Puts Tyler Mecklem into the lead. Carla Baccini appears to have stayed out there in the 999 as the screen changes to the co-drivers now.
Yeah, she only did a short stop as well. They've just taken fuel. So, yeah, half the field's sort of opting, I think, for that second pit stop to be the one where they change drivers, take the 3.5 minutes. And, you know, I tell you what, with a safety car, you just never know, do you? Sometimes safety cars breed safety cars.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The cliche always comes out, you think we're going to be okay, but once we get this, there's almost a certainty it'll happen again during the race.
And it's not an accident, right? Like, it's things like that where we have mechanical failures on a car. So that could happen at any time for some of these guys, guys and girls, that start to push the cars to the limits and something lets go.
Holt has now come into the lane, so a late decision to get that done in the safety car window, although I think the safety car might be coming in anytime soon, so it might be a little bit too little too late. Mel, down to you.
So Jesse Dixon sitting here in the number 87. As he departs pit lane, obviously double stinting there, didn't do a driver change, but they jacked the car up there for a little while, and I asked what they were looking for. Apparently he copped a bit of a shunt in the left rear off another car and recorded a minor vibration, so they were just checking things out, and obviously think it's all good to go because off he goes.
And it's just going to get out there. 3 minutes and 32 seconds are ticked on by for the 87 machine as he leaves the lane. So it's well and truly coming 3 minutes and 36, in fact, for Jesse Dixon. Trappett also in the lane in the Davison Trappett entry. So they'll see Aston jump in behind the wheel of this entry that's in pit lane. Car 28 Class D contested today. So they're running 3rd in that class with Alan Jarvis leading from Jesse Dixon. So one for me, guys, is the Randall car back in 13th position now. That was running quite high earlier in the race, but now has a bit of work to do back. Some 2.9, make it 3 laps behind.
Bit of a slow pit stop in the pit stop sequence. 13 seconds slower than what it could have been, 3 minutes 43. But that's nothing compared to the number 18 Mustang of Trent White and Glenn Walker. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. They only just got out on the lead lap, I noticed. So very, very close, even under safety car conditions, to going down a lap. And that very well would have ruled them out of the race. So they've just about got away with it. And of course, now the pack being bunched back up, that's been a bit of a lifeline for them. But if that was green flag and they had that problem, that would have almost been day done effectively for any chance of a victory.
Yeah, better to do it under safety car like that. But he only just made it back out, like you said. We're dropped nearly 40 seconds.
Yeah, gap to the leader at the time he exited the lane was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So he'd be thanking his lucky stars that the safety car is out. But what a fascinating situation we have at the moment. All different strategies out there at the moment. As I say, it is advantage Mecklem at the moment. Very much advantage Mecklem. 3 minutes and 31 seconds in the lane. That car's done its big compulsory pit stop. All the cars behind, or the 2 behind anyway, Baccini and Kearns, have only done the splash and dash. They've got the big one to go. The Speed Cafe car, that has also done its 3 minute or 3.5 minute stop as well. So they are looking good as well for a splash and dash to the end of this race. So a few different strategies playing out. As I say, Kearns has pitted twice, both of them splash and dashes just to try and keep on that lead lap. So there's lots to play out. We still have 2 hours of this motor race to go. Safety car's just letting a few of the cars through, and has got Mecklem once again at the front of the field. So, of course, He did pull up the original race leader. That leader pitted under safety cars, so he's let a few cars go past and now got the new race leader, which is Tyler Macklem at the front of the field. That lovely red Mustang at the front of the field, sponsored by Parramatta Vehicle Services.
Yeah, you're going on about the guys and girls that have taken 3 minutes 30 already. What's interesting for me is some of those stops weren't driver changes and others were, which you think that would be the risky part, isn't it, when you get the driver in there? But you got to take a calculation into how long it takes to fill that tank. I wouldn't expect it to take as long as a driver change. I would have expected most of them would have done the driver change with their 3 minute 30 run through pit lane. So surprised by that. That may show that some of them might come in for a splashing dash again, potentially later on in the race, or maybe it's just to see which driver they want to leave out there at the moment. Maybe they're just opening that potential up to what they want to do. Most of the cars out there with the two driver strategy here this weekend. Jake Camilleri, one of them that won't be doing that. That's a solo driver for him. I do believe the Jarvis car may only be a one driver strategy as well. There's not two drivers in that this week. There was two drivers, but I think we're only going to take one into this 3 hour stint, which is a long time for drivers to be out there actually. It's a lot to contend with. I know it's cooling conditions, which is great there, but you still get warm in the race suit, potentially not a lot of airflow in there as well. So that turn number 2, quite dark out there. So the focus, I think it is, you know, when you do a lot of nighttime driving, and the lights are blaring down there too, it's the focus and the mental capacity that you need there. That's what starts to tie, maybe not the physical side of things.
You said about the one stop potentially for that little Polo, but because it's so early in the race, there's still effectively 2 hours to go. I just think it's too early. A one stop is possible with a lot of safety cars, but you need to stop right in the middle. If you've done it too early, which I think it is too early for them, 2 hours is far too long to make it on one tank.
But with the driver change, it is a splash and dash situation.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Correct.
So it's very different to what we see if we had to come in for a full pit stop, and they'll be calculating they may only need 20 litres of fuel or something like that if they come in with half an hour remaining. So they'll be putting the bare minimum in on those calculations with maybe just a 5% error margin there. And again, we don't know as the safety car leaves the track and we come around turn number 6. Let's get this back underway. The Sherrin Rentals fight in the night. Australian production cars. We've still got an hour and 46 minutes remaining in this race. Anything can still happen. Yes, we've had an hour on the last time. The fight in the night. Lights are out. Sun has definitely gone down in the background and we are underway. Macklem leading this after a driver change with the number 9 vehicle, Bacchini. Carl is still at the wheel of this car, and now are we going to see some drivers with some much cooler tyres and much cooler brakes. So if they've stayed in the car, they'll just need to readjust those braking markers, while some of our drivers that are just sitting behind the wheel for the first time in the fight of the night, they'll have to get their eye into these very dim conditions out there.
Top 3 on the road are top 3 in the race, so they are darting clear. All the cars behind, 1, 2, 3, I think there's about 7 of them between them and the car in 4th. There it is, the Speed Cafe BMW has a lot of traffic to try and negotiate on this first lap. Navigating the traffic as quickly as possible will be crucial. I'm interested to know what that gap's going to be when it re-emerges, but look at that. Late under brakes, gets not 1 but 2 cars, BMW and the little Polo as well. So nicely done there. That's making hay. Well, the sun is definitely not shining out there at Queensland Raceway at the moment. I noticed one of the lights was off. I couldn't quite see which car it was because of only the one functioning headlight. Oh, it's a little Polo with only one working headlight. And that will make a difference around this Queensland Raceway venue. As we say, dark in patches, so that's going to be, that could play a factor. There as well is the number 18 Mustang moving through the lap traffic. We're down now on the lead lap. Jake Camilleri first of those down the lap. He's leading a lap himself.
far out. Oh, that's why. Oh, everything died on me. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Oh my god. Everything died. Oh my god. I don't even know how long it's been dead for. Damn. Oh my lord, bro. This happens every time. Oh, shut up, it's on charge, you stupid fuck. Like, that's really annoying.
No, it's getting bigger too. The air running over it's just going to feed the fire. This is the risk you take with fuel, especially like I said before. That fuel that's gone in the boot, need to try and clear that. Now the plastic's on fire, so there's a big fire there, big moment for him. Hopefully you can get to our officials very, very quickly down here for the 14. Williams will be pulling in, he won't even make it to his pit bay, and there's our fire crew straight on the scenes. Another moment for the 14, and we'll wait and see if they can try and recover from there as well. From High-Tech Oils, one of the car fridges, you know, some packs there, some merchandise, and it's a scan and win, isn't it? You come down to the track, scan in, make a donation, and follow all the rules and regs. And potentially at the end of the month, when you sell $1,400 worth of gear, is have a look at the smoke that's coming out. Now, I know that's the powder extinguisher doesn't help there. They are using a lot of powder and all of the foam extinguisher as well. So
the fire's continuing. It's not stopped. They've not been able to get it. I think the fuel's continuing to leak, and then it's getting on the hot exhaust continually. So it's just never ending at the moment.
You can't put it out if you've still got a heat source.
Correct.
Yeah, and if it's festering inside the back of the car, you can't open the boot because you're going to fuel with oxygen. So there's a lot of risk now for me. Anyone that wants to come to the pits now, they can't see either. So, and we've got a lot of our safety officials going around the pit bay area as well. So let's hope that no one's running out of fuel. We're going to need a moment to clear that up. So plenty going on here at the fight tonight. Well, thanks to Sharon Rentals. I'll tell you what, Mecklen still leading Zoe McKernan to horse there. You can see the Speed Cafe X-Class car still out. The back brakes aren't glowing yet on that car, which we have seen on some of the Mustangs here. And we've got the 119, Ryan Schickfield's gone back out there as well. So that's good that they managed to get that cut tyre and make its way back out.
Good news, it looks like it is under control. They have now been able to open the boot and keep it under control. That was pretty nasty there for a moment, but brilliant work. Everybody was straight on the scene, weren't they? Brilliant work from the volunteer marshals, but even the race teams. It wasn't just the race team of the Falcon drivers, but several other race team members helping as well to put the flames out from the tail end of that car. So great work from everybody involved to get that under control and allow us to continue under green flag conditions. But I think it is game, set and match now for the number 14 Falcon of Troy Williams and Ling. So that's a shame, but they'll come back fighting later on in the season. Of that I have no doubt. We turn our attention to the Class X leader, sitting third outright at the moment. Has made it past Puccini and has pulled a big margin since then of 13.7 seconds over the B1 class BMW. It's still a Mustang 1-2, Mecklen over Kearns, and the margin out to 19 seconds now. So Mecklen seems to have the answers at this point in time.
at this point in time, the other word you've got to use, over 1 hour, 20 minutes still to go in this race. So because there is a lot, things have got very hot so far. We've seen not enough cooling on the brake rotors. We've seen them crack. We've seen fuel leaking cause car fires. We don't know what's happened to the game over Kamara. I would love if J-Mac or Mel Tammy could go down and find out exactly what happened to that car. Now they've got it back in the pits and maybe made an assessment on that. With Jerzakowski, we know they had some issues there. So there's still a lot to uncover here as we get through some of the cars. Unfortunately, the attrition rate's not so good at the moment as it looks like we've lost 5 cars from the start of this race already.
Yeah, 25% have gone by the wayside in the first half of this race. But it's certainly been an interesting one, hasn't it? It's kept us on the edge of our seats throughout. There's not been a dull moment. Speaking of dull, the Polo comes around the corner with only that one headlight still working. But out in front is Mecklem, who leads the way. This is the car in second position. The number 25 Mustang is of Lindsay Kearns and Brad Carr. Their CMA Car Mods Australia sponsored Mustang. Bit of an off-track excursion further back, a bit of dust coming up. Of course, with different cars dropping out, that means that traffic is a little bit less of an issue as the Bacchini 999 B1 BMW comes into the lane. Importantly, with 80 minutes to go, I think that is the earliest final stop we've had. I think that car should be able to make it to the end from here.
Potentially, and that's going to see Paul get in the car as well. We're going to see they haven't had their 3.5 minute stop either. So this should be a big one for the Bacchinis and the B1 class. We'll have to wait and see. Camilleri might be able to make up a lap or two in this one as well and get back on the same lap as them. Mecklem leading us. They've done the 3.5 minute stop. Kearns has not, so they're all going to be back in, but Kearns is going to have to come to the 3.5 minute stop. To Horst in that X-Class Speed Cafe BMW, they have done the compulsory 3.5 minute stop as well. So there's lots to really go through when it comes to the strategy here. The Australian production cars out on track for their fight in the night for another year here at Queensland Race. I would say 2012 it's been going since into its 13th year and still progressing, getting very, very popular. It's great to have the Australian production cars as part of the High-Tech Oils Super Series in 2025, and the relationship continues to build. I thought for a moment we've seen a bit of dust, but it's just a bit of smoke or something coming through those lights of our leader there, Mecklem, up on our screen. Now, when are they going to come and grab some fuel? Are they going to get one more stop in potentially around the 2-hour mark and try and get that car home with the dominance they've got at the moment? For me, to Horst, if they can save some fuel, they're within striking distance, 34 seconds. So it's going to come down to how much fuel they need to put in and whether they can get home. But that could be a late run.
Crucially, I think, for the Mecklem Mustang, I think they need to go a few laps longer with a bit more horsepower underneath the bonnet of this machine. It does require going a couple more laps to be able to safely make it to the end of the race. That's one of the things you often hear in motorsport about the final pit stop, the fuel number. The crucial lap number of when you can come in and make it home on fuel. And in One Make Series, that's easy to work out. You simply do a quick maths, how big's the tank, how much fuel do I use per lap, and do the maths that way. In production cars, it's a lot harder to do that because, of course, there's so many different cars. It's not just one set number. Oh, you pit here, you'll easily make it home. Different cars have different fuel numbers.
Yeah, let's take that data. Someone who likes to go over the data and find out what's going on is Tammy down at pit lane. Tell us what's going on.
Carly, you've just jumped out of the car. Dad Paul's jumped in. You've been able to refuel. Have you got any more planned pit stops after this?
No more planned pit stops. We're good to go to the end now.
Great. So Dad can finish the drive.
Yeah. He's going to be awesome, so I can't wait.
Thanks. Thank you.
Oh no, Carly's got an opportunity to get the limoncellos a little bit early down there. Tammy, you stay away from their pit bay. That's where we're taking Dan for his celebrations after this. Exactly down to the Bacchini pit bay. And now have a look at this. How close are they going to be to the 3:30 as well? That is the question. They say they're already on the roll, but just when they go over pit exit. And that team strategizes really, really well. Like I say, had about 400 or 500 mils of fuel left last time they went through this, and they're going to be just over 3 minutes there. They're well and truly, so they've met the minimum criteria already. There you go, leaving pit lane as we get on board now with Paul Bacchini. He's normally got a little bit more pace than Carly sometimes, but Carly looks after the car and the tyres really well.
She did confirm, though, that that car can make it to the end from here. I heard a lot of numbers about A-class cars doing 75 minutes. That's a B-class car, so that can go a little bit further. So 80 minutes, under 80 minutes now to go. That will be quite comfortably safe then by the sounds of it, which is great news for them as they are back out onto the racetrack. Interestingly though, they took their short stop under safety car conditions and their long one under green flag, the opposite to what this car has done, the race leader. So that will play a factor if it remains as it is at the moment, for sure, because they've done effectively 2 minutes extra under green flag conditions, and that will be at least one lap that it will cost them.
And never say never when it comes to that car with the yellow flashing lights.
Yeah, true.
We still don't know what's going to happen, right? There's still cars out there. There's lots of hot brakes out there. We've seen the Link car. That potentially could have brought out a safety car if that had happened. Probably a bit earlier in the lap, because couldn't have gone on much further before it went to try and find someone for the fire crew to help put that out. So you never know what's going to happen. But Chini back out on track, though.
And going pretty quickly at the moment, down into turn number 1 and 2 on this lap. On board, I noticed this earlier, they seem to really hold it in gear late. Rather than change up, they keep it in gear into turn number 2. So a bit of a strategy there. Rather than change up and then change immediately back down again, you might as well leave it in gear. And that shows as well, you wouldn't see that if they're fuel saving to the end of the race. That shows that it is not just we're comfortable to the end, we're very comfortable, we can push hard, we can use all the revs and much more.
Yeah, they can also choose to do a bit of fuel saving in the back end if they potentially use more than what they thought they were going to use. Look, in B1, they're going to be hard to beat, really, when it comes to the Chinis out there. And it looks like they're the only B1 car left as well. But, I mean, they're looking for an overall result. They want to get back to the podium like they did last time. Mate, just fantastic. A family that like to go racing. I mean, Carly Vicini didn't do the usual... I'll go through go-karts as a kid and I'll step up to other forms of motorsport. She was an adult when she decided, hey, Dad's been doing this for a while, I want to have a go at this. You know, I think it's great that she gets out there and has a go, and she's very fast and competitive as well, and I think that's how she drives the car. Sticking to a lap time, looking after the car, getting to the end, and when it comes to endurance racing, it's not always about setting the fastest lap times. It's about setting consistent lap times, coming up as a team with a strategy and having a reliable car that just puts all of that together.
Oh, exactly right, well said, Maddie. As you point out, they were recent guests, weren't they, on our new panel show hosted by yourself.
I know a bloke that sits on there.
I know him as well. He's a bit of a pain, not the biggest fan of that bloke.
Nah, to be honest with you. Looks after his mates for their birthday. That's all I've heard.
Yeah, to be fair, fair.
Oh, here we go. Nice little battle going on as they're going to go 3 wide. I know it's our race leader. Look at the speed they've got as they go by. This could have been fun going to turn 1 if we sent them 3 wide. Troy Derwin. I don't think we've seen him come out yet. No, he's still in there. So Oscar Butt's still got to get into that car as well. The 78. I noticed Rob O'Connor's gone in. Jesse Gibson's got out of the 87 as well. So that's how to drive the change.
So Dixon done a large portion of the race. So that car back out on the circuit. A few running a little bit more over the time on this second stop, I think. So 3:41, 3:50. All of the A-class cars in the first round of stops, we were seeing 3:31, weren't we? 3:32. So lower class cars just erring on a bit more caution out there.
Tommy Heyman. So he's working his way 5th overall at the moment at A1 class. Leading that class at the moment, but look, again, loves to get on a podium there. Just shaking off a bit of fun in Spain. So he hung around for about a week and had a good time over there. Well, you know, if you're going to go over there and do a bit of McLaren driving, why wouldn't you hang around? You know, just bring in a bit of Europe and breathe it in and enjoy a bit of GT3. We've seen him in the GT4 stuff here this year as well. He was super quick in the TA2. He didn't introduce last year at the bend, and he was a solo driver, and the hardest thing they had was keeping the car up to the moment. We're calling quick time Tommy because no one can catch him in having lap time. So he's very, very confident behind the wheel as well. For any car that he wants to drive, Tommy Heyman, very, very fast young man.
Yes, that car, the number 19, up in 5th, just putting down a lap on fellow A45, Ronald Randall, those two fighting in the A1 class, but there's now a lap between them. Both of them still have a stop to go. Notably though, Tom Heyman has taken that 3-minute 30 compulsory pit stop, so it'll be a short one to the finish from here. So I think that car might come up pretty good at the end of this race. Same with Camilleri as well. The big one was taken on the safety car. It's a short one to the finish. Randall as well in the number 91 did the same thing. So at the moment, those that needed a long stop have already done that. So still 1 hour and 10 minutes left to go in the books as the Speed Cafe car slides up the inside, under brakes on Bacchini to put that car a lap down. This is a fantastic race, so still got lots of cars on the lead lap in contention for outright honours. The D-Class, we've spoken a fair bit about D-Class as the most competitive class this weekend. Alan Jarvis is leading the way at the moment in that one. 3 minutes and 50 seconds stop has been done, so that's a splash and dash from here. The Jesse Dixon car, same thing as well. 1 stop done. Rob O'Connor now behind the wheel, but just a short splash and dash to the finish for that one. Those two cars are on the same lap, so D-Class will be fought out right to the death. Same strategy, same lap. Look out for that one late in the race. Polo versus BMW.
Burns hasn't done that compulsory 330, have they, in second position? That's the one.
Correct.
So Horst, not that far behind, 40 seconds, but when you've got to stay in pit lane for another 2 minutes, that's going to get chewed up real quick.
Yeah, so that car, to explain for those that missed it early on, the Kurtz car suffered a puncture early on. They elected to do their short stop then as a result. They wanted to remain in contention, but it put them on the back foot straight away. The safety car then did not help them. They had to again take another short stop, because if they did their long stop, they'd have gone several laps down even under safety car conditions. So they've just been putting off their long stop, hoping, praying for a late race safety car. And that's what they're still doing now. That's why they're still out there on the race circuit. They know that they need a safety car to serve that lengthy 3.5 minute stop, or else it's going to bury them in the field. That puncture, although it didn't seem too bad at the time, has affected their whole race from that moment on.
Yeah, and it's the fuel too. I mean, really, they could have changed drivers at that point. They may not have been ready though, because when you get a puncture, obviously it's not an expected one. I mean, a bit like a safety car. The safety car, you get a little bit more time to react to what's going on out there. Unfortunately for them, like say, puncture brings them in. You know that refilling it then, if they're going to put fuel in at the time, it's not going to get you where you want to be in the next pit stop. Safety car, if it had been maybe half an hour later, probably wouldn't have been too bad a window for them, but unfortunately for them, they got a bit of work, and it's just trying to stay on this lead lap at the moment, and a safety car for them now would really... I know the Genies are in the 999 car, and have they had to take a tyre as well? Is this going on?
We heard Carly Bacchini say, didn't she? She said to our pit lane reporters, that's it, we're good to go to the end of the race. We don't need to make any more pit stops. Unfortunately though, I think that the front left tyre has delaminated or let go in some form or another. This is third pit stop that was not needed to be made. So this is going to bury this car down the order.
Let's send our pit lane reporters down there to find out what exactly happened with the Bacchini car. That's unfortunate. Something's happened there now. We've lost a few tyres in this race. So what is causing that? Is it just going over 2 hour, like the 2 hour limit there, where they're pushing the limits, they hit some curbs? Like, we're seeing something very similar to what we saw before, where the inside was shredded. Now, I'm sure that came from coming in the inside of the curbs.
We've not just lost a couple of tyres, we've lost a pit lane reporter as well. Amex decided to wander into the commentary box. Nice to see you busy, hard at work, mate. Leaving the ladies to it. It's not very gentlemanly of you at all, I have to say. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the cans on, so he can't respond.
Oh, look, mate, he's just come to take you out for your birthday dinner. That's all. Come down here to tell us about screaming. Now, did we get the steak out, and do we have a hot rock when you were down there on those breaks?
I tell you what, there was so much temperature still just holding. Even about 10 minutes ago from Trek White and Glenn Walker's
Ultimate Diesel Tuning Mustang. Really, really unfortunate for them. They were in such good position coming into this weekend. Like I said, they were leading the A2 division points. They were second outright in the points coming into the fight tonight, and unfortunately, no more fight left in the front rotors of that car.
Talking about that, does it look like it's wobbling around a little bit there for Jake Camilleri?
Yeah, it didn't look too evenly distributed through, did it? And that was almost a Sparks level as well.
Maybe we're seeing some odd wear there from the brake pads as they go around. Now, Jake Camilleri got to try and keep a front tyre on here at the moment, and that's last time that's what we saw. His tyres were worse for wear on the front after he came in after 2 hours. Have a look at the flames coming out the exhaust. That's glowing up. That turbo's working super hard. That MPS. Someone else is working hard down there in pit lane. Mel Price. What's going on?
Okay, Errol, we're down here looking at this very, very sad tyre that's just come off the car, unfortunately. We thought that was your last stop, but you came flying back in, so explain what's happened here.
Obviously the tyre's been laminated around the edges here, and it just cut the tyre and it's failed.
So you were talking about tyre pressures and they're lower because it's colder.
Yeah, so what happens when we're in a long race like this, the tyres warm up over time, so you've got to start them at a fairly low pressure. But when you run them at a low pressure, particularly at the start of the race, all the drivers want to go fast. They say take it steady, but they don't. To warm up the tyre, and it just works the tyre. Works that tyre, flexes it too much, and then that continuous flexing just fails it, and the tyre weakens over a period of time.
Oh, that's a real shame. The car's super strong, and Paul's out there now. Hopefully he can...
Carly was out there in the first stint, and she did a fabulous job, and she put the car in third or fourth place. And we're punching well above, she pumped well above her weight, and these things happen, you know, and we knew it was a problem. We had a spare tyre, and we tried to check the tyre, but unfortunately the damage is on the inside, so to check it, you've got to pull the tyre off, have a look, and then put it back on again.
Tough luck, thank you.
Oh, I tell you what, thanks Mel for being down there on pit lane, finding out what exactly was going on with that car. But a bit of a shame from their overall position. I know in their class they're doing very well, but as it sits now back down to 8th position there for Paul Bacini, and like you said, can't sit from the outside, can you? It just really starts to go down and drive the car, and there's a lot of pressure on him at the moment as we are almost down to the 1 hour mark here for the Australian production cars on a glorious Saturday night. Queensland Raceway really puts on a great show of racing. It's great to be here 6 weeks ago with more of a sprint format style of weekend, and then we changed it up with 3 categories having endurance racing here. So the Innovation Race Cars had their 50-minute race here this afternoon. The TA2 muscle cars, a 45-minute race. That was absolutely incredible. I think it was a driver 2 race for me. We knew the fireworks were probably going to happen. We was waiting for some of the light diffuse, and that happened now. It's going to be repeated tomorrow as well. So plenty going on at Queensland Raceway at this fantastic venue as our leader Mecklin now just starting to go through some lap traffic once again. It puts Tommy Hayman down another lap, which I'm sure he'll try and get on the back of this and hold on as long as he can, because he won't want to go too much further back, and it's still getting around at the moment. Have a look at Kearns, a 1:19 on the last lap.
Yeah, PB lap of the entire race. Mecklin set the fastest lap of the race on lap 2, the first flying lap of the 3-hour enduro, and it's taken until lap number 80 for that to be threatened even. So Kearns getting to just about 0.3 of a second off that lap, but yeah, Kearns' best lap coming quite late in the race.
I'm going to say, how's the body language of the Kearns Mustang muscling its way through? At the time it was, I think, turn 2, just getting a big handful of opposite lock. Yeah, more of that brake rotor glow on the run through 4 into 5. This Carmods Australia Mustang is running with the best of them. Still, though, some 30.5 seconds back from Mecklin. Running to the final corner here. Let's see if he lights it up on the exit. He's going to keep it fairly restrained here, coming up on the back of lap traffic. That'll be the 999 machine. Chini.
Interesting race. There's been twists and turns at almost every corner, and it's been a dramatic affair, but an attritional one at that. We've lost quite a few runners, haven't we, over the time. I noted that Wilson was in the lane for quite some time in the Invitational BMW, the JPS livery machine. Last pit stop several laps ago, well over 7 minutes. But great to see that car is back out there. Our sole Invitational runner, of course, raced in the one of our sport categories at Sydney Motorsport Park, and then took part in the Invitational class at round number 1. And now here we are, a couple of rounds later, once again joining the action.
Such a special event here at the Fight in the Night, an incredible day. And come on, Matty Cav, we've got to take the opportunity.
It's up to me.
Well, you're the host, you're the lead.
Do I have to celebrate Dan McCarthy's birthday in the commentary box? Like, Dan, look, we're 2 hours in this race. You bought your birthday to Fight in the Night. That's how important it is to you, isn't it?
It is so much so I've lost my voice doing it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's been very nice to meet you two all day long, surprisingly.
Would you like us to serenade?
I think we should.
Probably not.
Come on, mate.
I don't think he gets the choice. Go on, Matty.
Happy birthday to you. Oh, Dan McCarthy, the man of many names and many talents.
Thank you very much, guys. Greatly appreciated. But I'm sure people would rather talk about or hear us listen to us talk about the race, because we are fast approaching the 1 hour to go mark. Yes, I am trying to get it back on terms. We're talking about the race, not my birthday, thank you. So yes, 1 hour to go in this race. The number 9 Mustang is looking quite comfortable at the moment in terms of its pit stop strategy. It's leading by 30 seconds and it only has a splash and dash to go. That can't be said for Kearns behind, so he could potentially and will likely fall behind Horse late on in this race.
Those voices get a bit hoarse. You've had a big day here, haven't you, mate? It's going to be a big night tonight. Don't worry, we're going to celebrate with you down at the Cheney pits. But Macklem, yeah, look, it's all theirs to lose at the moment, isn't it? Leading the race at the moment. Pit stop strategy is on point. Just need to get through this final hour of the race, and they're going to have to come and grab some fuel this stage, but so much can go wrong in that moment, really. We've seen issues with people trying to refuel cars. Now, we know with the Lynn car that was a rollover valve that really started that issue off, but they've got to try and really push that coupling in, and it looks, it seems easy, doesn't it? But you can see the pressure they've got to apply. Jamek, you were down there with them, going over the fuel rigs.
I was watching, and it was like he'd center the fuel rig into the ports, and then all of a sudden it wouldn't actually depress the spring-loaded valve, and it would actually skate off towards the rear of the car. He had about 3 or 4 goes at it, not to throw the poor pit crew member under the bus, but he was having a really, really hard time. They went for a backup fuel rig, which showed an incredible presence of mind to actually have a backup. They didn't have to resort to jerry cans or jiggle siphons or anything like that, although it would have been a sight to see. But yeah, had such a hard time trying to get the refueling strategy even started, as looks like a fair bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car into pit lane.
No, I think that's the cement dust.
They've driven over remnants of the Ling.
Yes, I believe so. I thought initially like you. Yeah, I thought initially exactly like you, and I'm like, no, that's exactly where that was. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is. You're not seeing any more smoke around the car or anything like that, and the fuel's gone in perfectly fine. So this car, again, is on the right strategy. Big stop done early. It's now the short fill-up, the splash and dash to the end of the race. So I think this car's in potential for a big an outright podium.
Hats off to the pump man in the back. They are pumping that up with a hand pump.
This is a different take on the refueling rig. So it looks like they have essentially a churn that's getting filled by a man right there, the hardest working team member of the Camilleri racing team.
And you train for that? What machine is that at the gym that you train for that on?
Last time I was in a gym was over 5 years ago, man. I thought that was self-evident.
I've been to the gym 3 times in the last 12 months. I'm a regular member.
I can say, oh no, issues here. Issues here. Is that at the front? That's a flat tire?
Yeah, I think the heat from the brakes actually made the tyre go down remarkably.
it's done something. Yeah, a bit of fire there, so it's one kind of. The final out, we know that with the brakes, there'll be a bit of rubber on there as well, but they'll have to throw a tyre on that this time round. Now, they'd already taken their 3.5 minute stops, and this is hurting Cavalieri in the C class. Troy Derwin, well, he's still a fair bit back, so there's a bit of work to do now. They'll try and clear that away and get into him. Get this car back out on track. Cavalieri just doing this as a solo driver. Dan, I wouldn't have known you hadn't been at the gym. See you flexing here in the commentary booth.
Oh dear me. There's something still alight underneath.
That's rubber.
A little bit of rubber free, just knocked off the inside of the Cavalieri front left. And
you're not going to want to leave that there, though.
Well, no, to catch the new tyre on fire.
It's heating it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Cold.
Just in one spot.
We did say though, front tyres in this car over 2 hours. Yeah, that's where they start to degrade. So might be very thin already.
Cavalieri driving solo. Currently holding down the 8th spot.
That's a real shame, because that really does rule that out of a potential outright podium, or at least in the top 5, because we said it was just a splash and dash, but that splash and dash is going to take over 3 minutes in the lane. Oh, there's a lot of smoke out there on the circuit at the moment. Not sure if somebody, I'm hearing reports somebody's just run wide and put a lot of dust across the racetrack there. You're pointing away vigorously there, Matty.
Yeah, I'm just pointing away. Troy Derwin's gone into the pits too, so finally they did not take that long stop last time either, so I think Oscar Butt's going to probably jump into that Astro as well, so that'll be a driver change there. Now the Cavalieri stop, that would have brought them really close. Yeah, potentially there'd been a safety car or something going for them, but that unfortunately that 3.5 minute stop means Cavalieri's probably going to get that lead back over them. When it comes to the C-Class Championship anyway, with them only those 2 cars left after a couple have retired earlier in this weekend, just did a bit of a clean of the window as well. The team down there quite accomplished at the 6 hour this year as well. They've had a couple of people go in. Good to see Oscar Buddies get into one of the legend cars that might become Tri-Days at the Super Series in Sydney as well. So there's some driver changes going around, having a bit of fun out there.
You mentioned it earlier, but how good are the LED lights there that a lot of the drivers are running? The underbody glow. Everyone's having a great time out here at the Fight in the Night.
It just looks like a couple of Instagram posts from you and Nolte at the Midnight Club. That's what that looks like.
Oh, take me back. Take me back.
Oh, we've got the lights going. All we need is a DJ in the background. We had them here last time. Where are they?
Plenty to see and do though, isn't there, around the track? There's lots of interactions and activations. There's certainly a few things to do for the kids if they're not engaged in what's on the racetrack. But I tell you what, with the racing action we've had in all the categories today, I'm sure they are hooked on racing if they've not been before. It's been an absolute spectacle throughout every category. It's put on a show for us. Even the little supercars, the Formula Vs and the Queensland Touring Cars, which we didn't actually see it all today, but tune in tomorrow. We are having a race live for each of those categories.
So, first we get to you, J-Mac. Where's your time?
It's really interesting. I was just going through the top 10 at the moment, trying to see how the pace is really sort of looking now that we're in at least 2 hours into the race. And I'm looking through the order and I can see the S-Class car, the Speed Cafe BMW, best lap time of 1 minute 19. Last lap was a 1 minute 20. It's amazing that they've been able to keep up this kind of pace for the vast majority of the race. You have to go down somewhere to the order of around the 9-10 spot to Shingfield and Cassiavero before you really start to see super quick best lap times and slower last lap times. The pace has been incredible.
Yeah, we've only seen it sort of differentiate by about a second and a half really over most of the field, which is incredible to see. And that's going to be tyre wear. The brakes definitely, they have taken a fair bit of wear. There's going to be new brake pads going on most of these cars. Fortunately for them, they don't have to race tomorrow. They managed to get all their racing out of the way today. Of course, finishing with this 3-hour enduro here, thanks to Sharon Rentals. As flash of the lights there as the X Factor car to Hertz is going by the number 60 Speed Cafe entry and trying to close that gap there now, just under 30 seconds to our race leader. So. Sorry, just under 47 seconds to our race leader. I'm looking at Kearns there, knowing that Kearns has to take that massive pit stop at the moment at the minimum 3.5 minutes. Is Dan's going to celebrate his birthday early, so that's good. We'll let him have a break on this fabulous day for him as he gets out there. I was going to ask him of his first most physical trip to Queensland Raceway, how we found that. We've been here a couple of times. I really have to take my hat off, though, to the crew here that do an amazing job in terms of every time we come here. I mean, even in 6 weeks, that screen wasn't up there last time, was it? No. So, like, you know, in such a short period of time, they make dramatic changes here at the track. I think it's for the overall experience of the spectator. So, although you might be watching us at home, it's the people here at the track that get a great experience.
Well, that's an intangible sort of measure of the level of investment that Tony Quinn and everyone associated with Queensland Raceway has put into it. It's not just about the dollars, it's about what you get out of all of these additions and developments and construction and maintenance and everything goes into it. It sounds kind of boring when you put it like that. But Queensland Raceway, if you had to come here sort of 10, 12 years ago, it's not a shade on what it is right now.
No, completely different racetrack, and it offers some fantastic racing, overtaking opportunities, I mean, door-to-door action. It's got absolutely everything. It's why it's a bit of a staple on the High-Tech Oils Super Series calendar over the last few years. And it's not going anywhere. In 2026, we're definitely going to be back here at Queensland Raceway because we loved really bringing the competitors here, and they always enjoy their time at Queensland Raceway. It's a little mecca of motorsport that Tony Quinn's built around here. Had so much entertainment going on for everybody here this weekend, and J-Mac, I tell you what, production cars, there's so many classes to go through, it's going to go all the way down to the wire in this final hour.
90 laps have been completed here in this 3-hour enduro. Meckler clocking up the first into the 90s. And just going back through those quick lap times, some people that were late bloomers, shall we say, looking down, Pacini with the best lap time of 121 on lap 82. Tommy Heyman cranked out a 121 on lap 83. So late in the race, but still so much pace to give.
Yeah, incredible efforts on these drivers. Mind you, they are getting in the zone, aren't they? You feel like some of the seat time, especially the 30 or 40 laps. Jake Camilleri, man, he's done the whole race by himself. I mean, he'd almost be able to do this track with his eyes shut, I think, at this point in time. Just by feeling the corners, the bumps, and things like that.
Wind him up and let him go.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of muscle memory there. Jake, as he gets around O'Connor there, just on our screen. I mean, 13th overall at the moment. Fourth in the D class, fifth in the D class actually. But I potentially think that we've got some cars there that they've had 2 pit stops where we've got a lot of D class cars there that haven't come in for their second stop. I don't know whether Casavello, Beggs and Trappett will be able to get home without at least a splash and dash when it comes to the pit stop. The 86s and the BRZs, they'll be able to make that one. That's going to be a big call for them. They can try and limp these cars home without taking any extra fuel on board.
The run down into turn 3. Watching on as the number 28 machine, Trappett, trying to hunt down Randall.
I reckon they got the LEDs on. It's like, hey, don't run into me. I don't want you to. All I want to do is get home. There's big LEDs. You can't miss them. Stay away. Love it. The D class, that's hotly contested at the moment. Leading Jarvis though at the moment with the number 70 machine. So doing a great job out there as Pat Knowles rejoins us here in the commentary box, and it's been out absorbing all the production cars out there, haven't you? Just seeing how it is down there. You've witnessed the fires down in pit lane. We've had tyres shredded. It's all happening now.
I just had a chat on about marvellous TV people behind the scenes. That fire for David Ling just before. Hello guys, by the way. 9 fire extinguishers it took to put that fire out in the lane before. Hell of a fire. You could actually feel it when you went past there in the lane before. So obviously a game-changing moment for those guys there today, and classified back in 17th, but their day is done. Hey, time's flying.
Yeah, we're under an hour.
I thought I'd just jump in. As soon as I had LED lighting, and that's why I thought I'd jump in here.
Do we talk about the limoncello that the Machinis potentially down there? We really could turn this into a night.
We could. We absolutely could. It turns into a 6-hour without any plan. I think we got Mel back in pit lane.
We're here with Troy Williams. You can see he's just jumped out of her car. He's covered in dust from the fire extinguisher. Wow, tell us about that.
It was an adventure. Yeah, look, we were getting intermittent fuel pressure in the car, so we came in and the boys seemed to fix it, but on the, I think it was the second lap out, I heard a little pop coming up the back straight, and next thing, getting some smoke in the cabin. My eyes started sort of watering a bit. So I radioed to the guys and said, okay, I think we've got a problem here. There's a crap load of smoke in the cabin. I didn't know at that point I couldn't see fire. I could deduce from the smoke, but that was about it. But some really quick thinking from the crew, and a big thank you to them. They said, all right, can you drive it to a fire marshal? So I went through my head, okay, QR layout, da-da-da. It's strange what you think in those moments too. I'm like, all right, don't cause a safety car. Let's see if we can keep this thing green. Right, and I thought, okay, I know they're at the top of pit lane. So I radioed the boys and said, I'm going to try to drive it to the top of pit lane. So that's what I did, and the guys up there told me I think they put 12 bottles on it. So the back bar's looking a bit droopy and sad, but other than that, I think if I'd have stopped out there, probably wouldn't have a car to talk about. But no, look, the fire crews here did a fantastic job. My crew did great to think clearly in a crisis and give me some good instruction.
Well, as did you. I mean, that's mighty sporting, thinking, you know, for the other competitors, I don't want to cause a safety car, but, you know, hopefully it turned out best for the car and for you.
Yeah, 100%. And the medical team were right there, so they checked me out and signed me out of medical. So, yeah, other than breathe a bit of smoke and some worn out eyes.
I think they owe you a new pair of boots as well.
Yeah, they're looking a bit sick of it. No, they'll clean up all right. We'll be back.
So you just went to have a look at the car. What does it look like?
The back bumper's half melted, but yeah, I think the fire was isolated to outside and the rear. So pretty minimal damage, really. Probably looked spectacular on the TV, but yeah, we'll be back next round.
Most importantly, we're glad you're safe and it all worked out all right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
Known Troy Williams for quite a long time, and I know how seriously he takes this production car racing. That one is going to sting for quite a while. And David Ling in particular, I know we give him a lot of grief and a bit of fun, but he does it to us as well. So 50-50, but they really love and eat and breathe this sport, and that's obviously a bit of work to do.
We noticed the Speed Cafe BMW of Terhorse coming in and swapping out front left. It's interesting how many tyres have been pushed to failure here, and that Terhorse car, you could say, I don't think that thing's been really grabbing a lot of sawtooth curbs or really getting wayward off track. It has literally been pushed to failure.
And it's always been front left. That seems to be the predominant tyre.
Oh, and it's the drive tyre here, really, when you think about it. If you've done something wrong, you know you've done something wrong if you've come back as a left tyre here at Queensland Raceway in your lifetime. So, I don't know, it's about management. We've had the same dramas in T82 this weekend. The left rear has been that problem. Those tyres sometimes have been going upwards of 10 pounds in air pressure. So, it's just management. The better drivers will understand it. And we're looking at the race leader now, Tyler Mecklin behind the wheel of the number 9. These guys looking good for back-to-back. We're hearing that there's sparks coming from the brakes of this 9 machine, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Definitely, I can see what happened to White. That was very similar when we noticed the sparks, and we witnessed that for a number of laps before those brake rotors cracking. It's just about trying to keep the temperature out of them. So Mecklin, let's keep an eye on the red Mustang who's leading us here in the A2 class. Anything can happen. Kearns still needs to come and take that 3.5 minute pit stop as well. To Horst is done now. That is a field to the finish. Did not have to take a long stop. So where you see to Horst on the board, that's where they're going to stay. It's whether this might be a little bit of an undercut, getting that car back out there. Tim Herden having to change that front tyre though. That was definitely cut on the front left of that one. Let's keep an eye on here. It doesn't look like we see the brake glow that we saw from the white Mustang a little bit earlier. It looks like it's still very manageable out there on the brakes. They did go metal to metal though, like they did say for the white car. I'm quite sure whether they had fresh brakes and that one to start with, and not looking to the same degree of degradation we saw from the brakes from White's car. They were really dejected too down there, Nolte. You could really see the body language as they walked away knowing that was their race over.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, this has become such a staple, this event, over the years, as they've been mopping up some more fuel down there in the pit lane. It's become such an iconic event. Probably outside the 6 hour, this is the biggest production car race that they all look forward to during the year. And some teams probably won't come back after this for the rest of the year. We're probably going to start thinking about the 6 hour campaign Easter next year at Mount Panorama. but certainly this really was created out of a concept back in 2012 and just grew into what we see it as today. And there's a lot of sad sacks down in the pit lane right now that know that the day is over. Of course, they won't be back tomorrow. They've had their day with 2 sprint races in this 3-hour format, which is still 42 minutes away from finishing. But for the Meckleman Kearns guys, there's 30 seconds between them. They've lapped everybody up to 3rd place now by more than 2 laps. And while they motor their way around here, let's head back down to pit lane. Here's Tammy.
We're just down here on the pit wall. I've been having a bit of a chat to Jesse Dixon. Rob O'Connor's out in car 87. You've been having a few troubles with that, haven't you?
We have. The Kirksworks 130i is usually awesome. Quality was great. Race 2 cracked on really well. 24th to 10th. Bit of contact early on. Starting the left rear wheelbarrow. We were fighting an A-class car. Pretty cool for a D-class with rocket ship of our little thing. And then we've also got gearbox and clutch issues, but we're about 2 seconds off from what we should be. We're nursing it the best we can. I did almost a 2-hour stint. We just want to bring it home. A little update on our strategy. We did our compulsory stop really early to buy us time later on, and we're watching our rivals come in do their second stop. So we're actually clawing back a little bit, which is exciting.
Fantastic. So we'll keep an eye on you. Everything could change.
Hopefully. I just want to say a quick shout out to Graham Pello, my brother Jack, whoever else is watching, and my future self who's watching this on replay later on.
Jesse Dixon, I've known you for 12 years. Get a haircut, seriously. Love you, brother. Love his enthusiasm down there in pit lane as we look at the race leader, Tyler Mecklem, coming in. Supercar star that's actually a former World BMX champion as far back in the 80s in Vancouver when he won that before going to 4 wheels. And now this is their big pit stop, incidentally, too. This is their one. They took a shorter one earlier tonight.
No, the Kearns one has, but Mecklem should be a splash and dash.
Right, they're going for a rear left tyre, which has been probably the form of the night, or form of the weekend for anything endurance-wise.
Just remember, they would have been watching the Kearns team knowing they've got a 3.5 minute pit stop. So, you know, yeah, now at this point of the race, I mean, why not? If you can take a tyre, it's really going to give you an advantage on the drive home. I mean, why wouldn't you?
So really it's going to be down to these 2 cars that you watch on screen. As Tyler Mecklem has dropped from Emmanuel Jack, waiting to be released from the pit lane. In fact, did the first garage spot here on pit lane. The Mustang roars back at 40 Ks down the 344 metres of pit lane here before returning to the track for the final 40 minutes in this fight in the night. In race 3 of the weekend, the Australian Production Car Championship.
The question's going to be as to horse. Can he get back on the same lap? How far behind? Because that was reasonably quick. Now, to take that front left as a brand new tyre, that lost a little bit of time in the pits. So, potentially the horse can get back on the same lap. We'll wait and see as they come over some timing markers where that all sort of ends up for them. Kearns, already 3 minutes to the pits, going to have to be a minimum of 3 minutes 30 at the moment. Just having another look down here, as we know, Tommy Hayman hasn't come in for a splash and dash yet. I know he's obviously in the A1 car, but I expect they have to take some sort of fuel in that car. Even if it's 20-30 litres, they have to come in
just to get home.
Yeah, just to get home.
Also here in pit lane, the Alan Jarvis number 70 Volkswagen cannot participate for the rest of the night. It had one headlight out during the earlier race today, but now the second one's gone, so they can't go out for the balance of tonight's race. It's a shame because they were battling in Class D Honours. They've been an outright winner this year in the Australian Production Car Championship too, so seemingly their day has been switched off in the aid of a headlight down there in the pit lane, joining a whole list of cars. We've got at least 6 on our screen there. We didn't have 6 starters from the earlier race today. Max Gagan probably the big one out of that. Robert Sadie didn't start as well, and Anthony Levitt did make it out here for the final race of the weekend.
Do you think we could just strap a couple of phones to the front?
Yeah, hang it out the window.
Yeah. A bit of race tape. We've seen any of that this weekend. Oh, there might not be any left. I mean, he's left.
Yeah. I was going to say, about engine issues, tyre punctures, but what was the reason for your cause of retirement? Oh, both lights went and we didn't have a spare ball.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a disappointing way to end the race this far in as well, 2.5 hours in. That's a real shame for 2 drivers that really punch above their weight.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we've got more of a concern on you. I reckon you're down to 6 cylinders now. You started with 12 earlier today.
You got one light out too, mate. Like you're gonna keep going. It's dully there to put. We're gonna keep you going.
Done a great job on your birthday today, Dano. To go into our race leader, 45 seconds back to the Speed Cafe BMW that still runs in second position. Lindsay Kearns back on track now after their pit stop. And Tom Heyman, what a performance it's been. And he's set his fastest lap of the race just last time by, 1 minute 21.35 for the Novocastrian. Still very young in Aussie motorsport, has accomplished so much in a short amount of time. And now he comes into the pits. Same too with the Randall BMW back there in sixth position. Jake Camilleri has got a comfortable lead now in Class C, almost 3 laps back to Oscar Buckets in the second C-Class car. There is Heyman in the A1 class, the Daimler Trucks Brisbane Mercedes-Benz here as it takes on, it's going to take on 2 fuel churns here maybe.
So they're going to put this up. Tommy's chewing through. Just having a look at our leaders while these guys fill up. To horse, they're probably about the same point they were before they came into the pit stops from both those cars, because those in third place overall was 46, 47 seconds behind Mecklem before those pit stops as well. So they're in a very similar situation. I do reckon though Mecklem though with that rear tyre that they've taken on will probably give them a fair bit more drive out of the corners. So looks like Tommy Heyman gets away all right. A few sparks coming out from the brakes there. That was a bit of the heat trying to escape and a bit of brake dust. It just is a flicker of... Oh no, who's sliding around in the background? That was a big slide coming out of turn number 6. Zach Kearns. Tell you what, the Mustang looking like it's a Beginner Junior version there, drift version now coming out of the States. Those tyres must really be at the point where they're having the manuals there.
So, as anticipated, we said it with Mecklem and to Horse, they did their big pit stop underneath the safety car. Kearns was never able to do that. If he did, he'd have gone several laps down there. We're just hoping and praying for a late race safety car. That gamble, waiting and waiting, has not paid off. So he now rejoined in third position, but Mecklem is absolutely flying. First lap of the race underneath the 119 bracket, and he's now in the thick of traffic as well. Mecklem 1 minute 18.7, 2 purple sectors on that lap. He's pulling out an even bigger margin.
Yeah, it hasn't hurt to take that tyre on, has it? It's another one where if you just afford to, why wouldn't you? Don't take the risk. They would have monitored that over the last race. Oh no, is that? Oh, it's just a bit of dust on the inside. You just worry when a car pulls over towards the grass day. You see that sort of thing. You're like, oh no. We've seen this a couple of times tonight. Have we still had any word on what happened to the game over tomorrow? Is there any official word?
We believe it's an engine that got as bad as last time out there for him, Matt McCutcheon out there, but regardless, that's 2 significant DNFs for the game over team. There's many rounds down there. They're back in 18th position, classified now as well, but it's really one that got away. He just got behind the wheel of that car as well. I think 2 or 3 laps, didn't he?
Yeah. It wasn't much time out there for him. The good news is he got to get in at this time.
He did. There's a positive out of that, I think, yes. Here's the Pacini car with Paul Pacini behind the wheel. Great drive from Carla earlier tonight, who did a fair chunk of the race in that 999 BMW as it comes out of the final turn. Tom Heyman further down the road. This father and daughter combination leading Class B1 here. The sole B1 class car in the field, incidentally, with 8 classes that we had with the Invitational added in for this weekend. But has that Speed Cafe BMW got anything, or is this going to be a 33-minute cruise for the Mecklem and Hadrian Morat? Could they go back-to-back in the fight in the night?
I'm more looking at whether Kearns can catch the Horse at the moment. Mecklem is just setting such fast sectors at the moment. Kearns is pretty much matching the Horse with just half an hour left in this race. Aiming up to 4th position, so he's been really they've been the quiet achievers throughout the pit stop sequence. Move forwards quite significantly. Tammy, down to you.
I've just been down here chatting to Grippo. You're a little bit shocked, aren't you? You had a great strategy.
Yeah, we had. We just waited then till the 3 cars in front of us all bitted and fueled to the end, hoping we might have got a safety car to do our fuel under a safety car. It didn't happen, so now the first 4 are all out there doing what they do. And we're in the little red thing that can, so Tommy's coming 4th. We can't beat the big V8s, but anyway, 4th will be great. But who knows, one of them might run out of fuel or blow a tyre.
Nice, so we can just settle in and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yes, thanks, Timmy. We'll just have fun now and watch it to the end. Hey, Sandy.
That's probably the shortest ever interview Griffo will give.
And the least amount of Aussie slang.
Exactly. Yes, that's even more a point.
Yeah, like last round we had like a Aussie slang dictionary come out, didn't we?
We need to tick every time we set it on the screen. What's the countdown clock for? Aussie slang?
Yeah.
I know, Griffo. Yeah. The 70 car back, and that's the lightless entry of Allen. I think they went down the road, maybe found it, like gone to the car park. You haven't got a Volkswagen in the car park by any chance?
No, I didn't bring one for this weekend.
Not uncommon for that to happen, eh?
Fortunately, actually, we've been stolen.
Yes. 17th on track right now.
That's right.
So they might just get that out, but they might not. You know, would you ever think of that stuff though? I mean, you've got all the other spare parts.
Oh, sensors, drive shaft,
yeah,
oil, gearbox.
Did you bring the headlight globes?
Do I need them? What's the chance of losing 2 headlights?
Or blinker fluid, you know?
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Oh, someone bought some sparklers here though. Then we saw a few of those here this weekend with grinding sparks.
That's very true. I was walking back to the commentary box and the pit garage, jumped into the Bargwana, played Richards pit. They're going to get their car ready for tomorrow, but it's quite messy down there. And Jason Bargwana looks at me and goes, "Why do we do this? Why do we keep coming back?" Because you love it. Tapping on the shoulder, he goes, "Yeah, it's probably right." Yeah. We never really talk about the effort that goes in. We get the really lucky position to sit here in a commentary box and see the end result. But you don't hear enough of the stories about what teams do. And you remember, 99.87% of these teams are all volunteers that give up their time. There's not too many people are making a grit at this level, perhaps. There's some out there that are doing it at this level now. But you don't hear about the stories that go on here, how they get here. Teams sleep in transporters, sometimes crews sleep in cars, or they'll share 5 people in a 2-person room at the hotel just to get here and do that. It looks glamorous on the surface, but it actually isn't it sometimes. You've really got to love, eat and breathe this sport.
And all the people who help with the car leading up to the event might not even get to make it to the event either, who volunteer their Wednesday nights or their Thursday nights every week. You know, all of these race teams have a crew night or 1 or 2 crew nights a week as they try to prepare these cars to come to things like Fight the Night. And, you know, 6 weeks seems like a long time, but when you're trying to fit it in between kids, work, you know, you've got to sleep at some stage, and you know, maybe you've got a social life, or this is it.
Exactly right. And you hear a driver say they can't thank the team enough. You know, people look at the and go, "What did the team do? You did the driving." But they did all the work during the lead up to it. And I think we just sometimes don't celebrate the guys and girls behind the scenes that make this all happen. Pack up tonight and start heading home to their respective bases around there. You think, well, what the hell to watch tomorrow? They're going to go back to work at some point.
Speaking of working, the light to turn 2 is back.
Oh, that's good to hear. Cody's driven out there. Maybe that's where the light globe went from the Jarvis car. Maybe. So Beckham continuing on here with nearly 60 seconds and just keeps punching out really good laps. He set the fastest lap of the race back on lap 100. This is the 105th lap of the race inside the final 30 minutes of the Fight in the Night Australian Production Car Championship. It's second round here at Queensland Raceway. We'll see him at Winton later this year for the final round for the 2-hour endurance race down there to wrap up the season. And that margin, nearly a full minute back to the Speed Cafe BMW. It's nearly 2 laps back to Lindsay Kearns in 3rd position. Tom Heyman still motoring around the Daimler Trucks entry with Mark Griffith. They're back in 4th spot outright and leading Class A1 with Paul Bicini leading Class B1 and Jake Camilleri leading Class C, all 4th, 5th and 6th.
And I'm not quite sure how many of the Australian production car drivers have actually done a lot of laps at Winton. There'll be a handful of them that have done many laps. I know Paul Bicini's going to try and head down to the Winton 300 in a couple of weeks and get a few laps in, because you know, they'll start to look at that at the end of the season, the final race, whether there's any races they can possibly fit into or some other cars they can potentially drive down there just to get a feel for the circuit.
Yeah, the 300-kilometre race is pretty popular. There's quite a few of these guys that do those. Production cars are eligible for those races. There is actually one at One Raceway this weekend, and yeah, Winton 300, that's sold out within just a couple of hours. All entries were taken and sealed just in a couple of hours, and the spare ones as well was signed up as well just about half an hour after that. So for the second year in a row, that will be a capacity greet. Very much looking forward to that one. In a couple of weeks' time, I'm heading over there for that one. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Well, we keep this race going. Mecklen's still our leader, but we are watching those breaks on the front. Although we've seen those cracking laps, especially that lap 100, which was the fastest lap of the race, potentially with a 1 minute lead at the moment, and seeing the brakes go on the other Mustang, I know that potentially could have been like a brake duct, something, a cooling issue there in the front of the car. I don't know if I'd want to be risky as back that off to a 119 now, just cut a second of lap back off what they possibly could do and try and bring this car home. You've got 27 minutes still remaining. Likely still to get about 15 laps in this race, 15 to 20, somewhere there.
I was just about to say about this 91 machine, PB sector. So he's absolutely flying. Out there is Randall. So he's in position number 8 at the moment. J-Mac, I think you've got an update on one of our cars.
Well, the Jarvis Volkswagen we thought was retired for the rest of this 3-hour enduro. But have a look. They found some bicycle lights and they are looking to try and get brake pads back into the car. It's not back out on track yet, but they are looking to try and get the blue Volkswagen that could out there for the finish.
I knew someone was listening.
If he grabs the cameraman now and they wrestle him to the ground, they'll be able to grab that LED off the camera.
Well, the camera guy could jump in for the last 20 minutes, give us another in-car camera.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll get on to that.
One of those great stories you hear about from the pit lane. Well done, J-Mac. The news hound down in the pit lane tonight.
That's great news. A crowd favourite.
Yep, just get a result at least.
You love a good underdog story, particularly down here in Australia. An underdog story goes gangbusters, and that's really good to see. That should hit the track in the remaining 25 minutes, and it will be classified. It's done a large portion of this race, so it will be collecting points, albeit it has fallen off the first podium.
Yeah, he's 20 laps off the lead, but he'll still be classified if he gets out there and finishes here. So that's a good point to race. They come from Randall Car. Coming through to complete a lap. They're 8th outright right now. About to set their fastest lap potentially of the race as they come to the line. And it is a 23.28. So 91 winding this up, although fair way behind the 7th place car. And a long way behind Tom Heyman, the second of the A1 class car. The only other one that's out there on the track with the Troy Williams David Ling car now out of business for this year's event. With a chance to dash outside the commentary box, and all my hopes of the air condition dropping down have gone out the window. It's quite mild out here tonight at Queensland Raceway, which is a good sign. Tom Heyman using a bit of a pit exit for a wider line into turn number 1.
My concern is the smoke coming out of Camilleri's car now. I know it could just be a little bit of oil burning, maybe through the turbo or something coming out, but there is a slight haze of smoke coming out what looks like the exhaust of that car. I know they're not in the same class, Camilleri. He's obviously in the C class. Tommy Heyman coming around to put a lap on, but Camilleri will be trying to bring this car home, the EPS.
You and I have grown up in night racing, whether it's drag racing or speedway over the years. I just think there's something magical about watching cars at night. You just see the different personalities. You even saw that going down the back straight, the puffs from the exhaust, just making the puffs of dust come up there, or the hints of smoke that you probably wouldn't see during the daytime.
Yeah, it really highlights it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's that opportunity under lights where you just see a different view or a different perspective there, which, you know, even the brakes, we know they get hot. In the daytime you can see the rotors, but we wouldn't see the sparks coming off when it goes metal to metal. It's really hard to see during the daytime. So I think the nighttime racing is really where it's at with these cars. And then you see a little bit of personality, like the LEDs put on the car, things like that. I mean, coming down here, you just see headlights. You're always waiting for that moment as they come under the lights here at Queensland Raceway to look at the car and the numbers, figure out who they are, and sort of just gives another element. That car is moving around a lot though, Oscar, but look at the back. I know there's a few bumps down there, but it looks like the back of the car is very stiff at this point.
But again, everybody shows it, doesn't it? Like the reflection of the headlights shows you the bumps. And that bump's been there since the track opened back in 1999. You can hide it as much as you like, and it'll just keep coming back. And that's what makes this track so quirky. Yeah, it's flat, but it still has a lot of character about it. Talking about those LED lights, there's actually a prize up for grabs. I'm sure you guys talked about it during the night, but Tony from Chaos & Co Studios donated a helmet drive for the best lit up car for this weekend's event. That's why I think we're seeing so much more of it this weekend in the Australian Production Car Championship, just giving the drivers a bit more incentive and for the cool factor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 54 we haven't really mentioned of Beggs, the 54 Beggs and Darren Whittington. They've really stayed out of trouble in this race. They're now inside the top 10 outright and leading Class D in their Toyota 86. A real great news story, that one. Just been under the radar all race long. I don't think we've mentioned them more than once or twice, and there they are, late on in the race, leading their class, not by much it must be said. Class D is only separated by 10 seconds.
Are they the only car to get one pit stop? That's what I'm reading up on the screen, though. Is there potentially a splash and dash still to come from that car?
Yeah, sorry, I thought we were all done and dusted with the stops. Good pickup from you. Yeah, that is the...
Well, could he get by? Could he get through?
I honestly don't think we've had enough safety cars in this race. I really don't. Yeah, it's a small D-class car, but people are saying to me 80 minutes is about it. I don't think we've had enough safety cars. The fact that all of his other class competitors, all the other Toyota 86s have made a second stop, says to me that that's the outlier.
Yeah,
I'm prepared to be proven wrong, but that's my theory.
Yep, stick your neck out, you never know.
He is fuel saving. Look at that down the straight, only 174 k's an hour.
Well, that could be the payoff, you know. Like maybe
saving like there's no tomorrow.
I reckon they're going to try and push that all the way. Why wouldn't you? Maybe you got the lead, you know, reasonably substantial. If you're only going to give up 2 or 3 seconds a lap, you might make it from here.
He's going 10 k's an hour slower down the straight, but he's losing because he's fuel saving so much. He is losing nearly 2 seconds a lap on those cars around him at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. It's come down to 8.6 seconds on this lap alone. It was 10.3 on the previous lap. Just they were to Horst and the BMW still running in second, but it's fallen away. That's blown out to well over 60 seconds now. In fact, it's 1 minute and 11 as he comes through to complete a lap, and has a great love affair with the high beams coming down the Nick Johnson straight to indicate the slower cars that on the way through here, but losing touch with Tyler Mecklem, who's just controlled this race, got in that car and banged out a fastest lap, not just for the car, but for the entire race. And it sits there. The only 2 cars on the lead lap as we're around 20 minutes remaining. And it's fighting tonight, the Australian Production Car Championship here at Queensland Raceway. I tell you, having to walk around the pit paddock before, there's still quite a few people wandering around taking this in. It is just perfect player comfort conditions out there tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Just nipping out as well. I was surprised that many people were still in and around the paddock. It's really, really good to see. And people as well at the backside of the circuit. I've seen still quite a few cars parked up on the banks. Of course, you can do that if you enjoy the action and you're around the area. Make sure you come tomorrow. There are park and view options available. So yes, you can park your car right up at the track and enjoy the comforts from inside your own car.
Dan, I know you're losing your voice with the excitement of today at the moment, but I mean, this is your first time physically at the track at Queensland Raceway. I know you watch the racing, you've been involved in a lot of motorsport. What's your first impressions now that you're here?
The first impressions for me, and it still sticks with me, is how good of a spectator track it is. The fact that you can see all of the action wherever you are on the circuit. So you can see in the corner of your eye, I'll be looking at turns 1 and 2, but in the corner of your eye, you might spot something at turns 4 and 5. So in that sense, you see 100% of the action. You don't need big screens or anything like that. You just need us on PA to maybe listen into a bit of the strategy, but you can follow the race yourself wherever you are on the track. There's a lot of tracks these days that are built, you see them for 2 or 3 corners, then they disappear, you don't see them again for a minute and a half. You've lost track of what's happened.
Great summary, I totally agree. We need more of these tracks around the country that do produce this. I think where we're from with the bend, you've got some great viewing areas there, but sometimes we lose perspective, the cars disappear. And that was all man-made. That could have been a very flat track as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the headlights flashing there from Mecklem, just letting the back markers know that he is coming through. So he's done that very, very nicely. The lead margin is out now to 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Yeah, he's 3 seconds lap quicker now on the Speed Cafe BMW, but Lindsay Kearns that holds down 3rd position. Won't have any threats from Tom Heyman here. Don't forget, tomorrow we're back live from 11 a.m. on the YouTube stream at Hi-Tech Oil Super Series for day number 3 of the Hi-Tech Oil Series, which is going to be feisty, I think, from a TA2 perspective. There's still, I would say, more than 50% of the teams that are working on their race cars right now to be ready for tomorrow's second races before the endurance race tomorrow afternoon. And a full undercard of categories that will be supporting this. Next time out, we head to Mallala in South Australia for the first time in the Hi-Tech Oil Series. Another historical track down there in South Australia that we're very much looking forward to being there the final weekend of September. And just like that, Matty Cat, we're finishing up at Winton. It feels like the season just started, but the last weekend of October and the first day of November, we'll be down at Winton Motor Raceway to wrap up the entire Hi-Tech Oil Super Series.
Yeah, it was a very early start, wasn't it, to the season there? It was hot. We started, yeah, it was very warm. When did we do that? It was the end of February.
End of February?
Yeah, so it was a bit of a long time between drinks before we went to Sydney. But since then, it sort of started to flow on. I mean, the double header here in Queensland, you know, some people obviously not as optimistic as others when it comes to getting on the same racetrack twice. But I think the sprint version in version number 1 of Queensland Raceway, then we go to the endurance version, really changed things up. It's kept it interesting for all the drivers as well as the spectators and everyone else who's watching the series out there at the moment. But I think all Super Series, but yeah, Mallala, that's going to be a whole other viewing, isn't it, really? But we haven't seen a national style event there for quite a few years.
No, and the work they've done down there, obviously that's the second track that the Peregrine Corporation have got, the Ben Motorsport partner, Sam Shaheen and his team, headed up by Adam Brook, who's gone in to manage the facility. It still feels like it was back when I was a teenager going. They've just kept on top of it. It was always a neat place. It's got that rustic feel about it, but it's an old school track that will, I think, promote some really good racing. The facility is probably a bit different to what we do in other tracks. There's not really a defined pit lane as such as a lane, but it certainly doesn't have the garages or probably the width that we have here at Queensland or some of the other tracks we go to. But I think we need to keep those tracks mobile and keeping them alive out there, and I think we're in for quite a surprise when we head down there in September.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to feeling the personality, I suppose, of the track. They've got their own little personality. Here we go, Jake. Is that Jake Camilleri? Just on the back there. So the Maz do not seem to have any dramas. The Caboolture MPS, still a puff of smoke there as it goes through the gears, and I think that's just burning a little bit of oil at the moment. Like you say, something you probably wouldn't see during the day, you notice it at all, but under the lights, definitely stands out as the horse in second position, the number 60 X-Class car. Now on a 1 minute and 16 previously as we complete this lap. Still there, so matching the lap times now for Mecklin, but Mecklin doesn't need to do too much at this point. Needs to manage that brake heat at the moment. Don't really want to cause any issues there as we head into the final 15 minutes of this Australian production cars fight in the night 3-hour endurance race.
So 115 laps in the books and less than 15 minutes. There's some hardy race fans at there, Turn 2 watching on around Queensland Raceway. But 115 laps in the books, but maybe aiming maybe 122, 123 laps, should we say, safety car free. Let's go back to pit lane. J-Max down there right now.
A quick update from the Atlantic Oils Astra, suffering from a long brake pedal. So we've noted from the crew that he's having to do essentially a confidence tap before the heavy braking areas, namely into turn 1 and turn 3. So something to watch out for, especially so late in this race.
Yeah, we're in that window, aren't we, J-Mac, where drivers will start hearing some weird noises that probably aren't actually even happening out there. A lot of green flag racing. We really haven't had a safety car period in over 2 hours.
They didn't breed tonight.
No, they didn't breed. They've gone out on a Saturday night instead of hanging around the racetrack.
And we're not upset. It's kept the race flowing really nicely at the moment. It was only the game over Camaro. McCutcheon was behind the wheel at the time, and it just pulled the infield there after turn 2 and had to go out there with the tilt tray to pick it up.
This car has to be a contender for the best lit car of the weekend. Does it not? Like, it just looks phenomenal out there.
I'm not sure it's a competition, personally.
Yeah, give that man the trophy.
Josh, this would be a second for sure. Yeah, I think the 86 certainly has it.
It'd be quite intimidating for the cars ahead looking up in the mirror, maybe with a psych out. Remember the drag racing days, Matty, where we used to have the police come out and race? Yeah. And actually turn the lights on and race, and the problem was that the drivers would be out there, and the natural reaction was you take your foot off the pedal. So there are sometimes you want to believe the lights on or not.
Yeah, natural reaction.
Yeah. I was at one time.
For some of us. Oh no, what's going on down here? They're searching around. Are they potentially needing some fuel.
Yeah, I've just heard it needs fuel, but they're not ready to give it fuel. So that's a real nightmare for this machine that was running so comfortably.
What did we say before?
Be ready for everything.
You can be complacent, sitting in the pits there going, yep, we're going to be fine, everything's done, our job's done. In fact, you even start packing up in your pit area now.
Yeah.
And now the 119, we believe, needs fuel. Chris Holt, in fact, jumped into this car this weekend after the Toro Solo was going to drive for this, but there, you can see the fuel in, that's the breather side there, you can see. The clear side is where the fuel breathes out of.
I don't think it's the fuel rig that's the issue. It's the fact you've got to have 3 people, right? You've got to have the deadman there, and you've also got to have the fire extinguisher there as well. So
have it knocked off for the night.
Yeah, so like the refueler, he's still looking at the race. The others probably looking for an early knock-off.
Yeah, halfway to the car park. No, I hope that's not true. And that's the dead man lead we talk about. Goes back up there, and now they can release him out. But a costly pit stop for the Sheepfield Chris Holt car that was 11th outright. In fact, it's quite safe in 11th position, but yeah, clearly he's not thrilled about what's going down in pit lane.
He's had all D-class cars before that pit stop, and it spent 2 minutes in pits before fuel even started going in it. So
exactly,
they lost effectively a lap and a half there, just sitting there. That is a real disaster for that crew. But they've not lost B2 honours because, sadly, they are the only remaining B2 class runner out there on the circuit in this race. So either way, as long as they finish, they'll get good championship points for their class. But I'm not sure if you've mentioned when I quickly nipped out the comments box, the change in class D. So 58 is now leading that one. But that is a car that in race number 1 of the day got absolutely torn up in the front. The front left wheel, the steering broke, and it came in the pits. It was an absolute disaster. I was shocked they got that out for race number 2. And then for all that hard work to pay off and to be in this position with 10 minutes to go is a brilliant story. And it shows that you just keep trying throughout the day, and you never know. Always swings and roundabouts, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You talk about the 58% Emma Casabiello back behind the wheel, teaming up with Annabelle Rolfo, so that is a change of position. It's already quite out, healthy margin too in that time. So race leader is down here at turn number 3. And the gap's come down about 8 seconds, so he's in cruise control now, Matty Cav, with still 10 minutes remaining. Third place is running a race on his own now. Lindsay Kearns will be second in the A2 class by the look of it. And then the only 2 A2 class cars left in the field. Just fighting the night event. Fairly clean affair apart from the earlier issue for Tony Quinn and Matt McCutcheon that retired with, we believe, another engine failure in the Chevy Camaro. But a fuel fire with the David Ling, Troy Williams entry, that went back behind the wall well over an hour and 15 minutes ago. But these guys really have just been a dominant display tonight even. They come down to Dick Johnson Straight. We started in the setting sun here at Queensland Raceway, and it's approaching 20 past 8 on Saturday night. 9.5 minutes remain.
And the Jarvis car has made it back out there. They've struck those lights to the front. We don't even know if the cameraman's in there with his light on, but Jarvis back out on track at the moment. So, again, like you say, just accumulating those points in the championship there, gets out, circulates, and it'll be a reported finish as well. Although that's 21 laps down from our leader. It's the most important thing, getting the car out. When would you have thought both headlights out at this point? Oscar Butt trying to bring the C-Class car home. Like I said, they're having to give that car a little bit of a tap on the brakes just to make sure it pulls up. So some of these cars, although they're circulating out there and getting around here at Queensland Raceway in the final 10 minutes of this 3-hour race, they're really having to work hard. And are we seeing 2 penalties here? Not quite sure what this is. So Mecklen's got a 30-second penalty. Not that that's really going to make a difference. And Camilleri potentially, which I don't think will make a difference either, especially in C class, but even in overall class at the moment. But just saw those penalties come up.
Pit stop infringements is the reason behind that. So they've done something wrong during the CPS window. So that's not good. CPS window has closed as well now. So if you hadn't done all your compulsory pit stops, you can no longer do them. But everybody has ticked that box.
Wow, so that's going to bring it back to 34 seconds, and it's the radio call going to go to the Speed Cafe BMW going, you know what, we might have half a chance here. Probably more to the point, what's cracking Dan McCarthy up and what's in that drink?
I've been given lozenges and everything and told to try and save my voice, but this race is too exciting.
You can rest on Monday.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
All that means is Nolte, tomorrow you're in the box a little bit more.
That's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, that's what he's trying.
So, to Horst and that Speed Cafe BMW stayed the motor along here. He was really attacking turn 3. But it's a tall order to try and find 30 seconds with just over 7.5 minutes remaining. But why not have a crack? As he makes his way down towards the final turn at Camilleri, he's safe there, isn't he, in 6th position. He won't lose the spot. He's definitely going to wrap up Class C because he's the sole one out there now. Oscar Butt back in 13th and nearly 4 laps down.
Yeah, but they're nursing that car, and there's a few of them out there, I reckon, who are trying to nurse it home. Potentially McIlvaine with that penalty might decide that they're going to pick the pace up a little bit at the end. I think they've got plenty left in the tank. To Horst, at this point, still got to catch up over 30 seconds if they want to try and win outright here. Kearns behind that, and that's out to a minute 21 behind to Horst as well. So there's some big differences out there.
Also, understand those penalties are for pit crew being in shorts in the lane, and that's an absolute no-no when there's refueling going on. You can be fully sleek, you have to wear the fireproof overalls if you're not fueling, but you certainly can't be down there in shorts, so that's a big no-no that's happening down there to both the 9 and the 36. That's why they both got 30-second penalties. So thanks to Shelley Ives at Race Control for letting us know on what went down. So the only blemish for the defending champions was that moment. They're looking comfortable here. Perhaps come down to that 29 seconds when you add the 30-second penalty on. But he's still trying to manoeuvre, isn't he, the Speed Cafe entry with the cars ahead. In fact, the car ahead is the 3rd place car and about to go another lap down.
Yeah, in front of that too, it looks like we've got the 119 of Ryan Schinkfield who had that moment down in pit lane where they weren't ready to just add a little bit of fuel in there. They did the right thing, had to wait for the fully closed fire suit guys to come in and make sure they could fill that car back up as we head into the final 6 minutes of this race. To Horst, we'll go past the 119 of Schinkfield as well. Just ducking behind Kearns, but won't want to stay there as he starts to chip away. He can get that down under 30 seconds, potentially sitting on the top step of the podium at the moment. I just don't know if there's going to be enough laps in it. There's only a couple of seconds a lap, the difference as they go around. Mecklin will know, they'll be on the radio to him if we do get to that point, but I just don't think there's enough time. Another half an hour, potentially this could be a totally different race. But at this point of the time, Hurst just needs to circulate. Keep chipping away just in case. It could be, anything can happen. Brakes could go, you run wide. There's, a little bit of dirt out there on the track at the moment. Not too much because we've been circulating around really clean, but you just know it's brakes here that are starting to fade away. We're already hearing that with some of the brake pedals. Tyres now really are going to be getting pushed hard. We know that the Horst has had that front left go on, that new one in the last stop, so that's only an hour old, and Mecklin with that rear left. So that's the drive tyre at the moment when you go around Queensland Raceway, so that'll be keeping plenty of pace there. And have they got enough fuel? I reckon they would. I don't reckon they're nursing that home at all. The only one that's nursing that home will be Beggs in the D class there in 10th position at the moment, who's really dropped off the pace and probably dropped off another 10 kilometres an hour down that main straight, so they're running off fumes.
So Zero Numbers West with just over 4 minutes to go. Gap is now 26 seconds, first to second. And Kearns being the roadblock at the moment for Speed Cafe BMW, even though he's going to be a lap down, it's affecting the car pace. It's not exactly holding him up here. The car pace is actually quite good for that Mustang. Now from a long way back, those brakes are really, really hot on the Speed Cafe BMW. There have been since probably lap 3 of the race. But it's held on, the sole Class X car in tonight's field.
Can't get away, it just takes about another second and a half with Mecklin's lead, but Mecklin, they're just managing that now. No need to push the car too much. We've seen all of the movement there to Horst. Car has a big moment there coming out of turn number 4 just for a second. It's been a long stint for some of these drivers. Jake Camilleri, I just don't know how he does the 3 hours in one stick. Like,
He's always done that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually ever seen him with a co-driver over the years.
No, I haven't anyway, that's for sure. He's always done the stints by himself, and no matter what the race distance. This is probably the longest of the lot, but yeah, he always does it himself.
What'd you say now?
We're going to break him up.
He's been too excited. We're going to break him on his birthday.
Well, we can't because he won't show up tomorrow if we keep having this. Becomes the leader, Tyler Macklem, years and years of experience, and he'll just be ticking off the laps. In fact, he's slowing down that much that one of the Class D cars almost caught him off the final turn, but stretching the legs of that big Mustang to tick off another lap. And 1:23.6 that time around for Macklem. That's 5 seconds away from that fastest lap of the race. So controlling it in the final 2 minutes. Enjoyed it. It's been a very clean race. We started with 26 cars earlier today. Sadly, half a dozen of them couldn't make it out for this 3-hour endurance race, which probably begs the question, do we just run the endurance race with these kind of... This is a 3-hour race. We had 2 sprint races today. And so we're going to say, yeah, they need the track time to get the practice, but we've now lost 6 cars out of potentially a race that could have been 26.
You have to have practice time, right?
Exactly.
Like, you have practice and you just have qualifying in the morning. Maybe your endurance race in the night time, potentially. I mean, like you said, they're talking about, did they go to a 4-hour endurance race? Is that what we do? But potentially cut away.
Then you drop into sprint races.
Yeah.
These cars aren't built for sprint races to begin with. So, you'd go, well, we have a 3-hour race, you qualify them in the morning, shortens down the weekend, the travel time perhaps, and away you go. I think there's too much risk there. This is only opinion. We're entitled to an opinion. I think the risk to run 2 races in a short time, then a 3-hour race, is the reason why we end up with 6 less cars. I'll see myself out.
Yeah. And what do they do? Last lap board out now. Final lap now for Macklem. Just needs to stay 30 seconds in front after receiving a 30-second penalty for a pit stop infringement a little bit earlier where someone didn't quite have the longs on down there.
I mean, can we be forgiven for that on a night like this? I mean, it's still 18 or 19 degrees outside at the moment. It certainly hasn't cooled off like last night. But boy, has he been hot on track here. Fastest lap of the race, moments after getting behind the wheel of this Mustang. Both he and Hadrian Morale are looking likely to go back-to-back here with a 21-second advantage back to the Speed Cafe BMW that runs in second, will win Class X. Lindsay Kearns back in 3rd position and will win. We run her up in the A2 class, and Tom Heyman, that was a monster effort from the Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry to wrap up the A1 class honours and be 4th outright as they make their way down to the final couple of corners. In the fight tonight, it's been a clean affair apart from the first half an hour of the race, with these guys looking really good.
And here we go, our race leader at the moment, Macklem. Just has to go past, goes past Paul Buccini, and Randall is in the pits now. So I don't know what's happened in the final moments of this race for Randall in the A1 category. Tommy Heyman leading that anyway as Macklem comes around. Lights are on, Buccini behind. Paul Buccini will be happy with that one. He's worked his way back up into 5th position and the checkered flag is out. And there we go. Macklem goes back-to-back in the A2 class here as we light the sky up at Queensland Raceway and celebrate the fight in the night.
Great way to finish it. Macklem and Morale win by 20 seconds when that penalty's applied. That's a lot more fireworks than last time at the end of that 2-hour race.
Well, not as many during the race, so
That's exactly
we saved them up. We didn't use them early.
Great little bit of sizzle to end a great day of racing here at Queensland Raceway. As the field all greet the checkered flag, 126 laps were recorded there, 1 safety car period. And Macklem and Hadrian Morale go back-to-back in the fight in the night to Horsehole. Don't make a mistake on the final turn.
Do you think they're running out of fuel there?
Potentially.
That was cutting in and out.
But he had a moment going through turn 4 and 5 earlier, so I think he's just having some fun on the final lap.
Yeah.
And will cement 2nd place in that Speed Cafe BMW ahead of Kearns and Tom Heyman. Oh no! The 91 of Randall just went into pit lane and has come out, and that front left wheel has disappeared. It's Sparks. Can you believe this? They're going to be 7th on track. This is coming out of pit lane. The wheel was not even there.
someone. Is that an issue? We got studs gone? Because I can't, or they the ones that actually screw in when you put those wheels on? I'd have to check that style of Mercedes there, but that's a major issue there from a pit stop.
I think they had to send him out quickly before the race lead across the line because pit lane would close as soon as the leader finishes the race. So they've sent him quickly.
Well, that's unfortunate. And going around like that, I wish he'd just pull up at the moment and potentially put that on the grass.
Yeah, it's a long way back around at that pace, but they'll be classified in 7th position. He's actually going to take the short track in there, which is good. So we've got a replay coming up. So, looking... I was wondering where those sparks had come from. I saw there's a small grass fire on the right-hand side. Quite lucky that didn't hit one of the cars sitting down the back straight. So the fireworks on and off the track there. And what do we say? It doesn't always finish at the checkered flag. What a great job from these guys. Back-to-back winners of Fight in the Night as they make their way into victory lane to bring the curtain down on day number 2 of the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. 20 seconds was the margin at the end. Mecklenburg Morale win for the 2nd year in succession. To Hurston, Gawley home for 2nd, Kearns and Carr home for 3rd. Heyman and Griffith, that's a monster job for those guys to be 4th. The father and daughter combo, Pacini's coming home for 5th with Jake Camilleri. He'll sleep well tonight. Castabiello and Rolfo home for 7th. O'Connor and Dixon back in 8th. Chinfield and Holt for 9th. Banks and Whittington completing the top 10, 7 laps down of the 14 cars that finished. Out of the 20 that started, Trappett and Davis home for 11th. Oscar Park and Troy Derwin home for 12th position. Wilson back in 13th. Jarvis, they got the car back out there with some bike lines and maybe some iPhone lines as well to get them home for a result. The story had to be that 91. It's actually been given a DNF because it hasn't made it back to the finish line. 7th place outright. Came out the pits at the end and is a DNF. The hard brakes, but not for these guys. Taylor Mecklem and Hadrian Morale, back-to-back winners in the Fight in the Night here at Queensland Raceway, the Australian Production Car Championship with 1 round remaining, gents.
Just want to go. Have a listen to the celebrations down there in pit lane, and they've just been improving in that Speed Cafe X-Class car, haven't they? It's the times at the start of the weekend were nowhere near what it was in this race either. They've just been getting faster and faster, getting grips on that car, so great to see them enjoying that. And Kearns, well, brings the car in there in 3rd position, but let's head down to our winners and find out what all the excitement's about with J-Mac.
Well, Lindsay Kearns and Brad Carr in the number 25 running in the A2 division, just pulling into victory lane. A hard-fought 3rd.
Up for the job, well done. They're going off next door. These guys were quick, weren't they?
They were, yeah. Obviously the X-Class car had a fair bit of pace, and at the end there, it was just about managing the tyre and not having another failure. So, yeah, quite happy with the result.
That's your weekend done. Go and celebrate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Cheers.
Super excited team down here in the Speed Cafe BMW. P2, Mike, you've managed to get out of the car. Rob, well done. 20 seconds in the end in a 3-hour race.
Yeah, well, it was a push at the end there. It was just a matter of staying on track until I ran up to Brad, and then I started to race again. I thought, oh no, I'm going to bin this. But it was, it was good. Thanks to the team. This is just, it was amazing. It was, a great way to finish the weekend, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and good first tip to you.
Yeah, look, for me,
3-hour enduro for Australia. 3-hour enduro for Australian production cars. A 2-hour stint, and this guy drank all the water.
He did. He's a bit of a guts, but no, it was actually I was. Once we knew we had a bit of a Hato just set him up, mate. I just had to bring it home. He did amazing, and all I had to do was drive it. And to be honest, it wasn't too bad in the end. We could just tickle along, and it was great.
Adrian, you had 30% of the driver duties. How were you feeling after the end of that?
Yeah, it's easy. It was great. It was really good. The car was brilliant. We had a couple of minor issues that we got on top of. Just managed the tyres, the brake. Ryan McLeod did an amazing job building this car, which is for sale, by the way. Thanks to so many people, all these guys that come out to help.
Man, even the organisers, everyone, like Tony and all the team and the QR and all the officials, mate, awesome. Yeah, we couldn't do it without them.
Last year we won it. Not as much competition, I don't think. This year was a lot better competition. Hopefully, we get bigger fields. But it's been fabulous.
Well, time to celebrate with the team. They're right here, guys. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
What a weekend it has been for that team. Sadly, I wasn't able to commentate this race. I did have plans on commentating the last half of it. But I can do the race highlights. And it started at 5:30. We finish at 8:30 here, with only one delay throughout the schedule today. But there were moves galore. The Speed Cafe BMW making its way through the field. That car would end up finishing in quite a good position. The Ford Mustang and the 25 Ford Mustang making its way up the field. And this is the leader in Class C making contact. And the BMW and the 25 Ford Mustang as well having a bit of a battle. And then as the night went on, more and more battles started to brew, and the cars just continued to get quicker and quicker and quicker. But this car was just absolutely unstoppable throughout the night. Then we had a big fuel failure for the 101 car. Sorry, not for the 101 car. This was the big fuel failure. A big burst of fuel spurted right out of that car. It dropped fuel in the pit lane. And incidentally, there was a big cleanup. So the track ended up going yellow. That was the only safety car that we had, but it was the number 9 Ford Mustang winning the Australian Production Car Series. What an absolute night it has been, and it has been lovely to have your company. I've done about 2 parts to this so far today, and I'm hoping tomorrow it gets done in 1 part. Hopefully the chat gets redone tomorrow, but we're going to be back on air from 11 AM tomorrow. See you then. Bye-bye.
There is a lot of teams still here at the track getting ready for it. Broadcast starts at 10 AM tomorrow morning on our live stream on the High Tech Oil Super Series YouTube, and of course you go live on SBS and Fox Sports from 1 PM tomorrow. Make sure you join us for all of tomorrow's action. Don't miss anything. High Tech Oil Super Series, round number 4 from Queensland Raceway.